Hello, hello. Doing a mic check right now. Can everybody hear me? Mic check. Just doing a quick check. We're about to get started in just a few minutes. Good morning, everybody. Super excited about day two. I see James can hear me. Hello, James. Audio works perfect. All right, let's just check a quick video here. Hi, everybody. Can you see me? Is my screen backwards? Let me see here. Looking backwards to me, but it might not be for you guys. Let's see what it comes up on the thing. I think there's a bit of a delay. To me, my background looks backwards, but let's see what's going on here. Doing a quick look. Doing all our checks, making sure everything is working. Oh yeah, everything is looking good. All right, we're going to get started very shortly with Jonathan Willis this morning, 11 a.m. We've got a full program for you guys today. We are going to be starting, like I said, with Jonathan Willis, Reimagining Hollywood. We're going to be moving at 12 p.m. with Trading Cryptocurrencies with Doug Kyle. After that, we have a very special presentation. 1:30 is Social Fi, the next big thing. It is a special stream from XAEON, a Mario Nofal roundtable with Brian Schuster. That's going to be streamed right here. 3 p.m. using Web3 and NFTs for charity with Pixie Dizzuti. And 4 p.m. Women in Crypto, a panel with Dawn, Rhonda, Sharon, Lynette, Paula, and myself. And at 5 p.m., rounding it out, we have Decentralized Business and Node Ownership with Tony Swatnick. So we've got lots and lots and lots of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff happening, lots and lots of stuff going on today. Super, super excited. Stay tuned. We're going to get started in about 5 minutes, and I'll see you then. Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Oh, hello, Anna. Lovely to meet you. Lovely.
Wonderful to meet you as well. Thank you for being here today and for being our first speaker on day two.
Oh, that's exciting. Lovely.
Extremely. So before we get started, everybody, welcome once again to day two of the 8th annual VirtualCon. It's a super exciting day. Like I said, we have a jam-packed session full of amazing speakers, and we're going to be kicking it off with Jonathan Willis of Film Factory Global. And I'm going to do a quick introduction of you, but before I do, a little housekeeping. So we are streaming live on 2 different metaverses right now, 2 different platforms, Otherverse Classic, Otherverse XAEON, which for those of you who are trying to get in right now, a patch did just go out. So if you are having some difficulties with that, we do have support staff on standby helping with that. So make sure you get in there. Otherwise, we're also streaming to YouTube, to Twitch. So we've got a lot going on right now. There's many different ways to watch this stream. And we're excited that everybody's joining us. But without further ado, I'm going to introduce the amazing guest that we have here, Jonathan. And Jonathan is the creative consultant for Film Factory Global, a trailblazing film financing initiative that harnesses blockchain technology, offering stakeholders access to a diverse portfolio of movie projects and revenue streams through profit participation shares and direct involvement in the production process. And Jonathan is a media originator, beginning his career as a lecturer at New York University and an actor appearing in the UK's longest running soap opera, Coronation Street, which I love, by the way, before disappearing behind the camera. I'm from Canada, so we love it. Disappearing, we know all about it. So before disappearing behind the camera and backstage as a producer of film and theater. Mr. Willis, it's a pleasure to have you here today.
Thank you, Anna. It's delightful to be here.
I'm going to disappear, but I'm still here, and the floor is yours. Go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So the Film Factory Global, I've been asked to be a consultant of, because basically when I first started in the film world, I made the whole process inclusive. So we used to crowdfund for our movies, and we've made movies big and small. I made about 40 different films now over the years. Some smaller low budget movies that we made on demand for Sony, Universal, and moving up to bigger pictures with stars like Gary Oldman and Jessica Alba and Michael Caine, etc. So, but in all those films, the people who managed to get them going were involved in the process of the movie making. So we had people as extras in the films. We had characters in the script named after people who helped get these products off the ground. We engaged their children to give them work experience, and not just in front of the camera, but also behind the scenes as well. So people in the makeup department, the prop department, the set build, the electrical department. There's so many different elements of making a movie, and we will be able to incorporate them into, I think we've probably given people work experience in every single department over the years. And it's a way to obviously develop skills, but also to get a foot on the ladder and to get a little bit of confidence going. And now, after, I don't know how long I've been doing this, 20 years or something, I mean, there are people who it's their job. They are now prosthetic artists in the movies. They're set builders. They are prop makers, and they are directors, film directors. So we've given people an opportunity, because we have a scale of low budgets moving up to higher budgets. We give people the opportunity on the low budget, which is obviously less risky, and then if they prove themselves, then we give them a bigger budget. And then we move them all the way up to the kind of the Hollywood movies. And I'm kind of proud of that. I'm pleased that we've been able to give people so much opportunity, and we want to continue that process through as I'm helping to guide and advise Film Factory. Now, Film Factory is effectively a blockchain crowdfunding company. So Um, it's um, it's a way of getting movies off the ground, but in the kind of modern digital world. And we have a slate of movies moving forward that we're wanting to make. We've got a really exciting film called Crypto Heist, which is, as you imagine, it came about because I made all sorts of different genres of movies. We started with horror movies, which are relatively easy to make. We moved into, we did war movies, jail movies, we've done Western movies. Even in England, in the UK, we've made Western films that you wouldn't know from Arizona to Wyoming that they weren't made in America. And we've made comedies, romantic, etc. But I've never made a heist movie. And I love heist movies. I love The Italian Job. I love Oceans 11, 12, whatever. Now You See Me, etc. But I never made a heist movie. So I commissioned a colleague of mine who lives quite locally, but is a real savant scriptwriter, a chap called Alex Hollister, and he's brilliant because he's the kind of person, he's the kind of writer. He lectures in writing as well, but he's the kind of writer who you get a script from him and literally you can't put it down, and you have to read it in one take because it just grips you. And not only that, the other thing about his scripts is that when you're reading it, you're playing it in your head, you're seeing it. So when he first sent that script through, what was it called? It was something like The Hateful Eight, but it wasn't quite that. But it was a thriller. And literally, as I was reading it, I've seen the film. I've already seen the film. And it's rare that you get a script like that. I mean, I read a lot of scripts, but I think I could, on one hand, the fingers of one hand, I could tell you that the really ones that knock your socks off. So I knew he was a really good writer. So I asked him, I commissioned him to write Crypto Heist. I came up with a fantastic story. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. It's partly set in Dubai, partly set in London. And it's got a lot of momentum behind it. So we've got, anybody in crypto really willing to be involved and play a part in the film. In a kind of like a cameo sense. So you remember watching Home Alone, and Donald Trump appears in the foyer of the hotel. It's like that, and we can build in everybody, any name that you can think of in crypto, mostly have agreed to be in the film, including some of the big Instagram YouTubers, Ran, Nuna, Crypto Banter, and Aaron Arnold of Coindaily, etc. So to build these into the script is going to be an enormous amount of fun, and we've got that, and that's a big one that we're starting in production of very soon. We've also got a slate of low budget movies. Some of these horror movies, some of these are thrill movies, and it gives us, by making quite a few of the low budget movies, as opposed to one or two of the bigger ones, we get the opportunity to give our stakeholders in the business more opportunities to be in the production. So effectively, what we're saying is, if you come on board with the company, then you can obviously participate in the profit opportunities of the films. But also you can actually be involved. So there's got a utility to the whole process as well. And the utility is being involved in the movies. Not necessarily yourself, but you might take a stake in order to give your kids an opportunity to be in the films. I mean, that's one of the motivations that for me is that I've got 5 children, and to give my kids the opportunity to be in films and is lovely. And they're quite good. Even if I say so myself, trying to be as dispassionate as possible, even though I'm a dad. And also they're very cheap, which is kind of useful. So they've been in the, and we were on a plane. When was it? We were going to Dubai quite recently, and we were looking at the airline entertainment system. And one of my daughters said, "Oh, that's me." And of course, she was in one of the movies that we made, and she was on the front cover of the DVD and Blu-ray in those days. And she was on the next Netflix film list for the airline, which was lovely to see. And so, you know, other friends around, and they watched the movie that she was in when she was much smaller, which was great. Maybe that's given her inspiration to be in the film business or not. But at least you give these things a try. And then we've given a really good director now. He's made some fabulous work, and we gave him his first opportunity. So, and that's rare that you get the chance to do that. His name is Mike, and Mike was working in what was he doing? He was doing explainer videos. I mean, really, really good explainer videos. So I remember seeing some of his work, and I needed an explainer video made. And I said, Mike, you know, could you make this explainer video for me? And we had chat. You know, who are you? What do you want to do? And he said, well, look, you know, I'd like to be a
Hey everybody, it just seems that we lost our guest. I'm trying to get him back, so stay tight, stay tuned, and we'll see if we can get him right back. Hold on. Okay, okay. It looks like we've got Jonathan back and he's connecting.
My internet went down.
All good, all good. We're here still. We're here still and eagerly awaiting for you to continue.
Right. Okay. That's
You're back on.
completely. I've completely forgotten where I was.
All good. Take two.
Yes.
Shake
No.
it off.
I'm with you. I know exactly. I can pick up exactly where I was. So I was
Perfect.
talking to Mike, and he was a very, very good provider of explainer videos, and he wanted to be a director. So I said, well, look, here's a budget. Wasn't much. I mean, but you're guaranteed distribution here. If you can make a product that's good enough, you guaranteed distribution. So he did, and he made it's a great film called Don't Let Them In. It's good ratings, and it was his first opportunity in the movie making world. From there, he really proved himself, and then he went on to make another film called Bloodshore, which was an interactive movie, which is actually not an easy thing to do, because an interactive movie. Can you get the dog? Because an interactive movie is a movie where you can change the course of the action as you go through the production. So if two people on a bridge, one person can get off the bridge, or the other person can go off the bridge and die, and you choose which one, and then depending on which one you choose, then you go around a different drama, and you can have different endings. So you can watch the film, and depending on the choices that you make, you can watch like 8 different kind of versions. And so it's complicated. It's got a big wireframe that goes alongside it. And he made that, and he knocked it out of the park. I mean, did really well. It's got good ratings on IMDb. It's a clever concept. There'll be a linear version coming out very soon as well. Linear version, it means that a regular film movie without that you can't change. Choosing the best bits, because the idea of making a interactive movie is you can make two products at the price of one, effectively, because you have an interactive version and you have a linear version, 2 different audiences. Then he was commissioned to do a fantastic documentary by the Prince of Malaysia, an eco documentary, a 3-part, and the cinematography is just fantastic. And we will work with Mike again, and we're planning on doing so now, and his co-production partner Dan Harriman. So it's lovely to be able to give people opportunities like that, and we will absolutely continue to do it. If you see talent and you want to support it, and I think that's an element of what we've always done, and what we'll continue to do, and what we'll do through Film Factory Global as well. And because it's got film in the title, it's got factory in the title, which implies that we're going to be churning different products out. And global, we will be making films across the States, across the UK, in Europe, and also the Middle East as well, and not necessarily being restricted there. And that's great, because the more people that we can involve and the more opportunities that we can give to people, the more rewarding we'll be. It will be for us, because there's nothing better than, giving people a break. Talented people, and people who need that kind of just that foot on the ladder to help prove themselves. But also, it's not just that; it's also confidence building as well. So there's a lot of actors out there. I'm specifically talking about actors now, but it could be any different department. But they get better because they get more experience. The more experience you have, the better you get. And it's kind of a ascending spiral like that. So that's great. So it's no different to what we've always done. So anybody who becomes involved in Film Factory Global can also be in the product. So it's adding a real proper utility to the blockchain element of what we're creating. And we've got some great products. I mean, the other thing that we don't do is kind of repeat the same old stuff. That's just absolutely not necessary. It's nice to do new stuff and push the boundaries. Sorry, my glasses are a bit shiny. and that's what we can do because we're inventive. Hopefully, we're inventive and we like doing new things. So when I looked at Otherverse, I was walked through Otherverse by Peter and Corey and the team Nexus just recently, and I was blown away. I mean, I've been blown away twice by tech in the last month. I went down to the Apple Store and had a go kind of with the Vision Pro. If you haven't done that yet, you should do it. It's free. They'll give you half an hour free to go on a Vision Pro, and they'll talk you through it. It's fabulous. It blows your mind. The quality, what it does, how it tracks your eyes. And you'd think, actually, this is, you could do a film here within this environment that was seriously moving and immersive. I mean, I've previously tried the Quest, which was fun, but it's a little bit kind of DVD quality. But this is 4K. Don't buy one. It's ridiculously expensive. Vision Pro, like £3,500. I don't know what they are in America, but they're crazy expensive. But to experience it, it's well worth it. And I got that same buzz when I looked at Otherverse, and I was shown it because I'd seen metaverses in the past, and they're a bit lame. They're a bit like Robloxy, a bit dong, chunky characters. I think, well, and I just didn't warm to it, but I was looking at the technology of Otherverse, and God, it was fabulous. I was just blown away. And you can see where this can go from a filmic point of view. So yes, you'll be able to make a whole movie in the metaverse. You made a metaverse movie because the tech will advance even further, and the definition will be even better. And the utilities will be even better. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great. But for now, we can still make a movie with it. But you would make a hybrid movie. And that's what we're planning on doing if we're lucky enough to be allowed to do so with Otherverse. And we would make a hybrid movie. So you would a part of the movie would be in the metaverse and part of the movie in the real world. And you draft the script that, melded both together. We were thinking about there was the potential to have a kind of crime caper. There was a thriller. There was a kind of a quest. And there was obviously the usual horror thing. But for somebody who's made quite a few horror movies, I actually like horror movies. So I'd rather not, to be honest. But yeah, we can come up with something more inventive than I can with my writing teams. We can come up with something very clever there. And of course, the lovely thing about it is, and the same with certain movies as well, is that it allows us to have branding opportunities. So obviously you can see the branding opportunities in the metaverse, the Otherverse, because it can be clothes, there can be posters, there can be neon signs, etc., promoting brands. I mean, the same way that James Bond is full of brands, and it doesn't detract from the excitement of the movie. You've obviously got Aston Martin there, you've got a Breitling watch or whatever. No, is it Rolex? Whatever. He's drinking a certain drink, etc. So yeah, I think I've heard a statistic where the James Bond movies makes $20 million up front just from product placement, and not necessarily in your face product placement. But we can see where that can go with the Otherverse, because you can have that all over the place, which obviously brings money into the production company, which means the production company can spend more money on talent. But that's not just actors and actresses. That's not just screen talent. That's also behind the scenes talent as well, which is equally as important. I mean, writers in particular get really short shrift, and they should not, because basically a writer is the person who's put all this together. They've played this movie in their heads, in their imagination. That's what they've come up with, and we've made it all happen around us, and the actors and the actresses have brought it to life. But the more things that you can get funds you can get in from product placement, the more money you can put on the screen. So I could see the opportunities there. I could see that a clever way that's never been done before of doing a hybrid half. I don't know. You'd probably do a third in the metaverse and 2/3 in the real world, but melding that together. I thought the development of the tech has come so far forward now. It's where you would like to be. And it's interesting, when I was in the Apple Store doing the Vision Pro demonstration, it was so clever and so overwhelming. But when you took the headset off, you were slightly disappointed to be back in the real world. And I can see that being the case of the metaverse as well. You can be absorbed there. But how amazing would it be if you were wearing a wraparound headset, whatever that headset may be? It could be the Vision Pro, it could be the Quest, or all the others that are around, and you actually lived within that environment. So you could look up, you look down, you look sideways, and you're within it, and it can actually move within it, instead of it being just a screen and a 2D experience. So I can absolutely see where that can go. And that's going to be a really, really exciting development. And then, as part of the company's progression, that we will be doing also mixing theatre and film. So we'll be doing multimedia event projects as well. In fact, we've got in mind a new kind of product category for theatre that involves film that's live, it's live streamed, and that's something, because I always equate film and theatre. Film can take you here, so film is really, really, really good. You get such a kick out of it. It's amazing film. You take it here. If film's really bad, you can take it here. You can still get kind of like something out of it. But when theatre's really bad, it's really terrible. And you would gnaw your arm off to get out of the theatre. But when theatre's really good, it can take you there. It gives you that extra bit of excitement that film can't do, because film's pre-recorded, whereas theatre's live. So, but the theatre now I find quite anachronistic. I love going to the theatre, but it's quite old-fashioned now. You've got basically, it's not us and them thing. So you've got senior march, you've got people on the stage, and they're doing quite melodramatic acting, and they're projecting their voices to the gods, because that's what you have to do in the theatre these days. It's a little bit Victorian. So there's a new product category that we're going to invent. So that'll come through Film Factory Global as well, because it will involve elements of film. And then we have the rights to a whole host of stories that have never been told, that need telling. There's some that are on the website there, and there are others behind the scenes that we're developing, that are absolutely brilliant stories. And think, why hasn't this been told? This is crazy. They should exist as a product. So we have those, and then we also have collaborations with other colleagues who also run film production companies as well. And so it'll be a great opportunity to maybe take a stake in their project, just a small stake, but also that gives our stakeholders in the company, in the business, the opportunity to be in even more products. So they can be involved in, I've got an association with a big budget movie that's coming out of Saudi Arabia. And it gives people the opportunity to be in that. It's got big stars in it and that sort of thing as well. A lot of people are unique. They've actually got 6 Oscar winners associated with it. So we've got a lot of opportunities here. We've got literally only just started, and I can see that next year, 2025. We've got a movie that could come out this year in 24, because although it's actually already shot and we just have to finish it off, that we've inherited. So that could come out straight away, and we can involve stakeholders in that immediately as well, in the final edit, in clever, interesting ways. And then 2026, we could have 6 or 7 movies come out, and then exponential growth. We could have 12 the next year, moving up to 20, etc. So it gives us the opportunity to involve so many people and give them a break, give them an opportunity. And I think it's important to emphasize that we don't just make just another movie. We constantly strive to be inventive and innovative and thinking what's not been done and what can we do. And that's why I was so excited and blown away by Otherverse, because I could see it immediately. It's one of those things you as soon as you see it, you think, we've got to do something here. It just sparks your imagination. You can see where the tech's gone. You can see where all the development's gone in that. And I love the different rooms and the different spaces and the things you can do. And it's absolutely captivating. And it's not just for kids. You can see this as being something that when I was looking at it, I thought that there's so much scope there. I think there's a scope for a family entertainment movie as well, because I'd love to do something that's family oriented, like a Christmas movie. We've got a really good idea for a Christmas film. Nice thing about Christmas film is it comes out every year, keeps going around. It never goes out of date like the old Christmas songs and etc. And then I'd love to do a faith movie as well. And we've got a really good story for a faith movie, but it's actually quite expensive, so we might have cut it back a bit. Depends on funds and how successful we are with the company. So yeah, my job is basically to help guide, help provide the product. You make 40 films, you've made quite a few mistakes during that process, and hopefully you've learned from that, so you won't make those. So you're taking that kind of ability to the project, which will be good. Really good bunch of people associated with it, and I'm proud to be working with who have fabulous track records, both on the creative side in the film business, but also from the administrative side, and also on the tech side as well. So it's I've met some of those people quite recently over the last couple of years. And I'm very proud to be working with them. They really are the best of the best, and there's kind of no dead wood. So I'm very pleased there. And we also have because basically we're going to be doing a lot of work in America. We've associated ourselves with a number of American companies, American film companies, American studios. So this is basically Florida, California, Chicago, and Georgia. So we can be making product in all those places as well, and possibly New York as well. So we can give people opportunities all over the States.
Jonathan, there's some excitement going on in the chats that I'm seeing as I'm looking around, and I have some questions coming in. Am I able to ask you a few of those?
I love them. Please.
Perfect. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just looking at the time and I'm saying, you know what, I better ask these questions. Let me get them in here.
Sure.
I mean, the biggest question that I'm seeing and that I know that people want to do is, how can they get involved? I think let's start there. Like, what is the main question is, how can they get involved? And I know there's different ways, different sides of it. So, you mentioned an actor, if you're a director, if you're a writer, what if you're just a fan? How can you get involved in this? If you're a fan of movies?
You don't necessarily have to be, you don't have to want to work on it. You can just observe and participate. And you can, a stakeholder in the company can come on set and meet the actors. You can come to the wrap party. You can come to the VIP red carpet premiere, all that kind of stuff as well. And there's opportunities to have signed copies of this and take a piece of the set home if you want, obviously, when it's been finished working. So I think the best thing to do would be to register at the company's filmfactoryglobal.com, filmfactoryglobal.com, one word, and there's a registration page there. And we'll be in touch. There's two ways of being involved, basically, which suits every pocket. And that's with the company itself, and in order to be involved in the profit participation element. It's SEC regulated and called a Reg D, Regulation D. It's basically effectively high net worth individuals. So that has to, there's an element of a hope to be hurdle there. And then you have the utility as well. However, what we also have is a crypto token as well, which will be running alongside. And that's just a utility token. So, and we'll bring details of that shortly. But if you hold that token, well, I can actually, yes, it's mickeymeme.com. Mickey, M-I-C-K-E-Y, Mickey, meme, M-E-M-E, mickeymeme.com. And if you hold that token, then, which anybody can do, then that's just utility. So that's utility. So they both have utility, which is basically the utility being participation in the films, but the Reg D stakeholder element for Film Factory Global also has the profit participation. So it's entirely up to you who you are, how you want to in your situation, how you want to play it. But we like to be as many people to be involved as possible, because it's easy to be involved, people. And not only, obviously, you've got extra roles, and then we write films so that there are lots of parts. So there are, crowd scenes. So people can be involved in that way, but not just that, because there's a lot of talent out there. And we have done, and we have just recently done, we've reached out to the community, because we've got quite a big Telegram community, which I think people should join. I can't remember what it's called. Hang on. Telegram community. Where is it? Perhaps we can put a link. Oh, Mickey Meme Coin. 3 words. Mickey, as in Mickey Mouse. Mickey Meme Coin on Telegram. So that's quite an active community as well. So that works really well. And we ask people for self-tapes. So we'll give you, if you want to be an actor, or an actress, if we'll give you a script, and then you do a tape at home and you send it in, and we can cast from that. And that's so much more efficient way of doing things. And you find talent. You really do find talent. So we made a movie in the summer, not this summer, last summer, called One Night in Bath, a romantic comedy in Bath. And there was a girl from somewhere in Florida. I forgot the name of it. Anyway, and she became one of the lead parts in it, because she sent in a self-tape. And she was really good. She was really, really good. So we try to find really good talent and give them a break. So, but that's not all that we do as well. I mean, there's a lady who runs a dance school, and her son wanted to be a cinematographer. It was his thing. And we gave him work experience working with a director colleague as an assistant cameraman. Now he's thriving. I mean, he's got his own equipment, he's booked out, and his work is fantastic. Again, just giving people, that kind of step onto the ladder. So that's that kind of department. But there's also, there's so many people involved in making movies. Because one of my jobs as kind of producer or executive producer is to put the end roller together. At the end of a film, the names that come up. It's basically an Excel spreadsheet, and you just have to enter everybody's details, the title and their roles. But only you can do it, because if you miss anybody out, they get really pissed off. Quite right too, so you've got to be really, really careful. So that's part of the job that I do and oversee. And what's interesting about that is that when you're putting down the spreadsheet of all the involved parties, this could come to 200 lines on the spreadsheet. You remember those rollers, they go on and on and on and on and on, especially in a big movie forever. And it could be 300 lines. And some of those lines are companies. And those companies have multiple employees. So you, as a person, just sitting which we do sometimes, in a pub in the UK or a bar in America, and having a drink and a chat, and you think, hey, I've got an idea for a movie. And you throw it out there, and you think, that's a really good idea. Now, you don't do anything about it straight away, because you've had a few drinks, okay? You wait until the morning, then you see if it's still a good idea. And then if it is a good idea, then you get on with it. And so from that little kind of kernel germ of an idea, then you put the financing, well, no, then you get script commission, then you put the financing together, then you bring a team together, the producer and the director and sets and the casting, then you film it, then you go into post-production, and then you have all the CGI and you edit it and put the music in, and da-da-da-da, eventually it becomes a finished product with a spreadsheet with 200 or 300 lines, which wouldn't exist if you hadn't had that stupid idea in the pub. And I think that's quite sweet. I quite like that. And then looking down all those names that you've involved, that's great. If you can give, I don't know, 20% of those people a break, who are part of this community, the Film Factory Global community. We haven't actually launched the Film Factory Global officially yet, but the Mickey Meme exists, but we haven't filmed that. It hasn't been launched yet, but we're just doing the socials now, and literally it's just now, but people asked me to come and speak, so I can speak about it.
Well, I love it because we're on the ground floor, and I know this is a great opportunity for people who maybe have just been fans and now they could potentially be a producer, which is something, that they may not have even thought would be possible. So this is a great opportunity so thank you for bringing this project forward. And even though I know it's very, very new, we have a couple other questions actually that I want to just make sure that we get to, because we only have about 8 minutes left here. So the next question is, and you've answered a couple of them actually. So you answered, will there be a token? So you've done that already. You also answered what stage is everything in? So great. The next question I have is, will Crypto Heist the movie be a global release, and will the tickets be available to be purchased with cryptocurrency?
That's a good idea. Yes, the answer is yes, of course. It's a fabulous script. It's going to be it's a proper global movie. So it's not a huge budget in the Hollywood stand. I've got friends who make stupid budget movies. We don't waste any money. It's a reasonable budget movie. It's a few $1 million. And it's going to be great. And it's going to have all these little cameos I mentioned. It's going to have some A-list cast. The script is fantastic. It's going to have some fabulous glossy locations. Obviously, Dubai is billions of dollars worth of backdrop for free. London's full of interesting locations as well. It's a proper global release. I mean, you're never quite sure. Every film that we've made over the past has all had distribution. I've never made a film that hasn't had distribution, which I think is quite rare. It's like 100% track record of getting, because I don't want to waste time. You don't make something and it doesn't get out there. So we've either got pre-guaranteed distribution or we've got distribution after it's been made. With this one, I think we'll get distribution whilst it's been made. So basically, sometimes during the production process, you cut a little, called a sizzle reel, and you can send that around to distributors and get them all interested. If a company like Netflix is interested, and obviously they could take the world rights, or same with Amazon Prime, etc. Or you might have a distributor like Lionsgate or Sony, Universal, who would then take it and they'll release it in all the territories. But it's a proper, international movie. And interesting now with AI, it's possible to dub movies or subtitle movies into so many different languages so quickly and so much more cheaply than it ever was before. It used to be like $6,000 every language. Now it's like $16,000 for the world. So to get it as a kind of global release, but it will, absolutely. And we'll have red carpet premieres in the States. Of course, we will. All over. Yeah.
Love that. Our next question, Jonathan, is what is the difference between using Web3 to crowdfund versus, say, a Patreon or a Kickstarter, sort of more of a traditional Web 2 version? So what's the difference between using blockchain versus like a Web 2 Patreon Kickstarter?
Kickstarter doesn't really apply because Kickstarter is philanthropic. You don't get anything back other than benefits from Kickstarter. They've got to be tangible benefits. You don't get any profit participation opportunity it can't be commercial. But there are other crowdfunding platforms out there where you can take equity stakes in those companies. Now, the big difference is that those equity stakes that you take in either businesses or products like movies are pretty illiquid. Where are you going to find a buyer? If it's a big company, then you could potentially go for a flotation, and then you have a market maker and stocks and shares and the market maker, a broker, that's what I mean, market maker and a broker, and they find you a buyer for your stocks and shares and they make their cut in the middle. It's cumbersome, it's expensive, and it's slow. Whereas with putting your effectively your shares in the business on the blockchain, you're cutting out the middleman, you're cutting out the market maker, you're cutting out the broker, and you're going direct to people who want to buy and sell freely, like you do with cryptocurrency. So, and the market dictates what the value of those cryptocurrencies are. Sorry, the cryptocurrencies of your shares. So basically, it's the modern way of stockbroking, I suppose. So that's why it makes it a little bit different. The technology has only just started to come on board. It's quite a lot of regulations. It's got to be SEC regulated. At the moment, it's going to be Schedule D. We may eventually push for Reg A at some time, but that's a more long-term and cumbersome process. But we just kind of want to get it out there now for now. But yeah, that's basically the difference. It's democratizing. I think that's the word. With the process of having a stake within Film Factory Global is democratizing the shareholding process, and what we do with movies, allowing people who are involved in our community to be involved in the movie making process, is effectively also democratizing the filmmaking process. So it's not elitist in both respects.
100%. I know myself, with my background in film, I will definitely be in touch with you. I'm very excited about this project. I think it is absolutely wonderful, and I am excited to see the future of the Film Factory. You have 2 minutes left, Mr. Willis. Please use this time to let anybody know and everybody know how they can get a hold of you, how they can reach you, and any last words that any last thoughts that you might have.
I think to join the community would be great, because that's where we promote, we get everybody together, and there's a really good community. I mentioned Mickey Meme Coin on Telegram. We don't really do Discord. I don't like Discord so much, but Telegram is really good, and that's quite an active, thriving community, and lots of participation there. So you've got lots of participation in promoting and being involved, being excited about the project, and then of course registering at filmfactoryglobal.com, and I think there's a registration page there. There should be anyway, or you could actually just email hello at, let me just check that, hello@filmfactoryglobal.com, and that comes through to me, and then we can, well, if it don't come through to me, come through the team and it'll be sent to me. So I can say hello that way. So it would just kind of, you don't have to do anything at the moment. Just step on board, just watch this process take place as we are developing it, as we are forming it. It's nascent. I think it's exciting. I think the products that we will produce will be different and exciting. We'll be always pushing at boundaries, never doing the same thing twice, never doing what somebody else has done, doing all the stuff that people have never even thought of. That's the exciting thing in terms of creativity and product, and then presenting that in an interesting, different way. So through the utility coin, and also through the blockchain stakeholder process with the Film Factory Global company. So yeah, I love new stuff. I love inventing new stuff and being involved in pushing boundaries, and being innovative. And that's basically what we're going to do here. And that's the kind of people I'm surrounded with. And I'm proud and pleased to be associated with them, and glad they thought of me, bringing me on board, just mainly kind of creatively. And we've got so much we can do. So much we can do. I mean, there's as I mentioned earlier, the films, the Metaverse element, the Vision Pro stuff, the AI stuff, the film and theater combo stuff, the kind of immersive element and multimedia. We're not going to stop inventing, and we'd love you to be along for the ride.
And I know that our listeners would love to be along for the ride as myself. And we look forward to seeing what Film Factory Global does, and we'll all be a part of it. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for being a part of VirtualCon 2024. We really appreciate you kicking off our day two, and best of luck with everything with Film Factory. Thank you
Thanks, Anna.
again.
Huge pleasure. Loved it.
Loved having you, and we hope to have you again. And we look forward to seeing you in Metaverse and making that movie.
I'll be there.
Awesome. We'll see you soon. All right,
Perfect.
guys, that was Mr. Willis. And stay tuned right here at 12 p.m. in 10 minutes. We're going to be having Trading Cryptocurrencies with Doug Kyle and Deb Caswell. So don't go anywhere. Don't go too far. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Anna.
Hi, Doug, and hi, Deb. How you guys doing?
You are muted, Doug. Fantastic. We're doing great. How are you,
Love
Anna?
it. I'm good. I'm hanging in there. It's start of day 2, feeling fresh, feeling revived, and feeling fantastic. Had a great first session with Jonathan Willis, and very, very excited for your panel, little baby panel we got going on here. Trading cryptocurrencies. Super, super excited about that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the so far, and I've really enjoyed watching you actually host this event. It's been a lot of fun. You're doing great.
Well, thank you very much. And just a reminder for those of you who are joining us, we are about to start our session here, Trading Cryptocurrencies with Doug Kyle and Deb Caswell. We are streaming in multiple areas. We're in 2 metaverses right now. We're at Otherverse Classic. We're at Otherverse XAEON. Patch just went out for that. So if you're having trouble and difficulties getting into that, we do have support staff on standby to help you with that. We're also on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're maybe on Discord, we're maybe in Twitter, we're everywhere. I think it's called X now, I don't know, but we're everywhere right now. So I am here with you guys. We're going to have a conversation. I'm just going to make my camera off so that we can have the focus on you, but I already actually have some questions pouring in as well. But I think in order to get started with this presentation, let's just start with some introductions. Let's make it easy. Let's just slide in there with some intros. So I'll let you guys have at it. Go for it.
Go ahead, Deb, and I'll introduce myself.
Sure. My name is Deborah Caswell, and I am with Digibot Technologies, which we have our Digibot platform and our Insights platform, Insights in the DeFi space. I know we're going to be mostly focused on that today. Excited, have been working with Doug for, I don't know, 8, 9 years, something like that. And he's taught me to trade. He's taught me everything I know about trading, and I am forever blessed because of it.
Well, I'm Doug Kyle. I've been trading. I started trading Forex 18 to 20 plus years ago, and traded for many, many years in Forex, and then did stuff on NinjaTrader for years. And now we're completely in the crypto space and do some things with Digibot on Kraken and Binance, but do a ton on the DeFi space with Insights. And that's really what we're going to be focusing on today, and looking at, a little bit of our trading charts and how they work. But really what I want to focus on is where I think we're evolving to because of Brian Schuster and because of Otherverse and the opportunities that we have in basically a new world, a whole new space, something that wasn't available back, obviously, when I started trading Forex years ago, but is now going to be a vehicle for, I think, traders to get involved in ways that they've never thought possible. So super excited about that. And I think what we'll do, Deb, is start off by just showing our charts a little bit so that we can establish with you guys, that we are traders, we have the background in trading. And so we kind of, get some legitimacy to what we're talking about. I'm not here to sell you on Insights today. I'm not here to sell you on Digibot today. I'm here to just really have a brainstorming session with really where I think the world's going and what I think that new world is really going to look like, which from my vision and where I sit, it's super exciting. So let's jump in. Let's look at some charts. And
awesome. Doug, I'm just going to let you guys know really quickly, and I'm just speaking on behalf of some of our Metaverse listeners. I know a lot of our Metaverse listeners are very, very new to crypto, and this has been sort of a running comment that's been happening over the last day and a half that we've been doing our sessions. So if there's any sort of basic advice and basic information that you can also parse out, I know we have a very varied experience level amongst all of our listeners, but I do know specifically in our Otherverse Classic, as I'm looking at the screen right now, we have a lot of people who are extremely interested in crypto, extremely interested in trading, but they have very little information or they just are getting started. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out to you guys. If you have some time to throw in some very basic information in pockets for those who are very new to the space.
Well, let's start there then. And that's really good, Anna, to let us know. And I appreciate that because, when I run around the world and talk to people, like I broke a tooth and I'm sitting in the dentist chair 2 days ago, Deb, was it?
Yeah, well,
And I'm talking to a young gal that's working in the dentist, and I kind of envision all young people are involved in crypto or should be involved in crypto, but she knew nothing about crypto, right? And so at the basic level of crypto, and I'll start at the very basic level. I'll let Deb fill in some things too. At the very basic level, when we talk about cryptocurrency, we're really talking about, in most cases, utilities, things that have value. And like when we look at our trading charts, we have our own token, and the value to our token is the software and stuff that we develop. I just helped Brian launch some things this morning. We've been working on things for him, and they'll be available tomorrow. Brian, I'm not going to take Brian's announcements and stuff away, but things that Brian is developing here, right, in Otherverse, and most of you know the UTHIX token. The utility, the value of that token is in direct relationship to the software, that this world that Brian has built. So when we talk about crypto and getting involved in crypto, there's all kinds of different crypto. There's some that have no utility, no value, and it's just a perceived value by communities. Lots of those are what are called meme coins, things like that. The community likes them. They think they're valuable, so they have value from a social standpoint. But then there's coins like what Brian has developed, which is UTHIX, and we launched that in a pre-sale with Brian and stuff. But that coin has utility because of Otherverse, because of the .com, the Otherverse.com and the Otherverse.io worlds, right? And all of the things that we're going to be talking about today give that utility or that token extreme value because of the utility. So a lot of people say to me, well, it's just air. It's nothing. There's nothing there. They're so wrong. All right. In most fiat currencies that we talk about around the world, like the dollar and stuff that's not backed by anything anymore, there's really nothing there other than the perceived value of what the world thinks the US dollar is worth. But when we get into talking about cryptocurrency, now we're talking about real value because we got a real utility attached to it, whether it's Bitcoin's ledger system or UTHIX Otherverse system, right? You look for utility, and when you're looking at cryptocurrency, you also look at the pedigree. You look at the people behind the coin or behind the utility. Do they have the ability to do what they say? Well, Brian's proven that he has the ability, right? He's been doing it for many, many years. He has patents on the UTHIX token or on Otherverse, right?
right.
Those patents are extremely valuable. So when we look at cryptocurrency, we're talking about utility, pedigree of people that are launching or doing it, and then that does the value. Deb?
Yeah, and most of the people that I meet who are interested in cryptocurrency today, what they're looking for is they're looking for that coin that's just, they're going to buy it and it's going to skyrocket in value. And at some point they're going to sell and they're going to make all kinds of money. That can happen in this space.
Right.
However, what Doug and I teach is how to trade those currencies, right? Buy a bag and come in and use our utilities, actually our platforms that we've built to auto trade those cryptocurrencies. And that's one of the things that we do. There's a lot, like Doug said, there are a lot of tokens out there that don't mean anything. They don't have a utility. They don't have anything behind them, and they don't have a team behind them. It's very easy to build a coin and put it on the blockchain and make a little bit of money, and there's nothing behind it. People do this, scammers do this. And so you need to be very careful about what you're looking at, what you're interested in. And what I love about some of what we're going to come around and talk about today, Doug, is that using Otherverse, you're going to be able to come in and Doug's going to talk about this when he goes through the slides, but we're going to have a trading community inside of Otherverse where you're going to be able to come in, you're going to be able to talk to the founders, right, of the coin, the creators of the coin. you're going to be able to see that there is actual backing behind the coins that you're interested in trading, or new opportunities that are coming in. So I would just say, be very careful when you first start dabbling in crypto. And if the person you're talking to who's helping you along is trying to interest you in jumping into a hot coin because it's supposed to take off and you're just going to make all kinds of money, take a breath and maybe don't get involved in that. Really research the tokens before you jump in. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, and there's a tremendous amount of Ponzi schemes and stuff out there. So yeah, and what we're going to cover today, I believe, is, like I said, the future that's going to eliminate some of that stuff, Anna. And so really excited about where we're going. So let's dive in and let's look at the charts a little bit that we've developed. And again, I'm not trying to sell anybody on insights today, but I'm really trying to help people understand, again, who we are. And then I really do want to get into the future of what we do, where I think we're going, right? And the real possibilities. When we look at our software, this is our software that we've developed, and it trades for you. It's a dynamic grid system, and I won't get into the complications or the technical things that make this so great, but it's different than any other. If you are a trader out there, it's different than any other grid system you've ever seen because it dynamically moves with the market. I'll say that much. And it has a very advanced cost averaging or management system. And it's nothing that we do is standard. So it's not a standard cost averaging. It's not a standard grid system. And you'll see down here, and this is really all that I'm really going to kind of show you guys. These are the different grids that I've been running with this little test account that I demo. This is actually a training demo account that I do on Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturday mornings when I teach everybody how to trade or how to trade crypto and stuff. So I use this account in that, and and I do things in here that I wouldn't normally do, but even doing that, I want to show you guys. Like here with Bitcoin, there's 21 trades that have closed, and all of those trades, I'll scroll down through, have closed in profit. Okay, every one of them. Okay, and you won't see this in other trade systems. Here's Doge, which is one of those meme coins that we just talked about, but it has a huge social following, right? And so when I look at Doge and I scroll down in Doge, you can see all the green here. Every one of the trades closed in profit, okay? And this is just establishing for you guys that we know what we're talking about, and that, you know, that it gives us, when we talk about pedigrees, we do have a pedigree when it comes to kind of trading and building software. Here's DOT, a great program. This buy is still open. It's 1% away from being in profit, going up to close in profit, and all of its other trades have sold already in profit. Okay. When we go to Injective here, 20 closed trades, and every one of these trades have closed in profit. Okay. And I can go through, in fact, I'll just do it so everybody knows. 23 trades in near here, every one of them has closed in profit, okay? And this is really due to the dynamic grid system, the way the dynamics work, and the way that the auto cost averaging money management system works in Insights. It is extremely powerful. I got a couple more. I'll just show you ALU here, 14 trades. Again, every one of them closed in profit. And again, BNB here, 10 closed trades. Every one of them has closed in profit.
And Doug, while you continue to show them all of your trades that have closed in profit, it's important, especially for new people who are brand new to us, to trading, to understand that this platform is built so that it's completely automated. You can come in, put a few parameters in, and Insights will trade for you. It'll buy, it'll sell, and it'll keep going. And we don't believe, as you can see, we don't believe in negative trades. Once Insights buys that crypto for you, it holds on to it. It's yours. We don't trade leverage, so it's one-to-one. You own all of it, so there's no need to sell it if it's not in profit. So we don't. But in addition to it all being automated, we also have a trader's dream worth of tools that a trader can come in, somebody who is actively trading and likes to manually push the buttons, and they can do anything, almost everything you can imagine as a trader that you've always wanted to do. You have it here in Insights. Why? Because Doug, with over 20 years experience out trading Forex, he knew everything that he wanted to build for a trader, and he's built it. So here we are. This is a phenomenal program. I know we're not here to sell Insights, Doug, but we do have new people to trading who might be interested in not only jumping into crypto, but also jumping into trading. And you don't have to be fearful with a platform like Insights.
I
Right.
just love it too, because I'm just really busy. I'm just
Right?
really busy, and I don't have time to be, I mean, I'm here. I'm here right now watching all these screens. I don't have time to watch another screen, and this would help me immensely.
Absolutely.
Well, and then you can see here, all of the blue dots are where the trades closed in profit. And these gray dots here is even if a trade gets taken high in a run, these are where the system cost average to these high trades back down to, and they closed out in profit. It is singly probably one of the most amazing pieces of software I've ever seen, not because we built it and developed it, but because of the way that it moves and flows with the market. And I look at this as a trader, not as the developer and designer of this. I look at it as a trader and just go, I love this. It's just that simple. So, and there's a lot more here, guys. We have cycle trades that we built. We've built all kinds of stuff in here that are for traders, like Deb said, that are really powerful tools. But again, that's not what I want to talk about today, because as great as this tool is, it's this current generation. And to me, it's kind of going to be the past generation. I think this tool will be used in Web3. I know it will be used in Otherverse, but of its own, it has limitations. Its limitations are a lot to do with social interaction and something that I developed, which I'll get into in the slides, which is I use a concept called wisdom of crowds, and we're going to be able to tie into that when we get into Otherverse and stuff, and you guys will understand where I'm going with this. But as great as this is, and it's absolutely phenomenal piece of software, I think this will be 100 times better when we get into Otherverse, and you guys will see why. So, Anna, any questions today yet, or anything that I need to cover? I'll stop sharing my screen and we'll get into the next part.
I mean, there's actually quite a few questions. I mean, we could start taking it. You know what? One question, actually, let's ask this one now, because it's quite relevant to what we just did. What differentiates your platform from all the other ones out there? What's your secret sauce?
Okay, I'll shoot. And this is I almost left the meeting.
I'll bring you back. I'll bring you back if that happens.
Button on that question, Anna.
I'll bring you back if that happens, Doug.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll give a quick education. Okay. And I'll delete. Let me turn some of this off so I can kind of talk here around this point. Okay. In most systems, people are either trading what they're, like Deb said, what their friend told them to buy, and they're buying in these middle of these big up moves, and they end up getting stuck at the top of trades. Anybody that's traded has done that. We teach absolutely the opposite of that. I like the Warren Buffett trading ideology, which means if there's fear in the market, he's buying. When the market's going down and people are fearful, as long as the utility is viable, meaning that if the coin and what it stands for is strong, if that market's dropping, he's buying. If the market's running up, he's selling, right? He's doing the opposite of what the whole world does. What we do is I set up a grid system that is dynamic, and it allows us to make more profit. I'll give a quick education. Most grid systems have a high and low in that grid, meaning that between these two blue lines, that's the only range it can trade, okay? And if the market goes below that blue line, it's done trading. It can't trade anymore. And to trade within this range, it has a number of grid lines, and it has to have a lot of them. So each grid line has a smaller value, because if you trade a lot of grid lines, it takes a lot of money. If you're going to trade $100 per grid line, now you're thousands of dollars into a grid. Or if you're trading $25 or $50 a grid line, it's a lot of money to trade every grid line. So what I did was I said, well, that's kind of silly, right? Let's don't do that. I designed a system that says I don't have to have a high or low. I just have to say, I want to pick 1, 2, 3 grid lines that I want to trade. And I usually trade with 2 grid lines. And then our system is designed where I can automatically add and delete grid lines if I want, but other grid systems can't do that. But if I can trade 1 or 2 grid lines, now my grid lines can be $100 or $200 a grid line or more. And I don't have a bunch of those, which would be what would be called over leveraging. I'd have too much money in. But what makes it unique is if I'm in a trade and I get in this grid line and it goes up and makes profit, now this grid line is available for me again to use anywhere on this chart when it meets the criteria. So the market is dropping. It's not a grid line range like most grid lines have a specific range between them. Like this would be a range, and that's fixed. In this system, this grid line will follow the market down when the right buy pressure, volume comes in. I'm a volume trader. I look at buy pressure coming in. When that trades, when that volume comes in, it will buy down here, okay? Now I say I did 2 grid lines. Now I have another grid line available. It drops and it finds it, if it's a certain range, I set a range that it has to drop. And if it drops and falls in this range, the next one's going to execute here, okay? Now, this one may not have gotten out in profit. My system automatically has the ability to see volume come in at a deep enough range where cost averaging would make sense, and it will add to this trade automatically, pulling it down near or close to the market. So now when we get this bounce, both of these now close out in profit, and the cost average closes out in profit, and it starts all over again. The system dynamically moves with the market. I don't know of any other system on the planet that's available to the public that does that, Anna. So did I answer that question okay?
You more than answered it okay. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. And I will let you know if that particular person has any follow-up questions.
Excellent.
Okay. Well, let's dive into the future here. And I really want to, because this is what I'm excited about. Okay. I lost you guys. So let me get this set up here. Had it all set up and then I hit the wrong button again. So
At least you didn't leave the meeting. So
yes, that's a positive thing. Okay. And am I still sharing my screen?
You are not.
Okay. All right. So let's start from the beginning here. And let's minus this down. And all right, here we go. So Zoom, I will share my screen. And you guys should be seeing my screen.
Yes, we see it now.
Okay. So I'm super excited to talk about this because this is Otherverse. We've been working with Brian for a while. We're really working on developing quantum real estate in Otherverse. One of the projects that we're currently working on is a convention center. I'm not here to talk about that either, But what I am here to talk about is what quantum real estate or the Otherverse really gives trading that it never has had. And guys, I'll go through these slides slow. So if you have a question on any of the slides, let's talk about it, because I really want to meet you where you are and make sure that everybody understands. Now, if you're already involved in Brian's worlds, right, you already see the benefit of metaverses, Otherverse specifically. And then I have a hard time. I want to rename all metaverses Otherverses because, you know, it's Brian's deal. But anyway, every time I say metaverse, I want to say Otherverse. But yeah, it's,
We
it's
love
me.
that. We love that. And by the way, this first slide you put up, I'm hearing, wow, this sounds awesome, fantastic. That's the kind of feedback. I love Otherverse. That's the kind of feedback we're getting right now from the crowd.
Yeah. Well, yeah, go ahead, Deb.
No, I just said awesome. I love it.
Yeah, so what you guys are seeing here is a convention center that we're building. We actually have NFTs on them right now, and we'll be hosting, like what you guys are going through, virtual conventions. But what I'm looking at within that convention center is this, Insights Trading Center, right? I'm looking at a center that is dedicated to trading. And this is what we're going to be going through, because this is how we go from the world that you just saw, where we're reading charts and trading charts, to becoming an immersive interaction between people. And there's a huge value that you're going to see when we get into this world that the current world that I'm showing you doesn't have. Even though the current world that I've showed you is extremely profitable, that world, the world that I just showed you, is going to become even more profitable when we actually get into this world and start developing what we can do here. Okay, so let's dive in. And you know, we've already established we know what we're doing when it comes to trading. And here's the first idea, guys. When we look at this, I look at a world where it's the first of its kind. It's the ability to have truly virtual trading, where people can come into an environment, have an instructor on stage, right? Have the ability to walk around. And I've done lots of training. I traded Forex, as you know, and I train people all over the world how to trade Forex. And one of the things that I really liked when I was teaching, we would have conventions where I would have people set up just like this, and I would teach something, and then I would go around to their desk, right, and see if they got it right, see if they were doing it right. And a lot of you have that kind of question out there where you can't get that hands-on help, right, when it comes to trading or learning. And so we create a learning center, a learning environment where it's collaborative. It's a one-stop shop type of decentralized education. And it allows us to, again, meet together in a way that Zoom is cool. I've been doing Zoom since it started, right? But it's not the same. And if you're in Brian's world already, you guys know that's true. Deb, the first time we went into Otherverse IO and we got on the dance floor.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was awesome. It was, you know, we have been working together, I said in the beginning, for what, 8 or 9 years, but we've only been together at a few conventions where we actually got to speak, you know, face to face. And we're on Zoom all the time, but when we got on the dance floor and we're able to dance together, it really felt like we were right there together. It's sharing energy, right? It's different. It's fun.
And that, I got to be honest, guys, that actually surprised me.
Yeah.
That interaction, and we were on our screens. We weren't even in VR, you know. I can't wait. And I see this kind of stuff in VR, right? Where we can really go in and we can have trading view charts actually on your screens ultimately. And we're actually doing this, or we're having a trade morning together, and we have one of the seasoned traders come on, and even though they can't give trade advice, they can show you what they're doing in their trades, And you could mirror that. You could learn from that. You could actually be part of that immersive experience in a way that you can't do it. And if you had a question, you could actually raise your hand. The instructor could come down off the stage, come over to your computer, talk to you, see what you're doing, and help you understand in a way that we can't do that unless we're actually doing a convention and you're actually there, right? And then everybody has to fly in, all the cost of doing that. This changes all of that.
Yeah.
Now we go beyond that, guys. There's a step beyond that. And this is the next step to that. And Anna, anytime there's a question, feel free to interrupt me. I don't get lost.
There are lots of questions coming in, but you know what? Keep talking. I'm just going to let you know, though, that the feedback right now from the audience is they just are blown away. They think this is amazing. One person in Classic said, I can already see my logo on a billboard there. Other people are saying, wow, nice. This looks so amazing. And they're all agreeing with you with everything that you're saying right now.
Well, our next NFTs are going to be billboard NFTs, guys. Just to say, that is our next NFTs. Our NFTs right now are square footage in the convention center. So those are going on right now. Now, this is probably, Deb, probably one of, I think, the most critical, I can't say most critical because all of these slides are going to be most critical to me, but this one here, I think, is huge, right?
Yes.
Early access is key to this. And Deb was talking about it, and you guys are asking about crypto. And UTHIX token is a prime example of this, right? We just did pre-launch on UTHIX token. We're getting ready to launch UTHIX token. We've been helping Brian with all of that and building a lot of that technology for him. But when you're in this space, to be able to have Brian come on stage, okay, and let's just say this is Brian on stage here. I'll get my highlighter here. This is Brian. Doesn't look like Brian. It's not a very, AI does what AI can, right? This is Brian on stage, and he's talking to you about UTHIX token, right? He's talking to everybody about UTHIX token and what he sees it doing. And he's talking to you before the rest of the world knows about it.
Yeah.
Okay. When was the best time, Deb, to get involved in Bitcoin?
Before everybody was talking about it. The beginning of the beginning, yes.
Yeah. If I could have bought Bitcoin when it was under a dime, and spent a few $100 and bought a bunch of it just because I had a few $100 to do that, I'd be mega rich today, right? Yeah. UTHIX is similar to that. I can't guarantee how much it's going to go up, but I can tell you the utility behind it is extremely strong. And I can't give financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But Brian, as the inventor of Otherverse, could come on stage and educate you guys on what Otherverse is. And I'm not talking specifically about you guys. These are other people in the crypto world that don't know about Brian yet. Don't know about Otherverse and how powerful it's going to be, right? And they're getting educated on the UTHIX token. Well, guess what? You got to buy the UTHIX token. These guys are all getting educated on it. Guess what happens? They go out and buy it. Drives the price of UTHIX token up. You own the UTHIX token. Now you want to know how to make money in crypto? Right here it is, right? It's the people that know information before other people know information that is legitimate information. And Deb, you talked about this where there's a lot of hype out there. You want to talk on that just for a second in relationship to this?
Yeah. Oh, there's so much hype out there. People come out and hype coins all the time. And a lot of times those coins aren't real. It's not real. They're planning to scam you. They're planning for you to get excited, jump into the project, grab your bags of tokens. And as soon as it reaches some price, the people behind it sell and run off, and you never hear from them again. And you're left holding the bags, right? The bags of crypto that aren't worth anything. When you're in a place like this, and this slide reminds me of Steve Jobs standing up there at one of his Apple conventions, right? Where he's telling everybody about the future, what's coming. And it's funny because you likened Brian actually to a Steve Jobs, way back when you first met him. But yeah, that can happen. But when we're looking at something like this, where the people behind the us, right? Brian, other people who are involved in Otherverse, and you can come and feel very comfortable about projects being brought to you that have been vetted, that are partnering with Otherverse or partnering with Brian or partnering with us. And you're going to be talking about them in here. You're going to be introducing people to them in here, in this setting, face to face. Yeah.
Correct. And I think that's a huge point, Deb, because when we were involved in Otherverse, right, and Deb touched on this, is that there's a lot of people already coming to Brian. There's a lot of people coming to this world that a lot of you guys have enjoyed for a long time that want to have tokens, want to be part of creating sovereigns and be part of creating worlds that will have utility, right? We will be the first potentially to know some of those things and have them come and present to us and all of our community that's going to be in this trading world. This changes. One of the hardest things to do is to find out valuable or viable early launch tokens that you can trust. Now, if a owner is going to stand on a stage and talk to you, or his team is going to be up here to answer questions, they're not going to be the kind of team that Deb just talked about that sucks you in and takes your money, right? Because they're vetted, they're building worlds inside Otherverse. We know who they are, and they've come to us and said, hey, at like today at 12 o'clock, Anna, I'm on stage. We would have a list of potential coins, NFTs, things that want to talk that will be on stage, and people can come and just listen to the people that are presenting their tokens, their NFTs, their opportunities. Unbelievable change in the way that everything's going. Now, once they launch their tokens, then we take them and put them in insights and we trade them. Okay, that's the value proposition of insights, right? Is that either you can hold them and let them go up, or you can hold part and let it go up and put part in insights and let them trade them for you and try to accumulate more of those coins as the market changes. That's not all.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Doug. I actually had a question that came in, and I think this is a quite an important question because it differentiates the difference between the stock market and crypto trading. And someone asked, does the markets for crypto trading, does it close and open daily like a stock market?
No.
Great question, though.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, and Anna, back when I started Forex, it's like that. It's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's the New York Open, the London Open, the Eastern Open, Japan opens. And you when you first start, you go, this is great. I can trade 24 hours a day. No, it's not great because you can't stay up 24 hours a day. Right. And unless you develop a system like I do, I only look at this thing when I go on Tuesday, I go on Thursday, and I go on Saturday. Other than that, I never look at my system. Never. And so that's great because my system trades 24 hours a day. But I used to trade 24 hours a day in the Forex, and I would have anywhere from $1 million to $10 million in a trade at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I've been trading all day, and the market is kind of fluctuating back and forth. I guarantee you I'm not going to bed, right? So that used to be what we thought was a blessing, ended up being a curse until we learned how to automate everything, okay? And then that changed the world.
Yeah, and crypto does trade 24/7. Like crypto never stops. It never sleeps.
Yeah. And so if you're in bed sleeping and a fundamental announcement comes out, that's a news announcement, comes out that, something bad has happened, right? And the market's crashing. Well, you're sleeping while it's crashing unless you have a system that's managing it and trading it for you. Okay. All right. So early access, huge deal. Okay. This is another thing that I'm going to kind of dig into a couple of different ways. Okay. I think the social and collaborative model, we try to do this in Twitter, we try to do it in Instagram, we try to do it in other social medias. Most of the scams are done in Twitter and Telegram, excuse me, thank you.
Yeah.
Telegram. Most of them are done in Telegram. But like in our world, if we're vetting people that are coming into our world, right? When you're sitting at a table and we're collaborating together, right? The shared knowledge, your growth, the growth of traders will become exponential, I think, because it will be real information, real data, and real sharing. And there's another value to that, and I'm going to get into that in the next slide. But the ability to have a social environment that, you know, somebody sits, you're sitting at a table with somebody and they said, hey, did you catch the presentation yesterday on XYZ token or UTHIX token that Brian did or whatever? And you go, no, I missed that. What was it about? And they tell you what it was about. And by the way, it's again, there's a presentation tomorrow at 2:00. You should sit in on that. And now you're getting information, all right? You're getting information from real sources, not fake sources. And it's in a way that you're looking, and to me, back to the dance floor example, you're almost touching, right? You're almost, that energetic bond or is there in a way that it's not there in current social media. And to me, it's very powerful. And I think this world will create that kind of environment, again, that doesn't exist in my world right now in the way that I trade. It exists in the world that I trade right now based on those candles going up and down. That tells me what the rest of the world is wanting to do. I can read the social sentiment. I can read what the world is saying because I've learned how to read those very well. It's like reading the Matrix, right? I can see that and understand that. But here, this is going to be much different, and it's going to allow that personal back and forth social sharing. And maybe you end up, you know, forming a club together. Maybe it can't be like an investment club where you're sharing pools of money, but maybe you have a form of investment club, and we looked at designing those and building those where people can share ideas, but they control their own money. Right? You stay in control of your own assets. You don't ever give your money to somebody else or in a pool. Biggest way to lose money is to give it to somebody else, right? So we never encourage anybody doing that ever. So this is a big deal.
You know, being in Otherverse and having these meetups is really, how many times have we been cloned on Telegram? How many times has somebody else pretended to be me on Facebook, messaging somebody, right, on all of these platforms? Here you have, it's us, right? It's our avatar. We're sitting together. We're hanging out. It's that alone, just being in, it's so different. You know, we talk about going to conventions, getting on a plane, making sure the kids and the dog and everybody is set so that we can go and meet up and do this stuff in person. Well, how great is it going to be that I can sit here and be a part of this, and still my kids are, you know, coming home when it's time to come home from school and they're taking care of the dog, and I'm here and I don't miss anything. This is so, it's the future. It's the future.
It is 100%.
It's so exciting. I can't wait. I can't wait until we can come in. You know, I look at these coins and I'm thinking, is this a coin that I want to trade? And I go do my research, and I'm sitting here by myself and I'm doing all of my research, and I decide, yes, I'm going to trade this coin. I would love to be in a room and have a group of us looking at a coin and saying, hey, you want to try it? We should try this. This would be fun, right? And get the feedback of other people at the same time you're picking those coins.
Yeah. And you can ask them, how successful have you been in your last 5 picks?
Oh yeah, right, exactly.
So, you know, you got a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
And this social setting goes to a whole new level. And I'm going to share something with you guys that I developed. I developed a system called J-Bean, and you see the jelly beans falling out of the air. there's a thing called wisdom of crowds. And I developed with AI, and I taught AI how to trade, and I taught AI how to do market analysis in a way that I can pick the highs and lows of tomorrow's markets within 0.25%, not 2% or 5% or 10%. We're usually within 0.25%. Part of that allows me to do that is a mathematical thing called wisdom of crowds. And it takes all of the people that are involved in this guessing and working at figuring out what the highs and lows are going to be. And then the AI takes that data and crunches it and gives us analysis on the market. Well, when we take wisdom of crowds and we use a smarter decision-making capability of that, we're going to have the ability to be able to pick within a high probability of the direction of the market tomorrow, the high of the market tomorrow, the low of the market tomorrow, and know where, if we need to stay in, know if we need to get out. The system will know that. And if you're trading as an advanced trader, you'll have more information than you've ever had to be able to make those decisions because of this model that I've built. And when we go to this level, we've designed JBean, and won't go deeply into it, but based on gamifying JBean, we looked at and I running it all through legal and doing all those things to make sure it's not gambling, and it's not, because it's a skill set, not a guess set, but it's a true skill set to be able to do this. But the ability to pick that high and low, people that get the closest to the high and low and the direction of the tomorrow will win crypto. All right. They'll actually have the ability to gamify that. And that'll be in this social environment. And the reason they'll win crypto is because they're contributing to the wisdom of crowds. They're contributing to the knowledge. Now, this can be done in this environment in a very fun way, right? Where if I do it in the current world, yeah, we can do it. It's kind of static. But here, I can see a completely dynamic, immersive system that allows us to actually collect and share information, share data, and then have that data work in the AI that we're developing in a way that gives us an edge over the market. And maybe new tokens that are coming out, we can actually take the social sentiments from those new tokens, and with wisdom of crowds, combining those two things together in a way that's never been done to get an edge over the market. Super, super exciting where we're going. We have the whole world ahead of us, guys, in a different way than we've ever had before. So, guys, this is the future. I think this is where we're going. I love where we've been for the last 20 years, but I get chills. When I think about the convention center, when I think about trading centers, when I think about interaction and shared knowledge, and then using AI correctly, using wisdoms of crowds correctly, using teaching people the right way, making sure people aren't getting scammed and ripped off and all those things. I love Brian, and I'll share one story about Brian and where Brian and I met.
We've got 2 minutes, Doug. 2 minutes before I've got to cut you off, unfortunately.
Okay, it's a very short one. Brian and I were speaking in Scottsdale together at a convention. I was on stage. I spoke before he did. He got up on stage. We're in the front row. My wife and I are in the front row. My wife leaned over, whispered in my ears. She said, "Are we listening to a Steve Jobs?" And I said, "I think we're listening to a Steve Jobs on steroids." I think Brian is amazing. Thank you, Brian, for everything you've given us in Otherverse. So, Anna, back to you.
Thank you. So actually, I have one quick question I want to sneak in here with the 1 minute I have left. How to get square footage NFT? Is it first come, first serve for prime real estate? Let's get that one in real quick.
Yeah, so metaforgegroup.com. The NFTs are for sale. when you go on, there's a discount for them right now. You'll see that. I do a presentation on them. Just go there. There's 3 different NFTs. And I developed a thing called meta superposition. You can watch a thing on that. But the one that gives you 5 locations is the biggest one you can get. And it's a super deal. And we're hiring a professional company to bring conventions in. So you'll be able to lease out your square footage to conventions coming in. And so like Las Vegas is running a convention, they want to reproduce it in the virtual world. They'll come to us, we'll reproduce that. And the only way for them to get square footage is to lease your NFT that is negotiated by that company, not by you. So it's a wonderful opportunity to get involved. So metaforgegroup.com.
Is it .com or .io? Okay.
.com? Are we sure?
I think if it's not .com, do .io, but it's .com.
I think you said IO first, so I just wanted to make sure.
That's metaforgegroup.com.
Excellent.
Metaforgegroup.com. Deb, Doug, thank you so much for taking the time out today to talk to us about Metaforge, about trading cryptocurrencies, about insights, about everything that you're doing, and especially about what is coming in Otherverse. We're super, super excited.
Awesome. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Really quickly, give you one more minute. Any last words, anything you want to say? How can people get a hold of you? If they want to ask any more questions?
You can go to, Deb, go ahead.
Well, we've got our Discord channel. So go to this. Well, if I had the link, I don't know how you give a Discord. I'm so sorry.
Do you guys have a booth though, right? In Classic. There's a booth in Classic?
Yes, there's Metaforge in Classic. Rhonda and Sharona and the team are doing that. You can tell them that you heard my talk. You want to get a hold of us. That's an easy way. You can go to insights, DeFiTrader.io.
Yes.
And you can get a hold of us there. You can come and listen to me talk on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays for free. I give $1 million worth of education for free. You're more than welcome to sit with us and learn all about trading.
Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. 1:30 p.m. right here. Is SocialFi the next big thing? Crypto Daily will be hosting Otherverse's Brian Schuster with a special broadcast of an X-Phase Mario No-Falls roundtable live right here. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a half an hour break here. But stay tuned. Come right back here on this live stream. And I'll be piping in the Twitter space right here, the X space right here, and you can chat away, continue to talk. And then following that at 3 p.m., we'll be back with using Web3 and NFTs for charity with Paula Pixie Dezzuti. So very excited for the rest of the day. Doug, Deb, once again, thank you very much. And we will see you all as VirtualCon 2024 continues.
of the bull flag is really phase one, because phase two is break a new all-time high. Like, is there a scenario where we break the bull flag and get rejected at all-time highs? Yeah, I mean, that could happen too. But breaking the bull flag that has, started back in March, we're knocking on the door of October here. Like, this is we got it. We got to get out of the bull flag, and until we do, it's just, we pumped in the summer. We pumped, back in May. We had that nice run in July. We had a nice run in August. But all the pumps that we've had since the all-time high, we just got excited and we got shut down. And we got excited and we got shut down. That's because of the structure that we're in. But luckily, it is called a bull flag, because eventually the idea is that it's going to break up and out and continue. So, like I said, I'm just glad that we structurally, after putting in a higher low, put in a higher high, because that we can finally have a conversation about structure. And that but until we break out, there are no promises. But October historically has been a really strong month, man. And what I really like about going into this month is the sentiment. Going into September, everyone was kind of shy, everyone was nervous, crypto Twitter was kind of dead for a couple days. Right now, everyone's excited, and I think that really does tell a story. And when everyone gets on the same page, I think that's when the magic really happens. But we still have some catalyst. We finally had an interest slash. That was the first interest slash since March of 2020. Really good to see, not just America, but the world, China, Japan, other countries as well, entering a phase of quantitative easing. Money printer go burr. That's what we want to see. We do have the election coming up. That could obviously play a role in all risk assets, not just crypto, but crypto included, obviously. There's a lot of macro conversations that do directly play a role, you know what I'm saying? But, all I can do as a day trader is react to the market. And to do that, you just have to know what levels are significant and how to react to the price finally getting to those levels. So
Well,
it's a patient game.
AJ, and first of all, thanks for having me. Thanks, David, and for everybody that's listening. As a day trader, man, you must be overjoyed that options on IBIT are going to start trading. That's going to make your leveraged plays for the upside a lot more lucrative. Um,
Did
you
you
know,
say on Bybit?
on IBIT on BlackRock.
Oh, okay, I misheard you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. With options trading, I mean, we're going to enter a new phase for Bitcoin. That's gonna lead to all of these squeezes that everybody's been predicting, because, of course, Bitcoin being a finite asset that can't be papered over. When those options come due, um, they need to come up with the coin. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And that's going to create the squeezes. That's going to create the $1 million Bitcoin. I think we could simplify this whole cycle. We could simplify this whole discussion. I hate to because there are so many technical reasons why Bitcoin is about to break out. But you just have to look historically. It's 18 months after the halving, and we hit new all-time highs. This cycle, of course, was accelerated with the adoption of the ETFs, and that pulled a lot of demand forward. But here is the pivot point that we've always seen in every halving. And I think, when Bitcoin, when people start getting excited, it's not really so much a chart as it is, I can't sleep. I've got to pull my phone out and see where it is now on the hourly or the 15-minute. Very optimistic about what we're about to encounter here with Bitcoin, with the whole crypto industry. So many reasons for this, but when you talk about rate cuts and liquidity, I mean, just look at what happened in China. They fired Bazooka a couple of days ago. We now see Bitcoin 66 plus, and that Bazooka was round one of what China is going to do. That is going to force all first world industrial countries also to cut and to in order to remain competitive. We've already seen rate cuts in the United States. This disproportionately impacts Bitcoin, of course, way beyond other risk assets, because Bitcoin becomes the refuge of last resort, the anti-fiat. And I think that this cycle is markedly different. The awareness that people have that fiat is just not a viable instrument for a store of value. We see that idiot Peter Schiff trying to cherry pick analytics about gold and comparing gold to Bitcoin. The guy's going to be wiped out. Everybody's going to be wiped out. I mean, gold is nothing compared to Bitcoin. Um, uh,
That's true, but to be fair, the gold chart doesn't look half bad.
Oh, it looks great. It looks
Yeah.
great right now. Right now. But when you're comparing Bitcoin all-time high to gold currently, and you say, well, gold has been outperforming Bitcoin, or Bitcoin priced in gold, from the low that we hit after the all-time high, right? I mean, it's very cherry picking statistics. I'd love to debate the guy because his use of statistics is just this incredible um, uh, deception. But yeah, people will reflexively go to gold until they realize that that's not where the true store of value is, and we're going to see the dam break. Anyway, those are my 2 cents on Bitcoin. Take it for what it's worth. I'm not an investment advisor. I'm just somebody that does quite well.
For sure,
What
man. I'm right with you on that. And I got a lot of really good nuggets out of what you said there. I mean, to first off, with the options, that piece, I mean, that's a missing piece of liquidity that Bitcoin doesn't have, right? That's just going to add more sugar to the pie, in my opinion. I mean, we the more accessibility, the better. And certainly that options entering the picture, that couldn't hurt, right? Secondly, like with gold, like I've been looking at a lot of charts lately, from gold to natural gas and chocolate even, and
Oh yeah,
Bitcoin, gold, the gold chart does look pretty good. I'd be surprised if it went under 2000 again, to be honest, but it
no,
does look
never.
strong. But I do completely hear what you're saying, that like the tides are certainly going to shift, and that Bitcoin over time, I'm with you. I think Bitcoin's a better call than gold over time.
Right.
And that's only going to become more clear as time continues to go on, as regulation becomes more favorable, as the macro kind of works itself out, as always.
Here's
So yeah, man, I
here's
agree
what I
with.
want.
Yeah.
Here's what I want you and everybody to think about. This is my little thought experiment. You saw what happened with GME, right? GameStop. Um, and with the call options that really dealt a blow with Gamma and with uh, uh, that price action, but GME was able to take new shares and build up their cash to over $4 billion by issuing new shares to the market to satisfy those call options. Imagine when the same squeeze happens in Bitcoin. There's no new Bitcoin to issue, right? I mean, this isn't a spike like GME going up 1,000%. This is a spike like Bitcoin going, well, we are contractually obligated to deliver on these call options. We owe 10,000 Bitcoin, and there's only 800 available for sale at any price on any exchange, right? I mean, that takes Bitcoin to $1 million a coin, bam, overnight. I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to see that God candle, boy.
Yeah, me and my friends were just joking literally the other day. Like, we literally like had a laugh because we were like, guys, like, we're going to see a $1 million Bitcoin in our lifetime.
Oh yeah,
Like, we're in our 30s and we're just like laughing with our feet up. Like, we're going to see this one day. And just, I'm not, maybe that's one of the paths that takes us there. The scenario you just broke down. I don't really know the full story on how it's going to get there. I just know it's going to get there. And it is something certainly fun to chuckle about. That's for sure.
that's for sure. We'll bookmark this space so that people can refer back to it and go, yeah, he made that call.
For
It's
sure.
going to be a GME type short squeeze where they can't issue shares because of a call option in the money.
what are some other areas that people should be paying attention to? Like, what do you guys think is really going to be that next shiny object in crypto? Like, after, like, we got meme coins, but what's the main thing going to be coming up?
Yeah, well,
Go ahead, Brian.
yeah. If you're asking me, I can tell you the real answer here. Um, and of course, it's the thing that was hot at the beginning of last cycle until people realized that you can't throw a metaverse together the same way you throw together a website. Um, we are hosting a convention right now in both of our metaverses, in our classic metaverse and in our brand new public beta version of XAEON, which went live today. Um, And I can tell you, Metaverse is the central spoke in all of crypto. And what I mean by that is everything that crypto deals with as digital assets, digital currencies, um, that comes to life in a digital world. Um, in this convention, of course, in our classic software, we have thousands and thousands of users that have not been exposed to Web3. We've been having Web3 panels for the last couple of days, and the interest level is huge. When we roll out, as we roll out today, you know, XAEON 0.3.5, 0.3.6, sorry, we upgraded a level. This is going to draw in millions and millions of users that have never been exposed to Web3 before. And they all get a crypto wallet, of course, because we've got our UTHEX token. They need the crypto wallet so that their NFTs can become functional NFTs inside the metaverse. And this is not metaverse like, this piece of garbage, Decentraland or Sandbox. I mean, those were slapped together metaverses that are, really just decimated the term even. But a true metaverse, a Ready Player One metaverse, which is what we've just rolled out. This is the thing which is going to pull all of Web3 together, where every project can have its own metaverse as part of this network. Every NFT project has, conferences or, shops and regions, interactions with their community. All of communities upgrade from, what was, let's say, um, uh, Clubhouse, and now we do X Spaces. All these communities are going to migrate to the convention style spaces that we are doing, multiples of every hour inside our metaverse right now. As this pulls people together and pulls people in from Web 2 into Web 3, as it brings these projects to life in a way where suddenly projects that people thought had no value, you can realize the value because they exist in a digital environment. That is going to be the main theme of this next cycle. And it's a main theme because we've gotten the software right and we've rolled it out. The only problem with the software, and I should point this out, I would like everybody to go and download it. It's free if you do it now. And it's going to be free until we move into the next version of beta. And it's free to play, but there's so much demand on it right now. We have this on a content distribution network, but it's taking about it's taking up to 3 hours to get it onto your computer. We just made the announcement a couple of hours ago that we were live. So I was trying to get this out before the conference started, so that we could, have the hundreds of thousands of people attending in the software. But it may take you a little bit, so please be patient.
The metaverse is the answer to that question, David. I would love to see it, to be honest. Like, I do agree with what you said. The Sandbox, the Decentraland, the Blocktopias of the world. I feel like there was a lot. I feel like the 21 Bull Run was like all the promise, and we're not in the Ready Player One environment yet. And I think when the metaverse happens, I think the way our brains think it can happen, I think the average user, whatever platform that is, the first to that type of experience, is going to be the winner, at least for like that 5 or 10 years. I mean, like, think about the first time we like with ChatGPT, like AI was like a concept in our brains, right? But then we actually got to use it, and we were all pretty damn impressed. And then since then, we have like Midjourney and other things like that. And I kind of feel like that will kind of be whatever metaverse is the one that ultimately, at least takes the torch for the first bit of the first like full real integration of it. People are going to have to be impressed. And I was literally just thinking about this. We were watching a Black Mirror episode, like a couple weeks ago, and there's one earlier in the timeline. It's all in the same universe, and they have like the goggles, and the next timeline they have like the ship behind their ear, and then there's the ship in their brain, and it's just like, at what point is this like going to start playing out to the point it is a Ready Player One experience? And I do think that, is that going to be the main narrative this cycle? I think to a degree, yes, but I think until we're, literally inside the video game, I think it's going to take some time for it to
AJ,
be the number one
you've got to download my software.
I'll check it out.
It's
I
there
want to go in the
today.
Matrix. Load me to the cloud right now. Load
Yeah.
me up. But
Yeah. Now I should say, we Ready Player One got a few things wrong, right? People running around in headsets. That's really over the top. For most of the things that people will interact with for a metaverse, you're just going to do it on other screens. You're going to do it on your mobile. You're going to do it on your computer screen, just like playing a video game. You don't really need to have that full blown immersion if you're watching a movie. Let's say you do want to have that full blown immersion if you're at a high end event with pyrotechnics, and if you're at a gentleman's club, for example, maybe you're going to want that high fidelity. But if you're just manning your store, if you're doing shopping for some clothes for your avatar, you could do that on other screens, right? So we are multi-screen. We're screen agnostic, basically. It'll run on. Right now it runs on computers. It runs on VR headsets. We haven't quite done the mobile user interface yet, but this is not the one that we released today. We have been working on for years. This is the metaverse that you're talking about. You're fantasizing about. We got it. It's out. People have to see it to believe it. Honestly, that's all I can say about it.
what do you think, David?
Yeah, I mean, look, it sounds interesting, and I know that Brian's got a ton of experience. If anybody could do it, like technically wise, I think it's there. I think the hard part is going to be getting everybody onto it. And same with the metaverse. Even with Ready Player One, like I don't think the world is in a position where we would just get half of the world into the metaverse. And that's kind of what I want to ask Brian. Like, what's the plan? Like, how do we get everybody in there? It sounds like an incredible experience, but how do we get everyone to notice that?
Yeah. So, that's where the baton has now been passed to me and to my marketing team from the development team. And what you're going to see is, there's a huge amount, like just the conference that we're doing right now. There's, like I say, we can't keep up with the downloads, right? There's thousands and thousands of people that are at the conference. And of course, because we have so many high-end influencers, key opinion leaders that are speaking, that are on panels, they'll invite their audiences to come in. There's all kinds of new programming. So this is the ability for people who maybe wanted to be an influencer and didn't quite have the ability to do that in Web 2 or on X. There's whole new pathways, like you can just reserve a movie theater, reserve a podcast room, and have interactive activities with your followers. And of course, it's all paid, right? So through an affiliate program, anybody that you refer in, that account can be tracked to you. Payments made from that account, people participate, the referrer participates in that revenue stream. So it provides a monetary incentive. It provides an incentive in terms of just bringing in friends so that you can co-experience events. But when it really comes down to it, when the product is fun and engaging, and there's always stuff happening, it's 24/7. There's always thousands of people online. It's easy to meet people. It is social fi, as the title of this spaces indicates. With this type of social fi, I'm expecting the same kind of marketing that happened with the original social media in Web 2. MySpace, going from no users to every single person on the planet basically talking about it in the course of 30 days. Because it's a cure for boredom. It's a cure for, it brings safety. It brings the cost structure down to be able to attend, comedy shows, music shows, concerts, shopping, conventions and conferences, travel, tourism. With all of the business partnerships that we've developed and we are developing, with all the projects coming in and having their meetings in Metaverse, all of these companies that are bringing in customer support, offices, so you don't have to wait on the phone, or you don't have to try to deal with these automated customer support. You sort of walk into the office, and there's customer support people that you can just walk up to and screen share with. It's hard for me to communicate just what Metaverse is capable of doing and how disruptive it is to the existing paradigms that for either in real world or online. But the marketing is largely going to take care of itself in those kind of ways. But of course, the other thing is, I've had more than 50 million users of our classic system. They are all getting invited back. So that's immediately going to create millions of users in the new system as soon as we have the bandwidth on our CDN to be able to give them all the software. And then I'm going to go through in my keynote speech, which I'm giving at 3 o'clock at the conference. Oh man, I'm going to give so much alpha. I'm going to be discussing the token and the tokenomics, because of course our token goes live tomorrow at 10 a.m., our token generation event. But also go through like what we have planned for October for marketing, November for marketing, and then December. And December, when we've fully opened to the let's say nightlife, right? The neon lights, the dancers, the erotic, the rave parties, all of which can be done safely from home, but really give you that sense of being in an adults only kind of environment. I mean, that's what made the internet blow up, and there's no doubt that with the totally photorealistic avatars in every anatomical capacity, that can basically do anything that you can do in real life. I think that's where the game is over. Hundreds of millions of users, and then it just blows up from there. So it's a pretty extensive marketing plan. And of course, airdrops of the token, right? We've got several $1 billion worth of tokens lined up for airdrops. And as the system grows, those airdrops will happen to active users of the system just in an ongoing basis with a halving, which I borrowed from Bitcoin. But as the system reaches certain metrics, like the first 25 million users, we're going to distribute 50% of what we call the new user strategic reserve. And that's an airdrop system of our UTHEX token. And the UTHEX token, of course, is on the Solana blockchain. It's available for sale for the first time on decentralized exchanges starting tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Oh man, I definitely want to talk more with you about the token, get some info there. But man, what you were just saying before with the metaverse and just it being playing a major part of everyone's life. How far away do you think we are from this AI technology taking it to the next level with like holograms and robots and Utherverse and all of this stuff going on?
I love this question because if you can wrap your mind around the idea that Metaverse is sort of the capstone to the internet itself, to the web itself, that we've gone from, decentralized sort of apps to through a central system, which is a web browser, browsing flat web pages, and then interactive flat web pages, and then social media. And ultimately, the end game is to be able to have a fully immersive capability of the internet. Um, at that point, you recognize that the metaverse is also the cornerstone for AI. So I have a whole division, and we're working on AI companions, which could be like your concierge, an AI pet, an AI assistant that, for example, you go to this convention, which we're literally hosting with the trade show floor as we speak. You have a conversation with somebody at a booth. You want more materials. After the convention, you've forgotten the name of the booth. You ask your AI companion to sort through everything that they've noted down for you for the entire thing, and they can give you all this information. You go out to an after party, and you're a little bit shy, you want to be social. Your AI companion, like Cyrano de Bergerac, can be whispering things in your ear, like, hey, I pulled up this person's social media. They like to discuss this and this. Why don't you ask about that? Right? Um, I, I can go on for days about how AI, really the killer app for AI is Metaverse. And you can't have well, you could, in a very awkward way, have an AI companion, assisting you in the real world. But it's so much more seamless when it can be an invisible companion that's just giving you advice or telling you, things, or recording things for you, or really assisting you um, in your experience in the digital world, in this virtual immersive environment. Um, so and of course, I'll plug my book that I wrote about 20 years ago, The Minerva Virus. The Minerva Virus being my novel about artificial intelligence, which unfortunately is coming true. um,
Why, unfortunately?
oh, uh, it is a novel about a computer virus which is programmed to evolve on the internet, and it evolves into sentience, and it takes over the internet, and some dastardly things end up unfolding. But it's kind of
That sounds cool. That reminds me of a TV show I used to watch, Person of Interest.
That
yes,
reminds me of the Elon Musk Joe Rogan conversation when he said that if a virus was uploaded to Neuralink, that would be like the worst case scenario. That's funny.
right. And I go into some of those. I mean, I really wrote it as a warning, but people kept hitting me up to make it into a movie, uh, which I would be fine with. But God, it's challenging to build a metaverse and do a movie at the same time. But yeah, grab it at Amazon, The Minerva Virus. Not that I'm plugging that book. What I'm plugging right now is download our metaverse, uh, uh, our new beta, our public beta.
Well,
And
one thing you mentioned earlier was you made a few comparisons to Ready Player One. Like my favorite part of that movie is like the bodysuits, because we've got the VR. Like I think the visuals and everything, we're getting pretty close, but you can't feel it. Is that
right.
something that you've considered? Like, is that part of the long-term roadmap for Utherverse?
Oh, my friend, you ask me the greatest questions. I love doing these spaces. So we have multiple patents on a new type of technology. I need to get it backed with a proper VC, because this is really a different kind of venture. I mean, at some point I will fund it myself. But the suits that you're talking about are called haptics suits. We developed a technology called adaptics. And this adaptics technology, which we've got a bunch of patents on, is a technology that you don't wear. It is, I mean, the best way that I could describe it is it's the holodeck. So you're able to feel, you're able to engage with the real environment, or well, with an artificial environment around you that feels entirely like the real environment. And it does this with an ingenious um, kind of three-dimensional pixel system and a morphing lattice uh, uh, of actuators. But it's designed so that you can do everything from, give somebody a handshake, toss a ball, or, try on a pair of jeans and actually know what the jeans feel like, with these adaptive three-dimensional texture pixels. So yes, I guess the short answer is we've thought about it. We've developed the technology. We've got it all ready to go. It just needs to be built. And I love the idea of something like, a military person deployed and their spouse being able to lie in bed next to each other and watch a movie together and cuddle. And you could do that with an adaptics, an adaptics bed, for example. Um, uh, so yes, because the only thing that we haven't been able to crack is being able to taste things.
Man,
Wait, so
it's
you cracked smelling too, or
Well,
just
no,
taste and smell can
taste
very
and
close?
smell. I'll lump those together. I mean, smell is a little
Okay.
bit easier because I've seen technology. We decided not to go there because there are sort of these aerosolized technologies that have tried to do smell. So you could sort of do a little bit of smell stuff right now, but taste, that one I can't crack. So if somebody's got an
Man,
idea for how you could eat and taste things in a virtual environment, I think then we've really got the matrix going.
God, it sounds like you've got some very talented developers over there. You need to tell them we're missing something over here in crypto. We're missing a token that only goes up and doesn't go down. If any team could do it, like I think you guys have a pretty good shot at it. I mean,
Yeah,
holy
well,
shit, Ready Player One, but better.
well, I'll tell you, I really would encourage people to tune in to my keynote today at 3, because I am going to go through how it is that we're going to manage our token with the tokenomics, because I've designed a system where it should only go up. I mean, it's never only going to go up because there will be short-term fluctuations, but where it should always be, I mean, Bitcoin ultimately, once it's adopted, should only go up.
Man.
And we've developed a token which, because it's a token, not a coin, I could do things that couldn't be done with Bitcoin. Um, and it is designed to go up, um, uh, for reasons that, geez, I just probably don't have
Hey,
time to get
I
into
don't
here,
need
but
to I don't need to know how it works. I just need to know that it works. And
right.
but judging by what you said, hey, like I want to get in on it. Tell me more about the token. You have the TGE tomorrow. Is there any way for people to still get into it, or do we have to wait for the launch and then you use one of the exchanges or the dexes?
Right. So it's going live on with liquidity on Jupiter Dex. It's on the Solana blockchain, so you would need to have a Solana wallet to be able to receive it. Um, and it will be available on other decentralized exchanges. It's just we're not doing market making liquidity on other exchanges. We're doing it through Radium, but um, I believe, I'm hoping that some of the people that were in on the earlier pre-sales are going to be willing to sell some tokens at a decent price. Um, we're going out. It's a little bit insane, but we're going out with a fully diluted market value of 1.5 million or so. So I'm a little bit skeptical that people are going to be willing to sell it at that value, but I'm sure that some people will want to exit. So you may be able to get in, at a reasonable price. Um, but the token is used for everything in the metaverse, and this is really where, from a high level overview, we have managed an economy in our classic system that uses an internal ledger system. So it's not a cryptocurrency; it's just internal ledger. But we started this about 16 years ago, and it's done tens of billions of dollars in this economy that I've been able to manage. We learned a huge amount about how to run a metaverse economy and to do it profitably, where you're constantly taking tokens out of the economy, not in a way where they're burned, because we don't want to burn them, not at this early stage for sure. Ultimately, I believe that there will be 100 billion users of this metaverse. Um, and it may be hard to grasp 100 billion users when there's only like 8 billion people on Earth. But when you start thinking, okay, well, people typically have multiple accounts. You have an account for your business. You may have an account for your partnership, for your trust fund, right? With 100 billion accounts and only 3 billion tokens total, we can't that will ever be minted. We really can't burn tokens and still have system growth. But what we can do is what I call sink tokens out of the economy. And these token sinks come from things where users are paying for system rewards. So I'll give you just one example. It's free to play, it's free to download, it's free to use the metaverse, but there are extended system benefits to being VIP. I mean, I talked about, the nightlife. You're not going to be able to go into any of these regions unless you're VIP. You're not going to be able to go into a strip club or, a rave party without being VIP. And that generally is going to cost you about $20 in fiat every month. But if you're paying in UTHEX, our token, you're going to get between a 25 and 50% discount. So what's going to happen is people won't pay in fiat. They're going to go to the exchange to buy the token. And that's going to cause demand for the token. And those tokens are going to go into the treasury account where they're basically going to be sequestered as profit. And the company will book it as profit. So that creates a constant demand for the token where as long as the price of the token gives you a discount over the $20 monthly charge, rational buyers are always going to buy token. And we can maintain that by reducing the number of tokens that is required to get your VIP. And this is one way of exerting consistent, permanent upward pressure on the price of the token, the value of the token. And that's just one of hundreds of sinks in the economy, which sequester tokens back out into the treasury.
Is there like some sort of additional economy for like players, people who are using that? Is there a way to
Yes.
set up businesses? How do people make money in there?
Oh yeah. So I mean, there are already hundreds of cottage industries in our metaverse. So everything from being a clothing designer to being a wedding planner. I mean, we have weddings all the time because it's so social. Being a DJ, what we call deco. So these are people that will design your personal virtual residence or your business residence, and they do this with putting the props in place, coloring or texturing the walls, texturing the props, and those textures create work for texture artists. Everybody in the chain ends up getting paid or paying with UTHEX. So a popular DJ can make spectacular money. A dancer at a club, he
Right.
or
So
she's going to be get a tip.
it's kind of like a Second Life and how everything is made with mesh and then they've got their lindens and this is just a way juiced up version that the entire world can really use.
Yes, I mean that's from a 10,000 foot, sure, that's a very reasonable way to look at it. Of course, having real world businesses there as well, where we like Playboy coming in, we're opening this Playboy club, and that's a whole different kind of thing. With the token and with uh, opportunities for people, let's say opportunities for people who want to be a model, opportunities for people that, I don't know, have an OnlyFans, for example. Um, all of these businesses will ultimately be captured within Metaverse. Um, you know, Marvel, Disney, those worlds coming in and creating games. So if you think about Ready Player One, you think about there were worlds there where there were racing games and first-person shooter games. Those are easy to develop in Metaverse. But the beautiful thing about like these interconnected games is you don't need to develop the entire game yourself. You could have you can have a game like a World of Warcraft where you outsource, like, here's a quest, go to this person's world, and then you're basically trading traffic with this other game, and you're agreeing that possessions can go across what we call the like these boundaries, these access control layers. And so traffic trades, the ability to buy and sell advertising or to rent space, it's such a massive economy. Um, I don't know. I keep getting sidetracked, going down further and further in one direction, but I think you get the idea. Because it's built as a browser, we are also selling domain names. So in order to get Metaverse on the system, which we call a sovereign, you will register a domain name with us. We're authoritative for this VWW protocol that we developed. So these also require UTHEX, and then you have these sort of world masters as another career opportunity where the person is managing the whole metaverse and renting out spaces and buying and selling traffic and buying and selling advertising and search engine placement and all of these pieces. So it's really a recapitulation of the internet meets kind of the best of video games meets the best of virtual reality, and that's what we're releasing.
Man.
And man, when they say do your own research, What I think they're talking about is download the software and try this metaverse, try this metaverse for yourself, because it's impossible for me to describe it.
For
Uh,
sure. I mean, a
uh,
lot of things is kind of like you can explain it until you're blue in the face, but just give it a whack and you'll understand as you go on. Yeah, certainly a lot to break down there. I mean, we could certainly have this conversation for hours, in my opinion, but I kind of so we know, there's a lot happening, this month. TGEs tomorrow. You're giving speeches, keynotes today, stuff like that. But I do want to know, we only have so much time until the ball drops on New Year's Eve, and then like we're in 2025, which is projected to be quote the year based off Bitcoin halving cycle. I really kind of want to know the like your direct focus or AKA your roadmap for the rest of this year and early next year. Like what's the real plan for like the marketing push? Just kind of
okay,
ideas like that.
sure. Well, let me. I will give you a few examples because the real roadmap is very lengthy. We have another patch coming out in October. And this is going to add in gamification features and our events system. So there's going to be a huge amount of fun to be had with October, with Halloween, with being able to play to earn basically, and be rewarded with skins and be rewarded with points towards airdrops. But this, as a marketing tool, not only does this add all these game features in and these events being added in, but it allows all of these Web3 projects to be able to come to us and, for example, put together quests for people to go and collect items for their project, to learn about their project, and then be rewarded from their project. So I expect that we're going to see outfits like D Games come in and bring in hundreds of thousands of users with the various quests that we're going to be opening up in October. In November, we're in the November timeline, we're looking at activating the in-world UTHEX system, which we call WUTHEX, which stands for World UTHEX, not Wrapped UTHEX. This will allow user-to-user transactions in world that don't hit the blockchain. And there are a lot of reasons for wanting to have two systems, one which is blockchain, which we have no control over, and the other which is an internal system for user-to-user transactions where these tokens could, for example, be escrowed, they could be reversed in the event of non-performance within the metaverse. But once that system is activated, there'll be system to user transactions, so real play to earn directly, user to system transactions, so you'll be able to buy VIP, for example, or be able to purchase clothing and other items. The activation of the full economy, well, it won't be the full economy, but the first activation of economy in November is going to draw in, of course, a huge number of users. And then in December, it's holiday time, and it's also where we're adding in the real nightlife. We're going to activate the first sovereign, which is the Red Light Center sovereign. So there's all kinds of adults only activities, all kinds of edgy, neon light, rave party, tip your, tip your dancer kind of things. And that's going to bring in, of course, all of the top OnlyFans models, all of the top Playboy models. And we think that that's going to drive in a huge number of users. It's going to massively grow the user base. And then, of course, we go into 2025, and we've got the roadmap, which I will outline in a lot more detail in my keynote.
Sweet, man. Well, dude, first of all, we are going to be wrapping here soon, but before we do that, everyone, I do want to point your attention to the page here, Utherverse, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing words. .io. It is on stage here as a speaker. Make sure you go give them a follow. They have a lot of really crazy news this month. TGEs tomorrow. It's all really going down. Be sure to be one of the people, early adopters there. It might be a really smart play. Also, I want to point your attention upstairs to the Nest. Make sure you join the Mario Nafal Discord. A lot of really stuff going on there. I just joined it last week. A lot of really good stuff going on in there. And also the tweet for token generation, like I said, happening tomorrow. That tweet is in the Nest as well. We did have Moon Rover with his hand up, but he seemed to bail it out on us. But David, do you
No,
have a
he's back. He's back up. Moon Rover, what's up? Do you have a
okay, cool,
question you
cool.
want to ask Brian?
What's up, Brian? Good to see you. Looks like
Hey.
you're a Solana guy.
Yeah.
Question for you regarding like Solana metaverses. There's many that have popped up over the past couple of years. I don't know much about yours in particular, except for what you shared today, which is awesome, and love to catch up with you offline on some of that stuff. But
Definitely.
I've been following Portals pretty for quite a while. I don't know if you're familiar with Portals and what they've done on Solana. Just curious on adoption and just all the other metaverses that are coming out there. What does that kind of competitive field look like, you think, in the next couple of years, with many different worlds kind of existing? Can they coexist? Do you need to almost kind of partner with some of these different metaverses to work together in some facet to kind of take over? I'd just be curious on your thoughts on that end.
Yeah, so we are so far ahead. We've got 85 patents in the metaverse space. We've been doing it for 20 years. This is our 4th generation metaverse. It's, we built the protocols from the ground up. My team has, I've got the most experienced team by a million miles for building metaverse, and it shows. We are exposing tools every month, and increasing the capabilities of third parties to be able to build on our platform. But we're really a metaverse platform, not as much of a metaverse. We do run, of course, our own metaverse, Otherverse XAEON, and that's really for us to refine the tools, build with the tools, ensure that there's always activities. But the ultimate objective is that we are a metaverse browser that allows for a single system like the internet to host all metaverses that are accessible through our browser. So I really be happy to work with other metaverse projects. We invite them to come in. It's quite easy for them to rebuild their projects on our system, so it becomes compatible. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say, there will be only one metaverse platform. Just like America Online and CompuServe and all of those, they ultimately got subsumed by the one internet. We are at the point where, with all of the intellectual property and with all of the head start that we have, and with with what we're doing, there's no doubt that we will be the metaverse that ultimately is the metaverse. But the good news is, with using our sovereign system, the ability to create fully customized metaverses that look and behave, act completely differently, with completely different avatars, with completely different physics and rules. The only rules that we ultimately enforce on the sovereigns are things against fraud and things against really inappropriate content. But otherwise, what we've tried to build, what we are building, is a system where it's really decentralized and anybody can just create what they want to create, except they can do it very inexpensively, very easily, using the tool sets that we give them. And then UTHEX becomes the medium of exchange, and ultimately the unit of account for all of the metaverses. They can use their own token as well, but from a system-wide perspective, that's where the true value of UTHEX is. And that's why I say 100 billion user accounts at the end of the day is what we're aiming towards. That only really happens when it's a decentralized, fully customizable. You can change the UX, you can change the physics, you can change the rules, and experiment. And you can interconnect with other metaverses and exchange goods and services back and forth, having users' ability to go back and forth, or preventing users from doing certain things back and forth. With all of that, with all of that built into the protocols, I think that every other metaverse is ultimately going to be much more happy and much more successful once they port over to be compatible with our system.
What does mobility look like from a mobile standpoint? Mobile access. Like, I'm a guy that's very rarely on laptop. So
Yeah.
is that set up and ready to go? Like, is mobile pretty accessible at this point in your metaverse?
No, it's not. We have built in the hooks to do mobile, but we decided to launch primarily on desktop first. We work with VR, but VR headsets with its own UX is going to be next, and then immediately following that is going to be mobile. But mobile has its own challenges for metaverse, of course, because you're dealing with a much smaller screen, real estate, and you're dealing with less powerful capability of doing 3D graphics. So we have to do things like, have a separate screen for chat if you're going to do text chat. So, sliding back and forth. To do things like having sprites instead of displaying, let's say, a LOD2 or LOD3 or 4 avatar in the distance, we may just make that avatar invisible and make it a sprite, so that it can all render on the phone. But that said, it's not difficult. We built it so that we could do that. We just haven't done it yet because it's sort of one foot in front of the other. But you won't have long to wait. I'm very excited to get onto mobile. In fact, we're in talks with a huge telecommunications company down in South America who want us to prioritize doing mobile. So I may add another division of the company that's just dedicated to mobile, in particular for that telecom, because that's such a huge account, a few 100 million people overnight, right?
Oh man, that's pretty big. Well, Brian, I want to thank you for coming out today. This has been an awesome space. I mean, man, AJ, anything that you want to ask Brian before we wrap this up, and then I've got one last question for him.
Yeah, I mean, my main question did have everything to do with the roadmap. I guess I just kind of want to use my time to tell the, 1,800 plus people listening, check this project out. I have not personally checked it out yet, but Brian really seems to know his stuff. It really seems like an interesting project, and if we don't actually put both feet in there and give it an honest chance, how are we going to know? I've always been one to give anything a chance. If it's a new game or a new coin, or just at least to see how the next year plays out. Why not? You know what I mean? I feel he certainly has done his homework. Obviously, a really smart, intelligent guy, and that's certainly what you're looking for when you're talking about a project as complicated as being the metaverse, as he puts it. That's a very confident, very bold statement to make, and I don't think he'd say that if he didn't think he had the goods to back it up. So yeah, just be open-minded to it and give it an honest shot. I'm gonna reclaim the rest of my time, but I appreciate everybody here. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Hey, there we go. And Brian, last thing I want to ask you. I mean, I'm interested. I think you said you were launching at 1.5 million FDV on Jupiter tomorrow. I mean, those are the kind of numbers that I like. I don't want to get into anything that's too high because then you're kind of limited. So I'm going to be participating in this. For everybody listening, like I would think there's a lot of people who just got interested and became aware of what you're doing after this space. Like what can we do to help you and support you once we end this? And everybody, make sure you're following Brian. Make sure you're following Utherverse. Keep track of what they're doing and follow along with the journey.
Thank you so much. Um, I, I I would love for people who have creative ideas for engaging in the metaverse. If you want to put on a show, like a weekly show, if you've got events, if you've got business that you want to bring into the metaverse, now that we are in public beta, for the first time, we're really going to start engaging with users coming to us, or individuals or small businesses, or medium-sized businesses coming to us with ideas for what they want to do, and we'll try to get you hooked up and connected. Because what really makes a metaverse successful is the community, number one. A positive, uplifting community that is supportive. So bring in supportive people that have a positive attitude. Once the way that the community starts is going to be what the way that it develops. So I really want to start this with good people, and the other thing that makes it successful is always having things to do and always having people online. So I'm trying to get us up to a few 100,000 consistent users online, with all kinds of events and activities. And if you've got an independent film, if you've got a band, if you're a DJ, if you're a clothing designer, you're an artist, come on in, or bring people in that and let's try to get this set up so that we can make them successful. We can make you successful. You help us by expanding the base. But the other way to participate, of course, is get a phantom wallet and grab some UTHX, or most importantly, download the software. And again, I apologize. It's taking about 3 hours right now. I've got my networking team working on getting us up onto another content distribution network, because we're killing it. In the future, it is going to be a lot faster to download. It's just, we released it today, and we have so many people that are trying to upgrade to get into see my talk at the convention that it's taking forever. But come on in and try to do it. And I really appreciate any help. I mean, I'm in this for the betterment of Web3. I'm in this for the community. I'm fully doxxed. My team is fully doxxed. We've been doing this forever. And would love to have the help of everybody listening.
Oh man, that sounds awesome, Brian. I'm gonna be in there. I'm gonna think
Thanks.
about hosting some spaces in there. So this whole thing sounds right up my alley. I want to thank all the listeners for coming out, all the speakers for coming up, AJ for co-hosting this thing with me, Brian for just building, man, Brian for doing everything that Brian's done over the past like 50 years. You guys looking at Brian. He's actually a goat out here. But we'll see you all at the next Mario and a Fall in the Roundtable Spaces. Check out Brian's speech. Tomorrow they've got the launch. Follow along. Hope you all have a great day, and we'll see you over. Oh, have a great weekend too. We'll see you on Monday.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for all the hosts here.
Thank you, Brian.
Hello, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our 3 p.m. session using Web3 and NFTs for charity with Pixie. Pixie, are you there? There you are. You're muted, but we can see you.
I'm quick draw McGraw, too quick on the fingers.
All good, but you're here. Thank you for being with us today.
Sure.
Awesome. So just so everybody knows, welcome back. This is our 3 p.m. presentation of the 8th annual VirtualCon. We've had an amazing day packed with wonderful presentations. Just so everybody knows that we are streaming live on 2 metaverses right now, Otherverse Classic and Otherverse XAEON. And if anyone's having if anyone's having trouble getting into that, we just released a patch today. Please be patient. It does take a little bit of time to get in there, and our support staff is on standby to help you with that. We're also streaming on YouTube, on Twitch, Discord, everywhere, all over the place. And so I am here monitoring everything for questions. So I will be here. I will turn my camera off so that we can be focused on you and your amazing presentation. But before I do that, I am going to introduce you.
Okay.
This is Pixie Paula Dezzutti, and you are an entrepreneur and founder of Local Choice Spirits, a Charleston-based liquor distributor. You also lead.
I'm actually a manufacturer.
Well, there you go. And you also lead Skirt Magazine Media, right?
I do own Skirt.
Awesome. And you're Charleston's first women's magazine, correct?
Yes.
Right.
Charleston's first distillery, Charleston's first hybrid brewery distillery, Charleston's first women's magazine.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I also have here at 58, you expanded your ventures by acquiring Striped Pig Distillery, the city's first distillery since Prohibition. Yeah, I can't wait to hear about that. That's pretty cool. And through Local Choice Spirits, you've focused on promoting diverse female-led brands in the male-dominated spirits industry. Love that. You're also embracing blockchain, having launched the first spirit-related NFT and published your book, Alphabet Soup, the ABC NFTs in 2023. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
You also host the podcast, Spiritually Speaking with Pixie Paula. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here.
Glad to have you. So the floor is all yours. Go for it.
Okay. Well, what you haven't said, most people don't even know, is I am a non-denominational ordained minister. And so in my heart of hearts, giving service and leading by serving has really been my MO, my entire life, not just my career, like my entire life. And so when I came off Wall Street, helped to take major companies public, built 5-star golf resorts around the US. And when I got moved by the universe into the multi-trillion-dollar alcohol industry, I said, I put ice in my red wine. What the heck am I going to do in this multi-trillion-dollar industry that's leading and serving? Well, the universe had a bigger, better plan than anything I could have imagined. And so I launched the concept Sip and Share on the platform of Local Choice Spirits so that we are really giving meaning to let's drink responsibly. And that is probably the first time ever that these conversations around charity, cause marketing turned into cause commerce came together within the alcohol industry. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my presentation and hopefully get everybody motivated and excited and inspired to figure out where they can collaborate in their communities to extend and expand their business reach and making everybody together, rising tides raises all ships. Make everybody more prosperous, and through that prosperity comes celebration. So I'm excited about what it brings, and I'm happy to share this presentation with you.
Absolutely love that. Looking forward to it.
Okay, now I'm going to try seeing if I can do this, and if I can't, then we're going to have to. Okay,
I'll jump in and help you. Don't worry.
That's what from Zoom, can't even get the Zoom to come up. I'm hitting share.
Yeah.
And oh boy. Okay. So now I had it up on my screen a minute ago. So do I just try? Let's see. Nope. It won't let me do it that way. And I didn't even get a chance to, how do I do this?
You want me to do it for you?
Yeah, maybe, because
Not a problem.
it's up on my screen outside of
I got it. I got it for you.
Coming up on screen.
I got it for you. Don't
All
worry.
right. There you go. Thank you.
So let's
Appreciate
go
that.
from the beginning. All right, let's see here. There. Is it showing up here? Let's see. Did I do this right? Let's see here. Give me one sec. Are we
That's
seeing a
the same
blue?
thing. No, not, I see a blue screen.
Give me 1 second here. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. We're figuring this out. Give me a minute here. This is my obviously first day here. We'll get this figured out. All right, I got it. I've got it.
Okay.
I've got it and we're
So-
live. We're good.
All right. I'm not sure. Let's see what everybody is saying here.
First slide is you.
Yes. Yes.
that.
And I see the little blue screen. I just want to make sure that I'm not blocking out everybody, that they can see the full screens. Okay, so Web3 and NFT, cause marketing for the new age because it works. And I'm going to share some examples with you and show you how it does work and try to help you think outside the box as you're moving through Web3 and where we know integration is going, but how can you be a leader that does something pretty great for your community? So let's go to dive right into the next slide. Okay, Calvin Coolidge, cause marketing, why? Because it matters and it adds value to your brand. I am seeing a big blackout on the left-hand side of my screen. So if everybody else is too, they're not seeing this. Oh boy. What do you think? That looks better. Perfect. Now I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Yep, everyone can hear you. Sorry, I was muted.
Okay. All right. So Calvin Coolidge, our president from 1923 to 1929, was the first one to actually start speaking about trade. Through the Industrial Revolution, when we started really bringing a lot of corporations to the forefront and business started to take its launch in the United States, he recognized that cause marketing is probably going to be the most socially responsible thing out of trade. And he said, advertising ministers to the spiritual side of trade. It is a great power that has been entrusted to your keeping, which charges you with the high responsibility of inspiring and ennobling the commercial world. It is all part of the greater work of regeneration and redemption of mankind. So he recognized right away that as we start moving into commercialism, we are also to administer to the spiritual side of trade. There's nothing more important than human currency. And so it doesn't matter if it's cryptocurrency or digital currency or whatever tokens or whatever value we're adding to any identifier, the human value, the spiritual side of trade is still our greatest currency. And he recognized from that long ago that as we start to move through the commercial world, it would be extremely important for us to recognize what that value is and where do we lead. He, by the way, was the only president born on the 4th of July, just side note. Next slide. So what is Web3 cause marketing? Well, Web3 cause marketing is marketing for the primary benefit of social or charitable causes. And when expanded to Web3 cause commerce, every commercial transaction supports that cause. How? With revenue, right? With trade, sometimes with education. And so as you're figuring out how you're going to be marketing in Web3, you I would strongly encourage that you think about the primary benefit of adding a social or charitable lead to your Web3 marketing. Create conversations. Web3 cause marketing is not charity. Very different from donations of the past and charitable events of the past. It's so much more than writing a check, right? We've moved out of physical check writing. It's raising awareness through conversations that might never have taken place before. And it is building networks of people with similar values around similar causes in the new internet. That's really big, guys. It's really big stuff. And if you align your brand values with the consumer needs, then we've now moved into Web3 cause marketing. It's not just selling a product or service to someone. People are buying into your brand's values and how you can help support their needs. And with that alignment, you can use blockchain technology to really administer to the revenue of both campaigns, right? Bringing people and campaigns together so that everybody wins. And this is really the way of the future. This is what decentralization is, one of its main benefits. So I'm going to plant the seed again. Think about everything that you're doing moving forward with your business to how you attach it to Web3 cause marketing. Next slide. Okay, what are some examples of when cause marketing really made a difference? The very first huge, and I mean huge, example of having a big for-profit company, let's call it Marriott in this example, come together with a cause marketing partnership. The Great American Theme Park in Santa Clara, California, launched for raising dollars for the March of Dimes. They decided that by partnering together and having all the proceeds from day one go towards March of Dimes, this would be the very first example of cause marketing coming together with a big commercial partner. And they shattered attendance records all over the world. Still to date, this is still the leading park opening of all time. They raised $2.5 million, which that was 1976. So that's $13.5 million in today's dollars, the same day as the opening day of the Pirates of the Caribbean. So by partnering the Marriott with the March of Dimes, they were able to accomplish world-shattering records, still the highest park opening of all time. And isn't that amazing that it was joined with the March of Dimes and how the March of Dimes benefited so much from that? It's sad to me that Disney didn't follow suit, that Universal didn't follow suit, that all of these other, big commercial partners don't follow suit, because look at what amazing things happen. Next slide. American Express is actually coined with the first the first person to use the word cause marketing. They actually coined it. They coined the phrase. They own the phrase. And how that came to be in 1983 when Statue of Liberty needed restoration. So American Express partnered with the nonprofit restoration project, and they got together and they said, we'll earmark $1 for every new card issue, a penny for every transaction for the American Express card would go towards the restoration of the Statue of Liberty. And what happened? They raised $1.75 million, $5.21 million in today's dollars. Their new users increased by 17%. So think of the benefit of what they got out of this. And their transactions increased 28%. And we got a new Lady Liberty. And now they are forever known as coining cause marketing. And I love this. I love that American Express did this. I worked for American Express for 30 years, teaching financial planning and emotional competency and relationship training. So I love that they did this. Next page. So what's some other examples of cause marketing today? Delta by far is probably my most favorite. Delta has raised millions of dollars for women with breast cancer. They have the Delta plane that caters to women with breast cancer and taking their families anywhere across the globe they need for proper treatment. It's an organization that is heavily women dominated just because a lot of the flight attendants until recently, right, but still for the majority of their career, it's been women who are their flight attendants. So half of their more than half of their workforce was women. And when women are affected, one woman dies every 14 minutes from breast cancer in the United States. One woman dies every 14 minutes from breast cancer in the United States. Is that insane? So the fact that they alone are putting millions of dollars and contributing their Pink Lemonade campaign throughout the year, that they're flying a pink plane around the world as global recognition for how they feel about cause marketing. I'm just so impressed that they did that. Again, why didn't all the other airlines come on board and follow suit? There doesn't have to be only one. More examples. Paul Newman's Own, who started his charity in his own garage with the salad dressing, and now in his estate runs the Paul Newman's Own Kids for Cancer Foundation. This is up in Litchfield, Connecticut area. And he's grown to include salad dressings and salsas and barbecue sauces and tomato sauces, all the things that just keep adding to the Paul Newman's Own. And that was just out of his desire in the beginning to do something to raise money for his foundations. The Yum Company with Pizza Hut and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Taco Bell does a great job with what they give back to school systems and Meals on Wheels. Tom Shoes, most people are familiar with, and they've gone through years and years of reiterations of what Tom Shoes look like, even through bankruptcy and building again, but coming from the impact that they just really wanted to make a difference. And Famous Amos, Willie Amos, he started making some cookies. He was just making cookies and selling cookies. And he, in the end, single-handedly wiped out illiteracy in the United States from selling cookies. So this is why these things are so important, because if you, as you're building your business, can wrap your head around how you try to utilize Web3 marketing in a big way and unite whatever you're building into your platforms so that there's a charity and cause marketing component, you just make such a difference, and it just doesn't take that much. It's really about motivating everybody to think in the right mentality. Let's go to next. So I thought, okay, how am I going to do this? What am I going to do? And when I got moved into the spirit space, I said, surely with my skill set and designations, God can't put me in the universe to want to be a door-to-door vodka salesman. And I came kicking and screaming. And then I had a dream. I literally did have a dream about the Sip and Share story and the platform of Sip and Share. And so what we do is we give $2 a bottle back for any of our products that are purchased in conjunction with a fundraiser or community education program. And so now we let people sip at the distillery or purchase products and ask for any of the local Trace Striped Pig products. They're enjoying a better cocktail. And now we're shifting that cocktail really into an ongoing fundraising mechanism for the consumer. And the consumer becomes a philanthropist just by having a cocktail. And then we're sharing those proceeds with local fundraising initiatives. So there's no wasted advertising dollars, right? Because the revenue is directly funneled back into local communities, doing what people were already doing anyway. I'll talk a little bit more about this in a minute. Go ahead. So why does it matter? We raised thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Here's just examples. Ronald McDonald House, the Avon Golf Cup Charity Classic and Breast Walk, the March of Dimes, the Special Olympics, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Hootie and the Blowfish Foundation, the Oxygen Foundation, Tri-County Veterans. We raised $100,000 on one Saturday evening a couple months ago. Third year, first year, $30,000, second year, $50,000, this year, $100,000. We just got honored with the Sip and Share proclamation by the mayor, and August 17th of every year now is our day. And I brought close to 50 nonprofits to the distillery on one day at one time under one roof. We brought all the nonprofits together for a nonprofit palooza, that Spirit of Giving Day over in the right-hand corner. Never has this been done before. The importance about bringing everybody together is that they get to learn about the resources of each other and how to share resources and notice what each group is doing so that they can piggyback off of what another group is doing and be that much more formidable. And not only that, but all the public that got to come in, it was so heartwarming, guys. I can't even tell you. All the people that came in to try things, didn't know these resources were here. So we were sharing resources amongst each other, the nonprofits, but then we had one big collective playground for all the consumers to come in and participate and learn about these services. It was a magical day. So we will be doing that every year as close to August 17th, whatever Saturday is closest to August 17th moving forward. And we were honored by the mayor. It's just such a great thing. Next slide. So how do you integrate cause marketing into Web3 and add value to your brand? Be creative. What did I do? I launched an artist contest. So I knew I wanted to do an NFT around the bottles. And we ended up choosing the first barrel of bourbon ever made in South Carolina. And I created 111, because 1111 is my magic portal number, 111 individual NFTs. And then I thought, okay, I give back, I lead through integration. So how am I going to do this? Well, I didn't just want to pick artwork. I launched an artist contest. So now I brought artists from all over the NFT space to submit their submissions of what they thought the artwork for the Striped Pig NFT should look like. And that was heartwarming. And I got to meet so many amazing people in and of itself. We went from concept to waiting list in like 20 minutes. And we created the individual 111 NFTs. And I was really pushing the ground here because, you know, and even more so now, but running through the regulations, the alcohol industry is so highly regulated. So everything had to take place in my distillery, taking title in the distillery. We're not really selling anything, right? The NFTs are being sold, but it's the first time that we were really doing asset-based investments to an NFT. And that gave them the first membership rights and bragging rights and flex rights and raise conversations around how this can happen, which prompted me to write the book, Alphabet Soup, which we'll talk about in a minute. So we launched the artist contest. We brought an entire community together. We had a town hall. We selected the artwork, and our gentleman decided to do 111 slightly individual NFTs. So you can see number 63. I was born on 6363, so that's my number up there. So the Striped Pig number 63, that's what that NFT looked like. And again, it goes with a coveted, this isn't the bottle. I don't know if you can see this, but anyway, it has its coveted bottle sitting in the liquor locker. And that's a way to take my business and integrate it with an NFT, bring together a community cause. We are also just integrating now, accepting Bitcoin into our cash registers so that you'll be able to do an ATM transaction with Bitcoin and then be able to purchase with Bitcoin as well. So next slide, please. All right. Alphabet Soup. So I wrote the book because so many people were saying, well, why an NFT and what does that mean? And I've heard about NFTs. And I started doing the research first of all, you know, I own a media company. So I own Holy City Publishing and Pixie Records and Studios and Skirt Magazine. So I'm used to doing journalism research. And so when I wrote the book, I starting from where I was today, and I would go back to see, well, how did that come to be? And then right before that, well, how did that come to be? And how did that come to be? And I traced NFTs all the way back to Morse code. And so I hope you get my book because I was doing, you gotta be kidding me, on every page. And I tried to create every page so that it's, you gotta be kidding me, kind of an attitude. So I was just doing this research trail all the way back. It is literally from Morse code to memes. And I thought, okay, let's put this all together. So it's the ABCs of NFTs and other blockchain acronyms and the history of where they came from. I was just so fascinated, guys. So I hope that you are too. It's an easy read, and it's just a tool that it was a #1 bestseller immediately in like 6 or 7 categories, in education, in finance, in tokenization, in NFTs, in Web3. I hope you get it. It's just so good. But you'll see You'll be like, you got to be kidding me. So this is a way that no one else can claim access to your holdings. You can develop your own thing with your own book, make your own stake and your own claim. And if anybody wants to publish their book through me, I am happy to do that. We have a lot of classes on that too, but happy to connect with anybody that would like to write their book, get it published, get it marketed, and have an agency behind them. So that's alphabet soup, and getting close to the next page. All right, okay, stepping into the metaverse. How do I expand this and bring this to other people? Well, a couple of projects that I worked on with Peter, working on, and the entire team, the True Badger team, working on the potential here of a True Badger bourbon. How do we take the story of True Badger and its underdog tale, similar to Striped Pig, and let that be the representation of overcoming challenges and getting out there and being really the first journey into having an NFT on a label, or just representing what the metaverse and blockchain and Web3 represent. So that's one example. I then raised a token with, and I sit on the board of Quan2. We raised a token and created a first token, and actually got the token recognized in the city of Miami to be used as currency in the city. And we keep building on that. It's just been an amazing ride. My partner, Barry Mezzi, is highly autistic, but he's used his disadvantage or challenges for promoting awareness around autism and mental health. And it's just so phenomenal to actually get a token that's recognized too. We're trying to do a deal where you can use those actual tokens to pay for healthcare. And the city is just really embracing what we're doing in Miami. So that's another example. Third was Dog Talk. That was another bourbon that I created for Camp Nova. And that's kind of an online little metaverse that they put together. And they created different dog NFTs to put on their bourbon label. So just, these are like kind of fun things that you can do to step into the metaverse. You are limited only by your own imagination when it comes to me. I will like create anything. Next slide. So I did create something, the Striped Pig app. So I'm like, okay, how are we going to get the app out there, and how are we going to gamify the Striped Pig and everything that I put together? So we created with Illusion Factory, you would know them as Warner Brothers and Marvel, an app available on the App Store and on Google Play, and it's called the Striped Pig. And it's a virtual reality pig that you can use. There's a setup, you can feed it and play with it and have your own pet and just, feed him and take care of him. And he's like your little baby there. But the funny part of the augmented reality is that you can position the pig anywhere in your home, outside, on top of a steamboat engine, and film the pig. And the pig will look like he's exactly right, running alongside or being with whatever you're filming. I filmed mine I had one on mine on the Super Bowl. I literally put him up on the screen during the Super Bowl. So he was running around with the players on my TV because I could manipulate him up on the screen and doing a dance and rah, rah. And it came out so clever. And then you can save that little video. And now it looks like the Striped Pig can be around the globe. So we're going to launch a contest now to take pictures with the Striped Pig. Hopefully we'll get some celebrities to embrace dancing with the pig. We know the kids are going to be happy about playing with it. It is definitely under 21 friendly. So that's why it's stripedpig.com, not stripedpigdistillery.com, so that we are just gamifying the cute little pig himself. And similar to Peter's stories, it's like the ugly duckling survives all the challenges. And what can the pig earning your stripes do to facilitate a change in the marketplace? I hope everybody downloads it. It's a lot of fun. Next slide. Okay, so how does it measure up? I've talked a big game here, and I've been really excited about it because I am. And let's look at the measurements. I need for things to be objective and measurable. And this just gives the information. Sorry, this just gives the information of why this is such a big deal, and it's not going away. 89% of consumers said they would switch their brands to one associated with a cause given comparable price and quality. 42% of consumers said they would even pay extra for these products and services from companies. And they want to give back. They want to be part. We're so busy, we don't have any time. If somebody is taking the guesswork out for you, it feeds your soul to do something. Well, what did we do? We put a super premium product as a value price, and then created the Web3 marketing opportunity to shift those dollars right back to the consumers in exchange for their brand loyalty. Sorry, Alexa decided to come on and tell the weather. I forgot, 6:30 every day. All right, in 2023, charities worldwide received over $2 trillion in revenue. Americans gave $557 billion. That is 2.1% of the US GDP. Out of 27 trillion, 2.1% of the US GDP. And the largest source of charitable giving came from individuals, 374 billion of that. 67% of the total giving. They're not coming from large corporations. They're not coming from big companies. They're not coming from major global estates and private family offices. They're coming from individuals. And the gift card market is currently valued at $767 billion and growing at a CAGR of 11% through 2026. So I started thinking, if the gift card market is going like that, and we can move NFTs, which in my head are no different than a gift card, then the NFT market itself is expected to reach greater than 2 billion by 2030. Then how do we combine these opportunities so that we leverage and make it easy for people to give back? And then my last thing here is the 2023 CFWGI results saw, as a result of this, of the COVID-19 pandemic, most of humanity decided they were going to do something to help others. So when I'm telling you, just as Calvin Coolidge did, that you are ennobled to contribute to the commercial side of trade, I'm telling you, it's for your own good. Not only is it for the good of our communities, but it's for your own good. And I do really believe that Web3 is going to make it so much easier and trackable to be able to be measurable and objective and impactful in these causes. Next slide. Sip and share. This is our little postcard, so it's easier now to explain it with him. We think it should be easy to choose premium products that help you celebrate and support good causes. The Sip and Share initiative helps you give back more by donating $2 per bottle, sold in conjunction with a charitable, education, or fundraising event. So more money goes back to the cause your event is supporting. Sip and Share also provides the opportunity for dollars from a gathering at our bar to support a cause of your choosing. Curious about fundraising? You can order strip pop bottles in conjunction with a qualifying event. You can set up an event at your location or with your network or retailer, or you can work with your own community retailers or liquor stores to bring that incentive to your community. And my quote here, Sip and Share was created from the heartfelt vision of Pixie Paul. When celebration and prosperity come together, what could be more inspirational? Let's give real meaning to drinking responsibly. You might say, okay, I had this little dream and the Sip and Share thing came to me and it's my great little clever thing, but let me give you another example of where this happened that you already know about, and you'll be able to relate to this and how big this could be. Back in the day, there was another vice industry that was illegal in most states. It was called gambling. And regardless of it being legal or not, people were participating in gambling since the dawn of time. And there was off-track betting and, behind the speakeasy gambling tables. And remember when you had to even go out on a cruise and you had to go so far offshore before you could gamble so that you wouldn't go to jail in the United States? Well, slowly but surely, even the conservative states started to adopt. And the ones that held back were really convinced by watching the fact that when it was brilliantly decided that 60% of the revenue of gambling, let's call it our state lottery, the state lottos, the scratch offs, the birthday gifts, 60% of that revenue would go top line directly to funding the education budgets, everybody adopted. And I'm going to tell you, it's a huge industry, not as big as liquor, not even as big as liquor. But with that gambling industry, and I'm just calling it gambling in a positive way here, meaning everything under the umbrella. If you were to repeal gambling and make it illegal again in any state, the burden of taxation on the taxpayer to fund education out of their own pocket again would be so burdensome, you would have a revolt. I mean, basically, you would be repealing our public school systems. So here's an example of where something that could be potentially vice, and we're not speaking to abuse here, not abuse in anything, not abuse in gambling, abuse in alcohol. That's not what I'm about. I'm about taking the industry that is already in existence and shifting it so that we are creating a better future by the billions of dollars that are being created from these industries. And I don't know how else to give these meaningful conversations without organizing these platforms. So think about if my Sip and Share program could be so compelling that we required Diageo and Pernod Ricard and Beam Suntory and Constellation Brands and William Grant and all the big suppliers and owners of the major big brands across the globe to have to make a contribution to carry the Sip and Share trust mark that said, when you're purchasing these products, at the same time of having a celebration around a martini, you're putting up a playground, or you're doing, forget the car washes and the Yankee Candle sales and the world's finest chocolate and the wrapping paper and all this stuff. How many times have you stood in the rain for a car wash or had to quickly make some cupcakes or run out to buy brownies because you had to get something for the sale, or the Girl Scout cookies, which aren't giving huge amounts of money back to these causes. Some of these charities, as you well know, are the money is going to wherever. Sip and Share is measurable. Just like the state lottery was measurable, Sip and Share can be that space within the multi-trillion dollar beverage industry. Next slide. Are you authentic? Not only does this raise money for everybody and raise awareness, but it brings authenticity and the chance for you to identify who are you? Not what's your passion. We all have passion. It comes and goes and flares and wanes. It's really more about what is your purpose? Who are you on the planet? What are you doing within your businesses and moving forward? And these are really hard questions to ask. It's your purpose that drives you, and you'll be out of alignment with your passion. I promise you that. You will never be out of alignment with your purpose. You can't take it away from you. It's who you are at your core. And I really believe that the brands that are strong enough to become market leaders in 24 and beyond are an extension of the creators who are strong enough to be the market leaders. So we go right back to Calvin Coolidge again. You are administered with the spiritual side of trade. So as we're building out this technology, you are ennobled to create something amazing with it. Next slide. Stay in touch. You can find me at Skirt Charleston, at Pixie Paula Official on Facebook and Instagram, or Paula Dizzuti. I would love it for you to follow the Striped Pig Distillery as well. You'll find out everything that's going on there. On skirt.com, you can sign up for a skirt alert and just know everything that I'm doing in the universe. And I would just implore you to support the people like myself, and I'm hoping now, like every one of you, are really trying to uplift everybody and drive Web3 into cause marketing commerce so that the world can be truly not just a better place, but be the best place that it possibly can be.
Thank you, Pixie. That was amazing. I have a few questions that have come in from the audience. Can I give them to you?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So
do you want to go to the next slide, or do you want to
sure.
just actually, you can leave the stay in touch. It's probably good.
I think we could go backwards.
Yeah, go
Oh,
backwards.
right,
Go
well,
to stay in touch.
I just screwed it up.
Oh, well, it's all right.
Here. You know what? I can put it up. I can put it up after. Let's put you up on the
Okay.
screen here right now so that they can see you while we answer the questions.
Sure.
And then I can figure out what I'm doing here with this. I'm new at the slides, but I'm old hat when it comes to working the video. All right. So the first question that I have that's coming from inside the metaverse. If I have a small retail biz in Otherverse, so it's all digital goods. I'm small and operate on a big platform. What are the 3 most important things I should do to get myself started in creating a fundraising campaign? How do I begin?
That's awesome. So the first thing is go to identifying your purpose, right? Because I said passion isn't the important part. It's important to keep you as motivated as possible, but you'll stay in alignment with your purpose. So first, find something that really resonates with you. Like you feel like, you know what, I was really made to make a difference here. Because then when it's like rainy and crappy and you're tired, you won't be relying on your passion because you'll know, no, I'm already in alignment. This is my purpose. I'm going to do it. So the first thing is to find the one thing that resonates with you. The second thing is to have a conversation with that group to see how they feel about alignment and working together, because it's important. This is a two-way street. It's important that the campaign you're going to run is as equally appreciated by the people you're running it with. You know, you can lead a horse to water, right? But if they don't want to participate or do their part, it won't be a successful campaign or drive. So you might have to filter interviews by having conversations with people. How do you feel about this? And you'll see, because with me, it's like either 50 to 100 people show up in a room, or they're like, well, maybe like, we'll think about it next month. You know, that's how it goes. So you got to have that campaign conversation with them and make sure it's going to be a two-way street. And then the third thing is to find the thing that actually is the right amount, the thing that's going to be measurable to the consumer that they're going to want to engage with. You two could come together and have this exciting, you know, synergy between you. But now it has to resonate with the consumer. What does the consumer need? Because they're going to be your fighting agents. What are they going to fight for? And that's the third part of it. As long as they can see it in reality out in the universe and they're working towards a goal, then you'll get your support by your consumers.
The next question I have is, what has been the biggest challenge that you have faced when working in this industry?
You know, it's always me. It's always an inside job, everything when you're facing challenges, because we're manifestors, right? We're creating. At the end of the day, it is really always you. It really is. But what are the things that pop up? People that are, you know, you hear the crazy things. NFTs, oh, those illegal things, or NFTs, that's getting shut down, or I don't know anything about Web3. I'm like, that's why I wrote a book. This is just a fad or a phase, or it's not really gonna go anywhere. So people will shy away. The example I give when I hear that mostly is I ask people how many of them take a picture of a check and deposit a check into their checkbook. And almost everybody in this day and age is doing that. And I say, well, that's an NFT. I said, do you want us to repeal that technology so that you have to actually go to the bank again? And everybody's like, hell no. And I go, okay, well then guess what? The progression of technology is not going away. So let's get beyond that bias. And now let's work together for common causes.
110%. Another question I have is, I have all these big ideas and that overwhelms me. Where do I even begin? That's a hard one.
It's, you know, that's a good problem to have. And I laugh because I'm a manifestor. And so I do. Pythagoras and Hippocrates were the fathers of mathematics, and they knew from a very, very, very long time ago, right, that we are all wave energy and everything is measured in mass, and every piece of that mass carries equal weight in the universe. And so when you're a manifester and you're putting things out there and you're generating this wave energy and things are starting to percolate, you have to be willing to recognize that it is still materializing at all times somewhere in whatever parallel universes or whatever is happening. You're putting out that energy. It's not going away, right? We know energy is neither created nor destroyed. It simply transfers form. So when you're thinking about this and you're putting out that energy, there's a vortex that comes right out of your beingness into the universe that is not going away. So I had to learn to throw away my to-do list, because as I started to I'm an analyst. As much as I am an expressive, I execute on my plans. So I would have a to-do list that was just overwhelming and overbearing based on all the things that had to do from all these projects that I had. And I had a download, and in the download, I was told, throw away your to-do list. And I was like, are you kidding me? Because I couldn't go to bed at night without making sure that I had checked off everything I needed to do or remain on task, or else I would be overwhelmed by the next day and never be able to achieve what I wanted for the next steps. And I'm telling you, it is the thing that set me free. I threw away the darn to-do list. And I came up with the concept, which I would encourage you to embrace. And I say this to myself every day. I'm never going to get done today everything that I want to do today, but I'm going to get done so much more in the next year than I could have ever anticipated. And then I throw out all that energy. I will just brainstorm. I will allow myself the gift and the freedom to fantasize about all these manifestations. I will think about every single project I could possibly think about. And then I'm now not forced to have to think about the to-do list to go along with any of them. And a lot of the things just end up materializing on their own, which is what I learned. Now, if I have a deadline, like, pay the IRS by April 15th, it's going in my calendar, but as I'm manifesting and I'm building out my projects, I am no longer a slave to the logistics of what has to happen, and things are falling into place. And remember, life doesn't fall out of the sky and land on your face. You want to know what you're committed to in life? Look at your life. So if you're second guessing what you manifested, just look around you. That's where you are in the journey.
That was amazing. Thank you, Pixie. And actually, I had something that just came in. Thank you, Pixie. You're extremely inspiring. What advice would you tell me to give to my daughter who's trying to get a start in the crypto space? Actually, really nice.
My first thing is going to be get my book.
Yeah, that's a good answer. That's a great answer.
Get my book, because they can relate. I don't know how old her daughter is, but like, I reached to social media. I reached where they're living today. How they're sharing, how their community is built is so different than our prior generation. Our Gen X, Y, and Zers are just so unique. That was one of the reasons for the mini skirt. I don't think I talked about this. So I just launched the mini skirt, which is a nonprofit 501c3. I should have talked about this, actually. So Skirt's been in existence for 30 years. I'm looking at the statistics for financial independence around women, and they haven't changed since the Lunch and Learn talks that I was giving in 1981. Ladies and gentlemen, they have not changed since 1981. And when I talk about the fact that a woman could not get a mortgage by herself prior to 1988, or a woman could not open a checkbook prior to 1975 without a man's signature, these are not like, hey, hundreds of years old trends. No, these are recent changes that have taken place that allowed women to step into financial independence. And there is, I think we're going to probably talk about some of these things in the next panel. Yep. But there is no reason for you to stick your head in the sand. Not the time. And now it's equal par, equal gender, equal space, like, go for it. So formalize the ideas. I looked at this and said, if I'm still teaching financial literacy to my demographics of 45 to 65-year-old women, 90% of whom are going to be 100% alone and still do not pay all their bills on time, we've got to reach younger women. So we started the mini skirt, focusing on financial literacy for ages 14 to 24. So that's one thing. Go to skirt.com and sign her up. Let her start reading the mini skirt newsletters, and we'll be doing pen pals across the globe.
Got it. I put up your contact info again, because somebody just came into one of the theaters in the virtual space saying, who is this lady? What is her name? And how do you contact her? You are gathering fans. Ladies and gentlemen, Pixie will be with us in 5-10 minutes. We are going to be having at 4 p.m. the Women in Crypto panel. So I am absolutely delighted that she will continue to be with us for the next panel. Pixie, before we say goodbye to you, are you still here?
I'm here.
Yeah, you're still here. Any last words before we say, just to close out this portion of the presentation? I mean, you're still going to be with us at 4 o'clock. for the next part. And, that last piece that you just said is a great segue into our next conversation that we're going to have with some amazing women that I'm so excited to do. But any last words to close out this portion?
When you start allowing yourself to dream and it's natural as human beings to want to serve and to give and to nurture, especially women, but not just women. And if you start to think about the ways that you can work within your community and you can touch the lives of others through your businesses and through everything you're doing to develop out your Web3, you're gonna be free if to just think of so many things. My only advice would be not to limit yourself. And sometimes as manifestors, not only do we manifest, but we get attached to the outcome and the result. And that's a hard lesson I've had to learn. It doesn't necessarily matter what the result you envisioned were. I'm letting go of what my thoughts were about how I begin with the end of mine. I was trained by Stephen Covey, right? Because now the ending could be so much bigger than I could have even imagined. So yes, as manifestors, you have to have a vision and you have to begin with some kind of sight and stay committed and true to that vision, but also allow the vision to transform and mold on its own, because it could be so much bigger than even you anticipated.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. 10 minutes right here on the stage. Pixie will be back along with a whole group of other amazing women for our 4 p.m. session, Women in Crypto. Pixie, thank you very much for that presentation.
You're so welcome.
Extremely inspiring. Everyone enjoyed it, and you have made quite a few fans here. Go get her book, everybody. Go get her book. Her information's on the screen, and she will be right back in 10 minutes.
Pixie. Hi, Lynette. Good to meet you. You're muted.
Hello, everybody.
I
Oh,
just realized that. Nice to meet you too.
yeah, your talk was great yesterday.
Awesome. Thank you.
We're waiting for one more.
Pixie.
Meet you.
Yeah, just hang on. Hi, Lynette. Good to meet you.
Hi, it's good to meet you too.
Hang on. You're muted.
Hello, everybody.
I just realized that. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, your talk was great yesterday.
Thank you.
Hold on, we got some feedback going on. Hold on. Waiting
Yeah.
for one more.
Pixie.
Meet you.
Yeah, just hang on. Hi, Lynette. Good to meet you.
Hi, it's good to meet you too. I caught it that time.
Where are you?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just asking Lynette where she was.
I'm in Michigan right now. We leave for Arizona in about a month. So we spend the winter in Arizona and spend our summers in Michigan. I caught it that time.
Anna, can you let Rhonda up?
Where are you?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Just
I was
asking
just
Anna
asking
to
Lynette
let.
where she was.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Michigan right now. We leave for Arizona in about a month. So we spend the winter in Arizona and spend our summers in Michigan.
Hang on, I
I caught it that time.
Anna, can you let Rhonda up? I'm the one with the other
Jorana, that's
YouTube-
you.
Phew, sorry about that.
Oh, good.
Well, I've had it on all day, so I forgot when I came to Zoom that it was still running, so.
And I'm just waiting for a couple more. They haven't come in yet.
Yeah, Rhonda's in the waiting room, she said.
I don't see her. Is she in the right waiting room?
Let me double check.
I don't see her. I think she's in the wrong waiting room. So
Yeah.
just make sure she's got the right link, and then we'll get started. Dawn unfortunately won't be able to join us. Like all busy women in tech, she is completely slammed today. So that is unfortunate. But yeah, as soon as Rhonda gets here, then let's get going.
Yeah, and when the time is right, I do have a little thing from Dawn. So
Perfect.
yeah.
Did Rhonda get the right link?
I have sent her the one. So let's see.
Perfect.
She should be here shortly.
So while we're waiting for Rhonda, I'm just going to introduce this next panel. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 8th annual VirtualCon. Super excited about this panel. This is our 4 p.m. Women in Crypto, featuring Sharona. We have Lynette, who we had earlier on day one, and we have Pixie, who we spoke to just now. Some great inspiring women. And oh, and here comes Rhonda right now, getting her into the room. She's on her way.
Yes.
Yeah, so just so you know, a little bit of housekeeping. If you have just joined us, we are streaming live on 2 different metaverses right now. We are in Otherverse Classic, we are in Otherverse XAEON, which we just released a patch. So if you are trying to download that, please have patience. Everybody is trying to download it right now. If you have problems, we do have support staff on hand to help you out with that. We're also on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're everywhere. And I am looking at all the screens, taking all the questions. This is going to be an amazing conversation with these amazing women who are very, very successful and very, very active in the crypto and Web3 space. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to you guys. And what I'd love to do first is, let's just, well, for a picture, let's just start off with, I'd like to go around and just have all of you introduce yourselves. And then, let's just get the conversation going. How about that?
Okay.
Who would like to go first?
And with that, she just disappears on us.
Well,
I actually think Anna should be on the panel. I'm
actually still here, and everybody sees me all day long. I just want to make sure that your videos take center stage, but I'm still here. My voice is still here. Don't you worry. I'm not going anywhere. But your 4 videos are now prominent and in front. Everyone's seen my face for years. They don't need to look at me.
Everybody who thinks Anna should headline a panel or a talk all on her own next year, put a 1 in the chat.
Oh man. I'm here though. And trust me, I'm here. I'm with you guys.
I
Don't
know.
worry. You know what? And for that, Rhonda, I'm going to pick on you. I'm gonna
This is how I always got in trouble at school. This is exactly how it happened. I don't know. Hi, Pixie. It's good to see you.
Hi.
Say Lynette. What's your pronoun? This has been. I honestly had to pack a lunch today because yesterday I was like starving by the end of the day because these speakers in the last couple of days have been mind blowing. And Lynette, you really kicked it off with a bang yesterday morning. So
Thank you.
here for girls, right? So
Yep.
my name's Rhonda Benbow. I work with the Nexus team, and we are highly involved with the Otherverse and the amazing things that they're doing over there. My background is pretty much in marketing and sales, and I've spent 9 years with this team of the Nexus group. And we got drug into crypto. I don't know, Sharona, when it happened, but it was just like they drugged me kicking and screaming. I'm like, no. And now I can't imagine, right? I mean, when you look at crypto and Web3 and the evolution and the platforms and the opportunity that this has allowed for so many, it's just absolutely amazing. And I still need help with my crypto wallet quite often, but yes, thank you,
I'm
Sharon.
the fairy godmother. That helps with that.
Yes. So even after all these years and working in it, I spend more of my time in social media or graphics and the marketing side. And I still can't imagine my future without crypto. I can't. I'm 60 years old, and I need all the help I can get. With my 401k took a hit, and like everyone's, right? So it's given this opportunity for folks to really rebuild those resources, and I think that's one of the most amazing things about crypto Web3. It just all the opportunity for people if they just grasp it, if they'll just step out of their fear and say, you know what, I'm going to try this. I'm going to see, and baby steps their way into crypto, and you never know what's going to happen. So that's me.
Sharona, what about you? Why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm Sharona LaBrosse, aka Grateful Badger in Discord, where I've been very, very busy the last couple of weeks as we've been getting ready for the Otherverse token launch. Questions, which leads me to my main position here. I worked in customer service for 35 years for the provincial government. I'm Canadian, and when I retired in 2017, I came to just work casually for the parent company of Nexus and NextWeb3. And I'm still working in customer service. That's my main role. I help people MacGyver through whatever they need to. We teach, we help. I've had two main support staff we work together, Carolyn and Candace. Kudos out there to you too. And just as a combined, we are quite that little niche in the Nexus. I did a little head count, and we have 13 people altogether as part of the main team. 5 guys, 8 women. How's that in a crypto company?
I love that.
Right.
Love
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, that's what I do. I just try and keep everybody happy and kind of team mama. So there we go.
Love that. Thank you. Lynette, what about you? We met you yesterday, but let's introduce you for those who have not met you yet.
All right. Yeah, I'm Lynette, and I was always entrepreneur. I owned my own pet supply store, grooming salons, boarding, kenneling, doggy daycare. I did that for 25 years. I don't own a dog. I can't do the dog thing after 25 years of working with pets, but I retired in my 40s from that and dabbled in network marketing, which, again, companies that always fall apart. I mean, there's just as many scams and cons and networking, as there are in the crypto space that just come out of the woodwork. So I gave that up, said can't do this no more. And I really dug into crypto. I mean, I bought my first Bitcoin in 2009, but I really didn't understand it, didn't really put much time or effort into it. But in 2014, I really dug into crypto, and I'm fully addicted to crypto. I rarely use a bank, and banks haven't caught up to the idea of crypto yet. I mean, even today, dealing with a bank, it's like, well, where's this coming from? And it's crypto, crypto's a scam. And I'm looking at my banker going, I've been here for how long? And you guys are going to come to me and tell me this. So I don't even, everything I do is crypto. It has been that way for years. So and the reason I think banks are that way, it provides so much financial freedom to people. You're in control of your own money. You're using a bank pretty much as an intermediary, right? To get your crypto into USD so that you could go pay your bills or do whatever it is that you want to do. And you don't have to rely on banks. It's so gratifying, like to have that personal control over your finances. You don't have somebody telling you what you can and what you can't do with it. Just got to find a friendly bank that understands, what that crypto is. But it's life-changing. It's been life-changing for me. I'm 56 years old, and I've been debt-free for years because of crypto. You can do whatever you want. The sky is the limit. You just have to be so careful, and you have to understand what crypto is so that you can, decipher through what's solid, what's not. You can tell the difference between the good and the bad, the solid and the murky. Because there's more murky waters, I think, than there are really good projects. But that's why you have people like us on this panel to help you understand what to be involved in, what to look for, what to stay away from. And I got to tell you, it was not my lifelong dream to create a crypto project. Honestly, it's like absorbed the last almost 3.5 years of my life. It's taken me away from my friends, from my family, from my social life, it's just completely, consumed my whole life. But I felt like I had to do it because if somebody didn't come out and show the power behind crypto and what it takes to build one the right way, it was just going to keep going on and on. And crypto is just too powerful for, for that to be included in this landscape. And women are smart. I got to tell you, I'm not saying men aren't, but this is a predominantly male space. And so I love being able to, collaborate with other women. Women are good organizers. They're good planners. They're good, at critiquing things and being, paying attention to details. And so it's been fun to meet other women in this space. And it's a very difficult space for women because it is so predominantly a male space. You know what I mean?
And we care. And we care.
Yeah.
And speaking of caring, Pixie, we just met you. But please, for those of us who have just tuned in, please introduce yourself.
I'm Pixie, and I currently pack and unpack my suitcase in Charleston, South Carolina. And I would define myself as a trailblazer in alternative finance. I was like the only female calculus teacher certification when I went to college, right? It was the only woman in the room. You're talking math and numbers and dollars. Was the only woman in the Boston Sweat Lodge when I got my Series 7 stockbroker's license. The only woman in my field at American Express teaching financial planning. And certainly when I came into this space, like you also just said, one of the very few women in this space, and teaching financial literacy skills to women for over 4 decades now. I'm a lot older than all of you, by the way. I'm always the oldest woman in the room, but I'm not going to tell how much. But I'm older than everybody in the room. I really just, as I mentioned, I was so disappointed that the same conversations I'm having at Lunch and Learns about women and their financial independence, back in the early 80s, or the statistics have not budged like by this tiny much in all of these years, even with all the major strides that we've made. And so it's frustrating to me that even moving into CEO positions for corporations, and it's still such a small number, that women are still just not as equally prepared as their male counterparts. And there, at this point, there is no excuse for it. There was a lot of excuses in the past, but now there are enough resources that that stick your head in the sand mentality just doesn't cut it. And 90% of women will be 100% alone. 90% of us will be alone at some point in our life, whether it's through divorce or death or choice, we will be alone. And so you got to be 100% ready, and not just living by, existing means, but really thriving in whatever life you choose. And you can choose whatever you want, but there's no excuse for not being prepared for the life that you want to live. And so I'm hopeful that through all of my businesses, I'm currently running 14 corporations, filing 14 sets of tax returns, pain in the neck. And, all of them have been a little subset of what I found. Like, okay, I'm doing financial planning. That I started building golf resorts, and there was no women developers in golf. Then I got asked to consult in a technology company for the purification of alcohol. There was no woman in that space. And it's really about science and engineering when you get into that space. Then I had to bring on entertainment for the PGA and LPGA events. Well, there was no women in entertainment, no women record labels, no women entertainment companies. Like each of the things I'm going along, there were no women in the space. I just found out yesterday that I won. So this year alone, in the past year, just the accolades have been crazy with fastest growing company in the Southeast Inc. 5000, top 50 companies in South Carolina. One of my customers came in sipping on a bourbon and said, "Congratulations." I said, "What did I do now?" And he said, "Oh, you're in the manufacturing magazine that I get." And I said, "Really? Interesting." I said, "Can you find that for me? I would love to see that." So he went out to his car, he had the little laptop or whatever, and brought it in and showed me and said, "Here's my manufacturing newsletter." And here it is, Pixie Paula Dizzuti, manufacturing maven of South Carolina. I said, interestingly. So now, right? So I made it to the top of the top in manufacturing, because that's really what I am. But they had to just filter it a little bit, right? With that little
that word, the one word there.
So I just was awarded the manufacturing maven of South Carolina.
Congratulations.
Thanks. But to the point,
Take
right
the win.
now, I don't even think about this. How many women are really in manufacturing? As I mentioned before, there's less than 1/10 of distilleries worldwide are owned by women, and I own 4. There is no other women hybrid brewery distillery owner. So because I own my distillery and my breweries. And it's just, why? It's like all these are perfectly suited to women and their natural skills, serving and leading and giving and planning. And, it's just an opportunity, hopefully, with crypto and with the first NFT that I created in my $1 trillion alcohol space, bringing it to the blockchain, that it's an opportunity to educate women, everybody, but specifically my heart is for women, because I've struggled trying to get to the next level, because most of the people doling out the dollars for me to advance are coming from men who are sitting there, and I'm swimming circles intellectually around their head. They don't know what I'm talking about. And they're the ones controlling the pocketbook. Right.
I want to ask you guys this. I've been in the space for a long time. I've been in the crypto space since the beginning. I've been in the tech space. I met Brian back in 2003 and been at Otherverse since the very beginning. Opened my first company online when, AOL was still giving out the CD-ROM in the mail.
You've got mail.
Yeah, exactly. I started my first company out of university then, when I was getting the CD-ROM in the mail. But my question to you is this, and I have noticed the change over the years. I know it's a very male-dominated society and industry, in particular when we're talking about tech, when we're talking about crypto, and we're talking about Web3. But I have seen a progression. I've seen a change where there's a lot more women. I mean, we're sitting all here right now with all of you. You're brilliant. You're beautiful. You're wonderful. You're extremely talented. You're successful. Have you seen a change? But even though we're sitting here today, what date is it? September 27th, 2024. What continues to be the challenges that you face? Not the challenges that you have faced, but what I'm interested in is what are the challenges that you continue to face today at this date moving forward?
You asked just a real quick question before the next
Mhm.
question. That was, what changes have you seen? So I have to say, Dawn Clifton, who works on our team, was supposed to be on this panel. And there's this little thing happening tomorrow for Otherverse, some token or something. I don't know. It's launching, a big TGE is going on, whatever. Dawn is in programming and the that back end space. And she has been on phones with devs since 5 a.m. this morning, probably never really went to bed last night. And she is, I think she's the shining example of what has changed and where that opportunity is. And when I look at children these days, kids in grade school who are learning programming and coding and really focusing on STEM, and the entire education system is aware that they should not and cannot differentiate between, boys and girls in school, and that everyone has the opportunity to dive into whatever drives their passion. And so I look at the fact that Dawn couldn't be here today because she's still on the phone with the devs, because the TGE is happening tomorrow, and if she doesn't stay on with the devs and keep them on task and keep them going, then it's not going to happen tomorrow, and that's not an option. And I love that about, I think, women in general. That is not an option. Pixie, you've started 14 companies. I am sure that not every single one of those is a resounding success, that some are way bigger than others. It must be Italian. I had no idea. And we just keep trying, and we don't give up. We will not, we won't put our head on the pillow until the kids are fed, the dog is fed, and laundry's done, and our work is done. And when we do go to bed, I think our minds are still, like Sharona doesn't sleep as well. She's constantly concerned about our community, about the people that are following our projects, that are, putting faith in MoveQuest and in Pixie and in True Badger and in Otherverse and in all of these things. It's a challenge because we tend to, get tired, but I am so excited that I'm seeing more and more of that. We're seeing more and more women step forward and be a kind of Red Queen with Otherverse. I mean, she basically, geez, there's a gal, she, is, I don't know, probably built the back end of Otherverse, right? And is such a creative force behind. So it is, we're there. Sometimes maybe we work so hard that people don't notice us and we don't speak up enough. And that, I think, is one area where we could say, all right, let's toot our own horn, because men are really good at that and women oftentimes are not. So I think there is an area where we can start taking that power and saying, hey, look at me. Pixie's really, really good at saying, I will not be ignored. And I love that. I admire that. So that, from my perspective, is really where the opportunity lies for women. I think is just dive in, learn it, and we never give up. So, like, I ran out of Cheetos, my French always say. Don't give up.
Oh. It's true though, but we're seeking out women with similar, we're still a kindred community. Yeah. But when I leave here and go to the Elks Club, no one is going to understand anything I'm talking about, right? It's not commonplace. They're not talking about that. They're not. So we still have a long way to go. We've come a long way. Mm-hmm. But we still have such a long way to go. I would love it that if you're, when you go to church, or I'm just giving an example, everybody's there talking. It's like just commonplace, just like they're talking about what they're going to do for Sunday dinner. Like, that financials are just so commonplace and easily handled. They're not handled in the school systems right now. One of the reasons we formed SCIRT, they're just not being handled.
I think that
Can I
mentorship.
chime in on this for just
Yeah.
a second?
Lynette, please go.
So here's what I'm going to say about all this. I was raised by my dad. He was a single parent. And so me and my sister kind of like the boys he never had. So we were always raised to, speak our mind, be respectful, be forceful, forced to be reckoned with. I think that sometimes women create their own challenge in this space. I'm not intimidated by men in the least. In fact, I work with, because it is in the crypto space, honestly, I probably work with 99% of men. And men also have a very deep respect for strong women, for women who have brains, for women who don't give up and who keep going. And so men are also very supportive. And I think that sometimes women create their own challenge in their mind, because you are sometimes, because it just depends, I think, a lot on people's backgrounds or how, they've been treated, growing up and into your young youth or whatever. But, speak out, be firm, stand your ground. And men do respect that. Men are very supportive as well in this space. And so sometimes I think women hold themselves back because they don't necessarily know how to express themselves. And in this space, I get men that challenge me all the time. By the time we get off a call, they've learned something. And what I learned is that they didn't know as much as I thought they did, 9 times out of 10. And if you do it the right way, some of them I've completely ticked off, yeah, she thinks she's, smart. No, I don't think I'm the smartest in the group. And I know that crypto is still evolving, and that it's a very, it's always going to be, you're always going to be learning something. But I also do know what I know, and I don't care if it's a man or a woman, they're not going to run over me, and they're not going to change what I do know. You know what I mean? But so, I mean, I think I don't think being a woman in the space is challenging on its own. I think that sometimes we as women make it more challenging for ourselves because we're not sure how we'll be receptive, because it is such a predominantly male space. But being a woman in this space, I have learned that men actually do appreciate the knowledge that women do have, because we do deep dive into things and make it our business to understand and know what it is. So you just got to surround yourself with the right people, and the sky's the limit. I really, honestly, this has probably been one of the most exciting things I've done, the most exhausting, the most stressful, but also the most rewarding. And I have learned through this adventure that, men are actually very receptive, very supportive. And honestly, I would say we probably have more men building the community of MoveQuest than we do women. So, yeah, they have this male bonding, what do you call it? Like the man cave mentality. They love to, male bond and hang out, but they're also very supportive of women, and they'll have your back to the end. Let me tell you, let somebody talk bad about you, and they're going to go find whoever it is with a bat and look for their kneecaps. You know what I mean? Like that is what you will find in this space. So I think it's it can be challenging, but I also think it's very rewarding. I think that men like to work with women in this space.
I think in this space and bourbon, it's such a level playing field. It's true, because they think they know, right? But they don't know. And so it's just such a great opportunity for new finance. And I'll just call it the general, Web3 and crypto space, for women and men are really on an equal footing. We're all learning together. This is new virgin territory for all of us. So there's no more excuses to like, oh, my husband marries that, man does that. No, like that doesn't even exist. They don't even know what they're talking about. Same thing with bourbon. They all pretend like they know the rules. They don't. I argue with so many people every day that say bourbon has to be made in Kentucky. And I'm like, okay. So just go to Google. Like, I don't even want to fight you on this. Just go to Google and learn the rules, right? But the things that scare me in all of life are still Roe versus Wade being overturned. Things that are like, you think we're making such progress, and then like things come out of nowhere that are just so crazy. So it's so important in these leading fields for women to stand their ground. I mean, what an interesting election, right? It's going to be. It's just, what a disaster it is, but still, how interesting. I don't know what it says. No matter what happens, it's going to be saying something. But it's just interesting times we're living in.
It is very interesting times.
It is.
Got to stay away from the politics, though.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, who the heck knows whatever will be said, something will be said.
Well, we can hand it to Sharona. She's Canadian. She's Canadian, so she's.
There you go.
I'm Canadian as well, Sharona.
Yes.
So, but we're right next door, so we're watching. I actually have some questions that are coming in, so I'm just going to start asking them because I want to make sure that the people who are
good luck managing all of us. You're so good.
Oh, I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I actually have a granddaughter, so I can handle everybody here. Believe it or not. So the question.
And you were with Brian. So hey.
Yeah, there you go. So the question that came in was, how did your families react to the choice that you guys made to follow crypto? Were they worried that you were going to get scammed and end up broke? Actually, that's a pretty decent question. I know.
That's an awesome question.
Absolutely.
Every single one of them.
I got to give you guys give you a really quick story. So in 2002, I met Brian, and my mom asked me, what is this thing that you're doing? Is this a real job? Are you playing a video game? You're going to move to the other side of the country, because at the time I was living on the East Coast, and Brian wanted us all to come out to the West Coast. And she was like, you're going to move to the West Coast, uproot your entire life for what? A video game? What is this? Like, this was, and this is 2002, 2003, right? So it's very, very new. So this concept of working from home didn't exist. This concept of working online didn't exist. This concept of like virtual currency didn't exist. I'm trying to explain to her, I'm not playing a video game. This is an actual job. And she was absolutely petrified for me. So yes. But yeah, please continue.
No, I worked for 30 something years in the beauty industry, in sales and marketing, international beauty products, very, I'm just gonna say girly if you want to, whatever, right? So it was about nails, so pretty much all female. And I was at dinner a few weeks back with my boss and mentor, one of my mentors, and it's been, I don't know, 12, 14 years, since I've been in that space doing that. And we're at dinner with some friends and talking, and Jim says, so, what's happening with crypto? I loved it, because everybody that I used to work with that are like, I'm sorry, you're doing what? And finance was not my background. Sales and marketing was my background. And so for them to hear me talk about financial stuff, let alone cryptocurrency, my brother asks me, he's an accountant, CPA, he's started a hedge fund or something like that, I don't know. And Jim is the CEO, he's got millions, and he plays the stock market, and he's asking me about crypto and how's Bitcoin doing, and he owns Bitcoin. And I love it. I crack up, and it makes me a little nervous because I want to make sure, on my toes and giving them the right information, right? Because it's a sense of responsibility that, geez, these people are looking to me. And when I first started, they're like, really? Like you, well, just saying that, Anna's like, her mom's like, well, what is it? What? And so it's a bit nerve-wracking for my friends, immediate friends, going, what are you going to do? But I'd already been with our team for so long. We just sort of like, yeah, let's do this. Yeah, let's dive into this. So most of my friends are actually my family at Nexus. So now we're like this. Right. But I do love it when my friends ask me what's happening in crypto.
Well, and I'm kind of opposite. I don't talk about this with my children, my adult children, because it's like, like, what are you doing? And I thought, okay, I'm just not gonna. So we just carry on. I'm retired, but I'm working at home and I work more full time than I did when I worked full time. And, sometimes I've missed things because of work. Like, aren't you retired? Well, yeah, I work. And so what I did when Rhonda wrote our bios for coming to the panel. And when I read the bio she put together for me, I'm like, what? Holy smokes, I can't wait to show my kids what I did. And I told my son today on the phone, he's a little more receptive. I told him about the conference and we're doing a panel and I'm going to share the bio with you so you know what I do. I was really impressed with what I do. And I'm going to make sure
I'm impressed with what you do.
Well, yeah, me too. Oh, I read it. It's written, so it must be true, right? But yeah, they don't know what they don't know. They're just, but my 14-year-old grandson is interested in crypto. So we have talks, but we don't really, because I'm not going there and, shaking up any boats or whatever. I do have accounts for all of them though. And oh yeah, they all have their own MetaMask in my MetaMask. And yeah. So
Nice.
someday they'll be happy that I did that. So.
Lynette, you had said people when the first question that was asked if people thought you were crazy that you joined crypto. You said, "Oh yeah." Can you explain more about that reaction?
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody understood what crypto was back when we first got started. I mean, I've been involved in crypto since, like I said, 2009, and everything, it's a scam. It's never going to last. And my sister particularly, she's like, why didn't you like drag me into this? Like, why did you just, when you told me about it, and I said, oh yeah, it probably won't last. Why did you just walk away? Well, I'm not going to beg anybody to get involved, but what they have done, my family, is they have watched and they've learned a lot. Every single one of my kids got started in crypto before they had even left home. I now have my grandchildren involved in crypto. My 8-year-old granddaughter, my daughter-in-law calls me up last night. She goes, you need to have DM out there talking about MoveQuest. She's totally sold me on it. She even told me I can customize my account. She told me about the different, miners that you can use. She was explaining crypto to me. She's 8 years old. So basically what I've done, even though none of them wanted to really be involved in it, is I made it a part of our conversations. I made it a part of our lives. I made them follow the news. I would send, the different articles and things that would come out to the point where they couldn't help themselves, and they're all involved in it now to the point where they even understand it. So I've got my 14-year-old who now is saving crypto so she can buy her first car when she's 16 years old, pay cash for it. She's understanding blockchain and the different tokens and the coins. And I got my 8-year-old granddaughter now out there explaining what MoveQuest is to people, so I think that yes, everybody at first thinks, the worst, like, oh my God, why would you do that? But they watch. They're intrigued by it. That's the thing. People are often afraid of things they don't know or understand, and they don't want to be the first one, that jumps into something and be the one that makes the mistake. But me, I don't care. I mean, I do what I want to do. I'm not afraid of, I don't know if there's anything I really am afraid of. I mean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it all the way. You know what I mean? Oh,
Right.
heights. I'm terrified of heights. I'll never get in a hot air balloon, stuff like that. But
I feel
this kind
that.
of stuff, but I'm going to do it myself and learn it. And, people watch and then they are intrigued by that. Next thing you know, they're playing it. Like I taught my sister, she's like, well, how do you make money in crypto? Like by buying and selling. And I said, here, I'm just going to show you. And it's my little inside secret. And I tell people it's the best way to do it. Go to CoinMarketCap. And when you see all of the coins and tokens in the green, that means people are entering the market. You got to understand something. People are not pulling their money out of the crypto space, okay? Because you have stable tokens. And when you see those stable tokens red, it means everybody's entering the market. But when you see those stable tokens going green and you start to see the other coins and tokens go red, it's time to move your money into the stable market. And so if you follow that, you can win. You don't have to know how to read charts. You don't know how to You don't have to do all these, fancy, you don't have to understand all that. You just got to know when the market's moving and move with it. That's it. And so I remember I set her up with $1,500 and within a year she had made $60,000 just doing it that way. So, that's, I think, the best way. Yes, everybody's going to start out with their doubts. They don't believe it because there's so much controversy. I mean, you got your left, you got your right side of everything, And so I think that people learn by watching, and then you just kind of give them the opportunity to get involved, and they do, and they love it.
I love that. I love that. One of the things that is really important to me is to empower younger people, women, men, everybody. With all the work I do, and as I learn things and make mistakes, to pass on the knowledge that I get. And so let me ask you, what is your most valuable piece of advice that you can give? And because this is a panel about women in crypto, let's focus on women. The most valuable piece of advice you could give to women looking to enter this field or enter this space. One piece of advice. Pixie, let's start with you. What do you think?
Well, I have 6 boys and 3 girls, and it's interesting to me how much the girls will. Well, when you're a mom, right? You know nothing. Mothers know nothing until a certain age, and then they start to think, oh, maybe she knows something. Well, moving into this space, since they know nothing about it, it was very hard for them to be challenging me about, oh, mom must know something, right? Because she's moving forward. And when we launched the first NFT, and I had to say to the kids, okay, we're entering this space, we're formalizing Booze Bucks, we're going to create our token, we're going to get our NFT, and we're going to launch this. Our big technology around the barrel of bourbon, so we're like, this is going to be it. This barrel of bourbon is going to represent the first NFTs in this industry. They put the barrel in the back of the distillery and with blue tape wrote all over it, NFT, do not drink. That was it. That was the advanced technology about our shrine, about the first NFT made in the multi-trillion-dollar spirit. It literally has blue painter's tape on it that says NFT. It says something like NFT crap, do not drink. So they don't really get it, right? And they'll say to me, but you're still working for our inheritance, right, Mom? Now that they get. So they are watching just because if it relates to them, they're going to watch, right? And so if you're moving, Lynette, those kinds of numbers and you're setting that up for the kids and the grandkids and everybody, of course they're going to start to pay attention. So I think just leading by example, just keep doing it, that sooner or later they're going to be involved. Now, I will hear them say something like, well, don't tell mom, but I got a Robinhood account, or like little things like, they want to explore on their own. I doubt any single one of them has read my book. But again, it was occurring to me yesterday that as much as my kids can hate me on any given day, they still all work for me and no one will leave. And I thought, this is how we lead. Again, to lead is to serve, right? And I'm thinking, we go back to purpose. I keep saying about purpose, right? What was my purpose on the planet? To be inspiring, even in my own backyard, my own children, forcing them to really expand their own selves into reaching, because of everything that I'm reaching for, they're everything. They're forced to be able to reach with me to keep this big enterprise going. And I'm willing to take the, oh, my mother makes me crazy, or I hate mom, or I can't believe mom's doing all the criticisms, because I know that I'm pushing these little souls into huge expansion. So that's what I love about all this, is that they're having to expand just by watching.
I love that. I love it. Thank you. Sharona, what about yourself? What's one piece of advice you would give to a woman looking to start out in this field?
Well, and to a man too, but the basic is don't click on any links and never give away your 12 words, because we find that all the time when people are new and they just don't quite get it. But those are the 2 most important safety rules, and safety has to be first. And a lot of people have found out the hard way, myself included. Somewhere I clicked a link and what happened. So I just always emphasize that and just expand on that when we're helping people open wallets and that kind of thing. Just really reinforce those things.
So yeah, that's your seed phrase, your password. Don't give any of that stuff out to anybody, not even.
Click on links. And MetaMask will
Even
never
me.
email you to tell you that you should validate your wallet or Trust Wallet or any of them. Don't believe any of those emails you get. It's awesome.
Mhm.
That
What
was
about
the
you?
hardest thing with launching the barrel, is that no one knew how to open the wallets, right? So it was really an education process because they wanted to make this investment. They loved the asset-based investing in the NFT, but they didn't know how to do it.
Mechanics.
Mhm.
And Pixie, I have your book. It's great.
Oh, thank you.
I gotta read it now.
I love the
gotta-
testimonial.
It's very
I
good.
gotta read
Oh,
it.
for sure.
Rhonda, what about you? What piece of advice would you give to someone just starting out in this field?
If you're going to, and this field is so huge,
Right.
so you have to look at the field. There's Web3. There's you can dive into blockchain. You could, if you're not comfortable with the crypto, there are so many other components to what is happening in Web3 and in this space. So you learn everything that you can about the components that make this up, and then find a mentor. Yesterday, our friend Brad also gave a talk, and he referred to his mentor like, what, 5 times, right, in this talk that he gave for it. I think finding a mentor who can just keep their eye out for you and make sure that to encourage you and push you along, like moms do. You kick them out, you push them out of the nest when they're ready, but you make sure that they know how to spread their wings. And so I would say you sort of explore all the different areas of Web3 and decide, are you a creative like Anna? And are you analytical? Are you, do you want to start your own organization, your own company, create an app like Lynette has done? And then find a mentor who has done that and learn everything that you can from them. And I think that is I think Paul, you have talked about it in your last talk, but we mentioned it here as well. It's one of the responsibilities that we have as people on this planet, let alone women, to mentor people and offer guidance and offer advice and make sure that people know there are places to go. So I would say, yeah, find out which way you want to go in this space, find a mentor, find a community that will embrace you and hold you through it. And then don't look back.
Do it alone. You don't need to do it alone.
Yeah, don't do it alone and don't look back, just dive in. She's brilliant at that. I mean, she just boom, 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 never slows down. Lynette, I'm sure you don't sleep. I'm sure because
Lynette,
I
let's hear from
do
you.
actually. I
What
do.
is-
I do get my 4 to 6 hours a night in. Yes.
4 to 6. All
Me
right.
too. Lynette, what about you? What's your piece of advice that you would give?
So I agree with everything that these gals have said. And one, you got learn the basics first, and start out with blockchain technology because that's really the fundamentals of crypto. And then, learn what is the difference between projects that are built on blockchain. And if you're thinking about creating a project, build it on the fundamentals of blockchain, lock arms with like Rhonda was saying, mentors, people that are in the space that do actually understand it, that can kind of explain, regulations and things that you want to kind of, stick with, so that you're compliant as best as can be for what, is known in this area. And also be able to shift gears really quick because the space is evolving so fast. So you've got to make sure that you keep up on everything that's moving, because it changes so fast. I mean, where crypto started, 14, 15 years ago and where it's at today are worlds apart. So you've got to be able to adapt and shift and, lock arms with the right people, and be able to stay on your toes. I mean, you've got to, I mean, I'm constantly, keeping myself up to date because things change so fast. What is the SEC saying now? What is this saying? What is that saying? What do I have to do? What's gray, what's white, what's black, what's really here in front of me. So you've got to be able to, shift quickly, lock arms with the right people, and make sure that you are adaptable and can pivot on a
Pivot.
dime.
That is absolutely important. Ladies, I don't know where the time has gone. I could speak to you for hours. The wealth of knowledge here is.
We should meet for a drink at Pixie's place. And
Yes.
Right? Well, we should make a plan for that one day, I tell
Yeah.
you. But before I let you go, I want to give each of you one more minute. Let's go around and just any final words. How can people get a hold of you? Because I know that you have inspired absolutely everybody who's here. A lot of women are speaking up as well in the audiences, in the chats. I'm looking at all of them. I got 5 monitors in front of me right now. It's pretty crazy. I'll have to actually show you some pictures of what my setup is like.
I don't know if I'd love to see it or if it would give yours, but
I'll send Dawn some screenshots and I'll pass them on to you. But yeah, it's a bit nuts. But yeah, I'd love to hear some final thoughts, some final words, and how can people get a hold of you? So whoever wants to go first.
I'll go first, actually. And what I have here is a little note from Dawn. Okay, she couldn't come. She sent me something and asked if it would fit in somewhere, if I could read it. So this is perfect.
Go for it.
Okay, so this is from our Dawn Clifton, who is our amazing amazing person. I'm so honored to be in this Web3 space with the other amazing women entrepreneurs I've been able to meet and work with. This is such an amazing time for us all, with the crypto and Web3 space being still relatively new. Structures, norms, and leadership roles are still being developed, offering tremendous opportunities for women to step in and carve out meaningful roles. Great opportunities and roles in leadership, development, innovation, entrepreneurship, and my favorite, community building. It is our responsibility to create safe and secure spaces for everyone to get involved in crypto and make it more inclusive and accessible. The best advice I could give other women is don't be afraid of the space. Find an amazing community, be bold, and look for opportunities in your skill set. We can all benefit from each other. Thank you, Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love that. Amen to that.
You.
Yeah, really bless you, Dawn.
Oh, there's just like, that was a mic drop right there.
Yeah, really.
Pixie. Go ahead, Rhoda.
I was gonna say, there's one area in this space, in metaverses in general, that I would love to see change quickly. Mm-hmm. And I think the only people who can change it are women, by pushing forward and saying no. And that is the representation of how women look in metaverses, in online gaming, in many of those places where they are designed by probably more men than female. And there we are, all, don't look like me.
You don't want to be seen with the breasty shirt and the stilettos on, carrying
once in a while, but
only on Saturdays.
Saturday morning walk of shame. Never mind.
Right.
Another story for another time. And I think that's the one area that needs to change so quickly. And I don't know how to change it. So if someone has an idea for how to change it, tell me, and I will push and scream and Well,
guess what? You bringing it up here, right here in this forum, is the first step to changing it.
Absolutely.
It is a bit disconcerting, and if we not if, but as we gain strength and a larger voice in this space, we need to be able to feel 100% comfortable. And I know, Lynette, we can stand up on our own, and we don't take up in human form. And so we shouldn't take it in an online form either.
I 100% agree with you. And
Absolutely.
you bringing that up, first step right there. And I'm seeing agreement, but I'm also seeing in the chat, tell us where your websites are. How can we get a hold of you? I'm
I love
literally
it.
just seeing that. So let's go around real quick. I can only give you guys a minute left because I've got my next guest waiting for me in the waiting room right now.
I am Striped Pig Distillery or skirt.com. It's easy to find. Just Google Pixie Paula. I'll come up everywhere. Pixie Paula Official, anywhere and everywhere. And my last parting words, I mentioned this in the last presentation, and I really truly believe this, that the leading products and services of 20 and 24 and beyond using Web3 and any of our technologies are going to come from the people who are meant to be leaders in these days and beyond. So stay strong and true to who you are. We're leading by example, and the development of the products and the services and the platforms will follow.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you. Lynette, what about you?
I can be reached at Lynette, Lynette at movequest.com. That's my email, Lynette at movequest.com. Our website is movequest.com. We'll be in our rebranded site here probably in the next few days. So prior to that, we're in our beta, Web3 getfitmining.com. But if you go to movequest.com, you'll see our trailer there. And then again, like I said, Lynette at movequest.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sharona.
We have so many places to go.
Mm.
What do you think, Rhonda?
Well, our main site is Nexus ecosystem.io, and that said, it's like we haven't had time to update that baby. So we have a new company that we're just launching in conjunction with the Otherverse, and that is metaforge.com. As all about, yes, Metaforge Group. Thank you. .com, and that is all about real estate in the virtual space and how to make money and profit from the boom that is coming. And I would say as well, follow our Nexus Ecosystem X account, and you'll see pepperings from all the different projects that we do. It might be one of the easier ways to keep
And you
up.
also have a booth in Classic. So they also have a booth there. You can go check them out at the convention, right?
I'm supposed to be there right now, Anna. Come on.
I know, I'm hustling. One really quick thing. I am actually seeing in the chat, you have started a ripple effect. There are people saying, yes, we don't like the characters. These are women speaking up for the metaverse here. You created the change.
I need yoga pants and a t-shirt.
I'm telling you right now, as someone who works at Otherverse, I am seeing these comments. I will pass them along. I agree with you. I hear you. Thank you, ladies, for an inspiring, amazing hour. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, with your knowledge. Truly appreciate this. And I hope to have you back next year. And maybe we can make this a little longer because I knew there was so much more to talk about. What do you think?
Yes. And what you'll want is like 5 more of us on the panel, because then it'll go for.
Well, we'll do more than one. We'll do more than one. We'll do one each day. All right.
You're
ladies,
amazing.
Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you guys,
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for
Bye-bye.
being
this
here.
is what women do. We say, love you guys. Bye.
Love you guys. I do love you.
Oh.
I love you.
And as we say our goodbyes to these amazing ladies, stay tuned because in literally 2 minutes, we have Decentralized Business and Node Ownership with Tony Swatnick. So stay tuned. We're going to have him here. Bye, ladies. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
That was fun.
I love us. I love us.
Hello, Tony.
Hey, how are you? Good to
I'm
see you.
excellent, excellent. How are you doing?
Good, good. Traveling a little bit here in Dallas, Texas for a day or so.
Well, thank you so much for making time to come speak to us at the 8th annual VirtualCon. And you are closing out day 2. So thank you for making
Oh, it's
time for us. I
exciting.
really appreciate it. Well, we're excited about this this talk that you're about to give us, speaking to us about decentralized business and node ownership. So we've had a really amazing day full of talks. And like I said, you're closing us out today. And just for some housekeeping and for your knowledge, as well as those who might just be tuning in, we are broadcasting live on 2 separate metaverses right now. We're in Otherverse Classic. We're in Otherverse XAEON. Those of you who are trying to log in, we just released a patch this morning. If you're having problems trying to get into that specific software, please be patient. There's a lot of people right now trying to log in. Very excited about the new patch and the new world. Our support team is on standby to help you if you are having difficulties. Otherwise, we're also streaming live on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on Discord. We're everywhere. So I'm here, Tony. I've got screens all over. I'm taking a look at everything, and I'm taking questions from everywhere. So I'm going to do a little introduction of you, and then I'm going to disappear, but I'm still here. And at any time, if you need my help or if you would like me to give you some questions, you just let me know.
Perfect.
Awesome, awesome. So, the information I have on you, and let me know if I've got all of this right or if anything is a little off here. I've got that you've founded a multi-billion-dollar accounting firm, Jordan Associates, serving over 30,000 business clients, and you're the founder of My Town to Go, the 416th company in the Inc. 500 of 2020. And you've built multi-billion-dollar companies in numerous industries, including health, wellness, telecommunications, delivery, real estate, blockchain technology, finance, and marketing. So very pleased to have you here. Very excited to hear all about decentralized business and node ownership. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Anna. And, I think for me, I'm actually more of a traditional entrepreneur than really on the tech side, on the blockchain side. And I got into crypto fairly early. I guess that's a relative term. I've got friends that have been in since like 2010, 2011. But I read the white paper for Bitcoin in 2010, and I was excited about the concept. I wasn't tech savvy enough to start mining it or anything like that, unfortunately, back then. But I just thought, what a cool concept: limited supply, proof of work. Community ownership. I thought it was a really cool idea. 2013, I had a friend that was doing online gaming, playing like blackjack and poker online. In the United States, you really weren't supposed to do that. So he had to use Bitcoin, and he was using it. And I was over at his house one time, and I was like, I read the white paper for that. I was like, show me how you're using it, where you get it. And so I started buying it back then, and I've never sold it. I've actually just kept buying it. I've been pretty long on it. I felt like it's a better way to transfer value than a piece of paper. I might be wrong, but I might be right. I hope I am. And so I just started acquiring that cryptocurrency. It was really a friend of mine back in 2017, 2018 that kind of initially introduced me into blockchain technology. And he called me up. We were doing cryptocurrency trading. And at that point, not to sound too ignorant to folks that are here in the Otherverse or the Otherverse Classic, I kind of looked at crypto and blockchain. It's like, it's the same thing, it's all the same. And as I dug in deeper, I realized that's kind of like saying, email and the internet, that's the same thing. It's like, well, you certainly use the internet to send emails, but you can do a lot more with the internet than just send emails. Like meetings like this, you can use the internet to do. You can pay your bills. You can watch movies. There's a lot of use case for the internet. And so as I delved into blockchain, I realized the technology really has the ability to shift everything in traditional markets and really transitioning from what we call Web 2, which we're in today, into Web 3, which certainly there's some companies that are starting to push us that direction, but I do believe eventually all companies will need to make that transition. And so 2017, early 18, my friend reaches out and he'd been in crypto for a long time. And he just said, hey, you need to buy these nodes for this decentralized gaming platform. It's called Gala Games. And I didn't know what a node was. And he said it's like a mining node for Bitcoin or something. I'm like, all right, I kind of know how that works a little bit. And he goes, but this is software based. He goes, you put it on your computer, and this company Gala will pay you for kind of like borrowing your computer power. And I remember this is probably early 2018. I just said, well, Tomas, I said, how much are they paying me? And he said, well, they give you Gala tokens. And I asked him, I said, how much is a Gala token worth? And he said, well, right now, nothing. And I remember I just laughed. I was like, well, this sounds amazing. You're going to borrow my computer, pay me with magic internet money that's not worth anything. I said, it sounds amazing for them, but maybe not so great for me. And he said, well, Tony, he goes, the tokens aren't worth anything now. But he goes, if people start playing these games, it could be a really valuable token. And so the long story short, I was supposed to buy $10,000 worth of tokens. I had it done, and I needed to call him and complete the transaction. And I forgot. At the time, I was exiting a third of our delivery business and merging the other 2/3 with a company called delivery.com. Both of those were fairly large in the 8-figure deals. And I was just laser focused to get them to the finish line. I didn't want them to fall apart. And I forget to call my buddy Tomas. And not much happens for about another year and a half or so. Not much happens. Gets into about 2021, and I see my buddy post on his Facebook, and he's posting like hashtag Gala Games, hashtag crypto. And it immediately hit me that I forgot to call him. And so I call him, and I'm like, Tomas, I was like, I saw you're posting about Gala. I was like, what's up with the gaming deal, the decentralized gaming? And he goes, bro, there's millions of people playing these games. And I was like, really? And he goes, I said, those nodes, he goes, it just generates tokens. He goes, for like a couple years, I've been generating tokens. And he goes, I just started selling them about a month ago. I started selling all these tokens. And I asked him, I said, how much have you sold? And he said a little over $50 million worth. And I was like, what? Like,
oh my God. Sorry, I have to interrupt there.
yeah, sure.
Persistence pays off. Wow. I'm sorry. That's incredible.
Yeah, I was baffled. Well, our other buddy that he had actually introduced me to in 2017, a guy named Wright, had helped to start that project. And I asked him, I said, how much has Wright made from this? And he goes, $4.3 billion. And
did you say billion with a B?
Billion. Yeah. With a B. He's still, it's funny, but I was just hanging out with him. He has, last year, 2022, he started selling Gala tokens he lives in Puerto Rico. So do I. That's where I'm in Dallas right now, but most of my years in Puerto Rico. And he spent, $600 million on high-end real estate in 2022. His wife, he was one of the largest Bitcoin miners in North America, and had pretty much all in on crypto and didn't diversify at all. And his wife was kind of tired of magic internet money. So she's like, you need to buy some real estate or something. And so he did. He's got the penthouse at the one hotel in Miami on the residential side. He's got about a third of a floor of the Waldorf Astoria on the Strip in Vegas. He's got 6 cabins in Sundance. A lot of them are ski out in Utah. He's got the most expensive home, I think, to date. There's more that are listed that are right now more expensive, but I don't know if one's closed yet. I think he still has the most expensive home purchased in the country of Puerto Rico. So he did really well with the Gala project. Now, the problem for me is I didn't call my friend back. I was thinking to myself, like, what was I so busy doing that I didn't call you? And I think when you miss an opportunity like that, one of the things you shouldn't do is what I proceeded to do next. And I said, well, Tomas, I said, if I would have called you back, how many tokens would I have generated? Like if I'd have bought that 10 grand worth of nodes, he said, well, you'd had about 20 nodes at that time. They were pretty cheap. That he was buying them in wholesale and reselling them. He goes, you'd have had 20 nodes. And he goes, for the last couple of years, it would have just been generating tokens for this Gala project. And he did the math. And he's like, if you sold all your tokens now, like today, it would be over $10 million. And And I was just shocked. And what's probably even worse for me, if I had that many Gala nodes today, it would be generating probably $40,000 to $50,000 worth of tokens a month. And I mean, they still trade. Back then, it's funny, when he was selling his 50 million worth of tokens, I looked at their trading volume was like $3 billion that day. That was their 24-hour volume, was $3 billion. Their market cap that day was higher than Tesla's. And so it became very real for me that the natural progression, in my opinion, for blockchain and Web3 was going to be real world utility. And for that game, yeah, you could have a cow on your farm game and sell it to me, and I give you some Gala tokens, and we can do a peer-to-peer transaction. That was the use case, which obviously is a good use case. There were millions of people doing that through that game, but I missed it. And I just kind of chalked it up as, hey, right place, right time, didn't realize it, didn't do anything about it. And so what I can do now, do I have the ability to share screen, Anna?
Yep, you do.
All right, so I'll run through just a little slideshow to give people a little bit of kind of blockchain and Web3, what it is in essence, and how we can benefit from the transition from Web 2 to Web 3. And I'll go through it, fairly quickly, and certainly, can come back and do some, more Q&As in the other verse and things like that.
You're my last presentation of the day, so you don't have to worry about it.
Well, yeah, I don't want to bore myself with all this tech talk, but I got excited about it. And I look at the transition from Web 2 to Web 3, and blockchain and really AI are going to be the driving factors behind that. I look at it as another advancement for humans as a society. And I think, to put it in perspective, I try and go back in history, and I look at different advancements that I would say closed gaps in human society over the years. I think one of the first major gaps that was closed is what I would refer to as the knowledge gap. And I think in the, let's say the 1430s or so, you had the Gutenberg press, the printing press was invented. And we go from a society where if you weren't noble, if you weren't royalty, you didn't have books. Like, you didn't have access to knowledge at scale, for sure. And then all of a sudden, this device is invented, and people all around the world have access to knowledge, and it evens the playing field to an extent. And so that was, I think, kind of one of the first closing of gaps that advanced society in a big, big way. I think you go into the mid 1800s with the combustion engine, closed what I would call the power gap. And there, prior to that, if you had a lot of land, but you didn't have oxen, you didn't have horses, you didn't have mules, you weren't going to develop that land hardly at all. But then here comes the engine, and all of a sudden, it was the great equalizer. Like, you could build out massive amounts of land using horsepower. I think even today, some of us probably have 800 horsepower or more in our garage, and it's kind of hard to fathom that you in your garage have more power than kings, couple hundred years ago had to develop their land prior to the combustion engine being invented. I'd look at the internet as closing what I'd call the distance gap. I think, obviously platforms like Otherverse, video conferencing platforms, they allow us to conduct business and relationships, build relationships all over the planet. The meeting that I did prior to this, and I haven't been on Zoom in a long time, I'll kind of share with you. We have a decentralized video conferencing platform that I use now. And I was using that platform literally about 20 minutes ago. And the whole group I was talking to was in Australia, all over, from Melbourne to Sydney to Perth. They were all over the country, Gold Coast. And I'm sitting here in Dallas, Texas. I just got here today. It's a 5-hour drive. It's the nearest dealership. I when I'm not in Puerto Rico, I'm in Kansas and Oklahoma a lot. And the nearest dealership for me to get an oil change is Dallas. And so I'm here for a day or so to get the oil changed. It is what it is. But I'm sitting here in Dallas doing a meeting with people on the other side of the globe. And I think, especially as people come into the Otherverse and start to interact with people around the planet, I know young people maybe don't even understand it, and as far as like how amazing it is to be there and to be here. And I think folks like me that are a little older, I think take it for granted sometimes that we can converse and build business and build relationships all over the planet real time because the internet has closed the distance gap and allowed us to do that. And what I would tell people about blockchain is it closes what I call the trust gap. It allows people to share value all over the world real time without needing to rely on a third party. If you want to wire funds, if I said, hey, and I'm going to send you a wire for a project we're working on, well, not tonight, I'm not. My bank is closed. I'm here in the United States, 7:15 p.m. my time. I can't send a wire. And tomorrow's Saturday, I can't send a wire Saturday. They won't let you. Sunday, the banks aren't even open, can't even walk in. So it'll be Monday before I could actually transfer value to her. And what's funny, it's not even me transferring money to Anna. It would be my bank pulling funds out of my account, sending Anna's bank money, and then putting it into her account. We have to rely on those third parties to handle that transaction. And those third parties can't just be trusted. There's audits at the state level. There's audits at the national level. There's global oversight with SWIFT and things like that that oversee all the different banks around the world to make sure that, you know, some president of a small bank doesn't add an extra zero onto his account and just try and create digital money, you know. And so there's a lot of oversight because with those third parties involved, no one can really trust the other person without audits and without other people overseeing them. Blockchain doesn't need any of that oversight. You have a node network that has all the data. I always tell people, if you've got to trust like a bank, and the one bank, the one person has all the knowledge, all the data, all the information, it's really the question of, do you trust that person? Because you have no way to audit them. The United States government, you know, they've never actually, the Pentagon, they've never passed an audit. They've always failed. They've always spent money that they just like, I don't know where it went. To the tune of over $1 trillion here in the United States over the last several years. Over $1 trillion cannot be accounted for because there's no transparency. There's no trust. There's no ability to trust. Whereas with blockchain, the node network creates trust. And the best analogy I can give, I don't know how many people are plugged in right now in the Otherverse. Let's say there's 100 people watching this. Let's say streaming, maybe there's 1,000, maybe there's 100,000, who knows? But let's just say, for example, my last meeting had 100. And I said, I made an offer to him. I said, listen, if I think of a number, let's say I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 100. We've got about 100 people in this room. I said, I'll think of a number between 1 and 100. The next person that gets onto this meeting, the 101st person, if they guess the number that I'm thinking of, I'm going to think of a number between 1 and 100. If they guess it right, I'll give each and every one of you in this room and that person 1 Bitcoin. Sound like a deal? They all agreed. And I said, what that person can do is they can ask each and every one of you to guess a number. And so I started going through that room. I said, what do you think it is, Mary? And she said, 23. I said, Tom, what do you think it is? He said, 75. And I was like, James, number between 1 and 100. 1, he said, you know. I said, Andre, what do you think? 1 and 100. 7, lucky 7. You know, so they all go through, went through about 5 of them. They gave me a different number. I said, well, let's say this person comes in and the number that I'm thinking of, let's say it's 28. And the person somehow, he asked everybody, they all give him different numbers. And we ask him, what do you think the number is? And he says 28. Now, I'm the only one that knows he's right. And if I don't want to give 101 people 1 Bitcoin each, what I'm probably going to do is go, oh my gosh, so close, it's actually 29. And no one else but me would know that I was lying, which would mean I could get away with it. And so what blockchain does with the whole node network, imagine those 100 people. And I said, listen, right now it's in my city right now, it's 719. So let's say I cover up the 19 and it's just 7. Kind of backwards for you guys, but trust me, it's 7. And all of you guys can say, okay, I'm going to write down the number. It's 7. It's 7. We know it's 7. And the next person that comes in, if they get the number right, I give everybody a Bitcoin, including them. And they can ask everybody what they think the number is. Well, everybody in the room, I said, Mary, what do you think the number is? She's like, 7. I was like, Tom, what do you think it is? John, what do you think it is? Arnold, what do you think is 7? 7, 7. Annie, what do you think it is? 7. Everybody's guessing 7. The guy is going to get to me. I'm going to say it's 48. Now, what he'll do is he'll throw my number out. He'll go, I'm looking for consensus. 100 people in the room, 99 have told me the number's 7. One idiot said it was 48. I don't believe him. The number's 7. And it can't be changed. It's immutable. Everybody knows it's 7 because they all had access to the data. That is a little simplified, but that's blockchain. That's why you can trust the node network. It's random. It's all over the world. The blockchain for Bitcoin runs about 19,300 nodes. Ethereum runs over 13,000 nodes. They can come in the network and off the network at any time at their own pace. Like any miner can come in and come right back off. So it's never been possible to hack a layer 1 blockchain, a large layer 1 blockchain. You'd have to hack more than half of the computers. And if it's a 65% consensus, you'd have to hack 65% of the computers. You don't even know which ones are on network. You don't know where they're located in the world. It would be pretty much prohibitive. If you tried to pull it off, it would cost billions of dollars just on the attempt. And
You
so
know it's really funny, Tony, just to interrupt you really 1 sec. A question that just came in, can this be hacked? And you completely answered it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, over time, yeah, certainly with quantum computing, somebody asked me, like, obviously with quant could probably hack a blockchain. And I said, well, once quantum computing's out there, what do you think node networks will run on? Our computers will have quant chips in them running blockchain nodes. So I don't think a regular quant computer could hack a blockchain quant network. It would be, again, impossible. So as long as the technology keeps up with the technology in the node network, it's going to be way more secure than a centralized network where all the data lives in one place. And so that's what I love about that trust gap being closed. It allows individuals, and it's not just money that you could send through the blockchain network that has value. It could be my health records. It could be a clinical trial. See, imagine if a clinical trial was on blockchain. I'm old enough to remember when cigarettes were good for you. There's studies, you can Google it. There's studies. It de-stresses you. It curbs your appetite. You'll lose weight. And what they did is they would start a study with 1,000 people. And then over a few years, let's say 400 of them started getting emphysema, asthma, lung cancer, throat cancer. They removed those 400 from the study. Then they published a study with 600 participants. And all of them smoked. All of them had curbed appetite. All of them had de-stress. All of them were healthy because they got rid of the unhealthy ones. And I'm sure if you held the study out another 5 more years, you could only do 200 people on that study. And so if that study from day 1 was logged on the blockchain, you would see, okay, 1,000 people just came into this study. It would be anonymous. You wouldn't know their names, but you'd see, person number 1, person number 2, number 3, all the way through 1,000. And if a year or 2 years in, all of a sudden 400 people were removed from the study, you could start going back on the blockchain and going, who did they just remove? Okay, number 4 is not there anymore. Let me see what their data was. Oh, they have asthma. They were just diagnosed about a month and a half ago. Number 18 is no longer in the study. Let me pull them up. Number 18 has emphysema. They were diagnosed about a week and a half ago. And then you would just go through and go, okay, no wonder they removed those people from the study because they want it to seem like it's healthy, but obviously it's not. And so eventually, if all clinical trials start to go on blockchain, if a trial came out next year or a year after and wasn't on blockchain, none of us would give it any moment of time. We would just ignore it because we know it couldn't be trusted. And so blockchain solves a lot of issues that are around our globe today. And I do believe that transition from Web 2 to Web 3 is inevitable. Just like going from Web 1 to Web 2 was inevitable. And I think Web 1, you can go back to 1983, Internet Protocol Language, TCP. That's the birth of the internet, so to speak. But nobody really used it. I mean, the military was using the internet back then. high-tech individuals, we're using it. Certainly Silicon Valley at the beginning, the Steve Jobs of the world, the Bill Gates of the world, we're certainly early adopters of internet technology. But folks like me were certainly not in the game until you get into the mid-90s. I remember Hotmail came out. You started getting Google and Amazon towards the mid to late 90s. You start to get PayPal. 2003, you get Facebook, MySpace before that. You get 2007, the iPhone, Droids start coming out. Now we're off and running. We're in Web 2. And I remember making the transition. One of the big things I was doing in my office in Austin, Texas, I was writing a check to pay for one of my credit cards. And a younger guy that was in the office, this was like 2001. And he was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm paying my credit card bill." He goes, "With the check?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's how I always do it." And he goes, "Why don't you pay online?" And I just, I think like most humans, I don't like change that much. I was like, I saw on the bill, it would say, mail your payments to P.O. Box, or it had a website you could use. And he goes, "Bro," he goes, "it's way better. It's way easier." And I was like, all right. So he talks me into it. I attach my bank account. I submit my payment. I hit enter. And the thank you screen is like, "Thank you for your payment," pops up. And I thought to myself right then and there, I don't think I'll ever write another check again for the rest of my life. This was way better, way easier. And that's where we're at with Web 2. People can watch movies now, download them direct. You don't have to go to Blockbuster Video and rent. Like, those days are long gone. People have all the data and information they probably ever need right at the tip of their fingers. That's Web 2. Now, Web 3 decentralizes Web 2. What it does is it allows the community to control all the data and all the rules that are managed right now currently by big corporations. And what I mean by that, if we look at Web 2 in essence, especially some of the bigger corporations, I think as society, we've probably just conceded to the fact that Mark Zuckerberg is listening to me right now. And I know we talk about things all the time with my friends. I'm sure you guys do as well, where you'll be talking about, he's in Dallas. I'd love to go to Dallas sometime. And then all of a sudden on your Facebook feed the next day, there's an ad for flights to Dallas or hotels and resorts in Dallas. And it's like, that's creepy, and it's like, we all know it's creepy, it's weird, it's wrong, it's probably illegal, but what are we going to do about it? Like, there's no alternative. It's like, I'm not going to stop taking my phone somewhere. I'm not going to stop using Facebook. And even Zoom, like getting on this meeting right now, this is one of the reasons I use a decentralized version, but it's like, by being on here, I'm basically agreeing that anything we video here, like Zoom owns it. They can share it with their AI. They're connected to China pretty heavily. They can sell the data to China. They can sell it to the US. It's their data. Anyone that hops on my meeting with me, all my videos, all my name, my likeness, it's theirs. Uber, they know where you're going. They know what hotels you like to stay at. They know what restaurants you like to eat at. And they use that data to make money. Mark Zuckerberg makes billions of dollars spying on us and stealing our data. And what Web 3 does is it says, instead of centralizing that power, all with somebody like Mark Zuckerberg or all with a corporation like Zoom, what if we decentralize that power? What if we allow the community through a node network to own everything? The community makes the rules. The community controls their data. If they choose to share their data anonymously, they can, and they get rewarded for doing it. Instead of Zuckerberg making billions of dollars, maybe they make hundreds of dollars for sharing their data. Or maybe they don't want to share their data and they just keep their data. They have that choice in a blockchain economy. And that's what we're doing with our projects. We're positioning ourselves to take advantage of what the World Economic Forum said in 2021. Blockchain is positioned to disrupt $867 trillion in traditional markets over the next several years. We're starting to see that happen, and it's only going to happen more and more over the next 6, 12 months, 24 months, 36 months. And I think with AI technology, the shift is going to happen faster than maybe even people like myself believe it will, because the better technology gets, the faster technology gets better. And so we can position ourselves within that transition by participating, utilizing node software. The projects that we work in basically tie real world revenue to the blockchain. And just like I asked my friend, what's a node? One of the things he used to explain it was a cell phone tower. He said, Tony, he goes, if you own a farm, it's not like Verizon or AT&T or Vodafone. They don't buy the entire farm and build a cell phone tower. They actually lease a little piece of land, build a tower on that land, and then they pay you each month. Kind of like, hey, thank you for hosting the Verizon network. Thank you for hosting Vodafone's network on your farmland. And so they pay you each month for hosting their network. What our nodes do, basically, you load the software onto your computer, or you can put it in the cloud. That's where I host my nodes. You put it in the cloud, and then you earn tokens for hosting their software on your computer power, or for paying to have it in the cloud, and they're using their computer power. And it's no different than the Bitcoin network or Ethereum. If you're hosting what a Bitcoin mining node is called, it's a mining node. If you have Bitcoin mining nodes and you confirm transactions, you receive Bitcoin. If you have Ethereum mining nodes, you receive Ethereum. We have several layer one blockchains. The same group that built the Gala blockchain, actually October of last year, my friend Tomas, the guy that made 50 million more plus in Gala, he said, hey, the guys that created the Gala blockchain, he goes, they've got 12 new projects they're launching to the world. And I flew to Vegas that day. I was like, I want to see what's going on. And I was excited about what they were doing because it was real world utility. The Win blockchain was their sales and marketing blockchain for people that wanted to build the community. That's how they got paid, basically, because there's no company to write you a check or anything like that. You have a node that gets paid. It's USDT and Win tokens. Or if you're using the Rev blockchain, that's our decentralized rideshare, like an Uber. You can get Rev tokens. We have our meeting software, which would compete with Zoom, where we don't steal your data, and we actually reward you in cryptocurrency just for doing the meetings. And then if you share the software platform with others, we give you in more crypto, and we'll give them crypto for doing the meetings as well, which they can then use their crypto to pay for their meeting software. Or they can use it to take a ride on a ride share. We're in 40 cities right now throughout the United States. We are getting ready to go international over the next probably 90 to 120 days. So we'll be in more and more countries as we go. But the beauty of these blockchain projects is they're live, they're active. We have several different projects. I won't go through all of them in depth tonight. We have a banking blockchain called Switch. I was very impressed. I knew who their CEO was. I own a credit card processing company here in the US, but we do, I guess, global transactions. But we do about $4 to $5 billion a year in transactions. And so I knew who she was. She was one of the original founders of Discover Card and was the first president of Discover Bank. And so when I saw her involved, actually the first thing I said, this was October of last year, I was like, Kathy, I was like, what are you doing here? Like blockchain and banking go together like oil and water. I didn't understand it. And she goes, you know, Tony, she goes, I believe blockchain technology will allow everybody on the planet to become bankable. And many people right now, certainly we think of, poorer countries, third world, villages where people can't have, access to banks. They can't participate in the financial systems of the globe. But in Dallas, Texas, where I'm at right now, there's people out here that are not bankable. They cannot participate. And the amount of opportunities they miss out on because of that is astronomical. Probably whatever city you're in or near right now as you're watching this, there's people who are unbankable. And blockchain can solve that problem. Anyone with access to the internet has access to the financial system. And I agreed with her philosophy, and I agreed with the fact that blockchain could bring a solution to the unbankable. And so I got excited about that project. Galvin is our decentralized health and wellness blockchain. Imagine playing tennis and getting paid to do it. You get rewarded to do it. Imagine owning your own health records and your own health data. That's what the Galvin blockchain allows. Element is our decentralized and ethical mining blockchain. Any one of us that have one of these, it's almost 100% chance that one of the rare earth minerals in here, whether it's lithium, cobalt, whatever, it was mined by a child or it was mined by somebody at gunpoint and working for slave wages. And so our blockchain, any mine that partners with us opens themselves up to a 24/7 a day, 365 day a year audit, where they have drone flyovers, satellite imagery flyovers. They've got individuals that can go at any time and audit, making sure that there's no unethical mining, making sure that adults are getting paid fair wages, making sure that after a mine is depleted, they come in behind it with mangrove trees. They come in behind it with farmable soil and backfill it. And so that land is no longer dead. It can actually be used by the community and by the farmers. Our Give blockchain is our charitable blockchain. It basically creates transparency in giving. If you give $100 to the Give blockchain, $100 goes to the charity that you're choosing. There's several charities on that chain. One of the bigger ones, Free a Girl, last year through the Give blockchain, we saved over 3,200 children from child sex trafficking last year alone through donations with the Give blockchain. Every single day, 365 days a year, there's an operation saving children going on. Right now, as I'm talking, there's probably a door being kicked down, whether it's in California, here in Texas, or somewhere in Asia or India. Somewhere a child is being saved, or multiple children are being saved. And you can see where your dollars are going. You can see which children you're taking care of. We've built 2 orphanages in Tanzania with another one of our projects. You can see, hey, my $100 helped to provide mattresses for these children to be able to sleep on. To the penny, it's tracked on the blockchain. Unfortunately, there's lots of charities where a lot of the pennies and dollars go to jet fuel and things like that and don't really make it to the people who are in need. That's where we're very different with the Give blockchain. Grow is our agricultural blockchain. You can actually use that blockchain to buy food. You can use the tokens, and when the food comes, it has a QR code. It tells you everything about that animal, about that fruit, about that vegetable, how much it ate, was it free range, organic, was it injected with hormones, was it injected with steroids? All that information is on the chain. And you can see exactly not only what you're putting in your body, but what it put in its body during its lifetime. It allows us as humans to take control back of what we're eating and what we're putting in our bodies. Revo is our rideshare blockchain. Think of it like a decentralized Uber. And again, we're operating already. Right now, as we're talking, there is somebody taking a ride somewhere in the United States. And soon it'll go global, but we're in 40 cities here in the US. And so probably right here in Texas where I'm at, somebody's getting from point A to point B. And because of blockchain efficiencies, every ride we're doing, it's about 30 to 40% cheaper than the exact same ride with Uber or Lyft. Every single ride we're doing, the driver is earning about 30 to 40% more than they would with the exact same ride with Uber or Lyft. And and that's real money, Web2 money, USD or AUD if you're in Australia, wherever you're at. But on top of the real world Web2 money, every single ride that happens, there's a cryptocurrency token reward that's given out to the driver, to the rider, to the people that recruited the driver. The people that recruited the rider are getting crypto as well. And then we give them proof of action rewards to get more crypto. If you get in the car, you get crypto for taking a ride. If I'm your driver, I get crypto for giving you a ride. If you tip me after the ride, you get more crypto. We want to incentivize tipping good drivers. If I got a tip, I must have done a good job. I get more crypto. If you give me a rating, you get more crypto. We want to incentivize rating the drivers. If you give me a 5-star rating, I get more crypto. I did a good job. If I rate you as a rider, I get crypto. If I give you 5 stars, you get more crypto. And so we can tie actions to revenue generation in the blockchain and reward for that behavior. The last project I'll talk about is our R-Link project. I know I'm working with Otherverse. I think pretty soon we'll be able to hopefully transition to a decentralized video conferencing platform. That way we don't have somebody like Zoom stealing all our data from us and telling us they're stealing our data from us.
So for next year, basically, is what you're saying.
That's the plan.
Perfect.
That's the plan. We're working on it. So hopefully we can get that done. I'm certainly working on that. And not just with Otherverse, with several big corporations, big companies. They don't like the idea of being spied on. They don't like the idea of their data being sold. But again, what's the alternative? Like for now, people that don't know about our project, like, well, you can go to Google Meet, you can go to Microsoft Teams. It's like Google and Microsoft are way better at stealing data than Zoom could ever dream of being. You're probably safer off just staying with Zoom. And so until the folks start to learn about our programs and about our platforms, and Zoom is massive. When you look at the video conferencing network, Zoom has about 300 million users a day. And so that's a lot of data. Obviously, that's why they've got a $21 billion plus market cap, is because they have access to so much data. But with our project, we're telling the community, listen, you own all your own data. If you want to monetize it, that's completely up to you. If you don't share it. It's your data. And then we'll reward you with a cryptocurrency for using the platform. So I think there's going to be a big shift as people start to understand you have options. And I think as humans, if you told me, hey, you can either be spied on or not, I would choose to not be spied on. Hey, you can do something and get rewarded or not get rewarded, I would choose to get rewarded. If I'm going to do the same thing anyways, and one team will reward me and the other team won't, I'm going to go play for this team. And so we're looking for people to help us build our communities. And that's what's great about what we're doing. You can be a connector to build our community. Our projects are all free to join. And we can send you a link that'll basically say, hey, if you want to get started, you can just sign up for free. If you're new to blockchain, if you're new to cryptocurrency, if you're new to this kind of decentralized ecosystem, we have an academy where you can learn the basics. You can learn advanced things. And if you said, well, hey, I want to buy a node, I want to do what you didn't do with Gala, you can certainly do that. When you sign up for free, you have a dashboard and you can click on shop to buy nodes. I always tell people there's no guarantees. If not many people use our platform, the tokens will never be worth much other than just to pay for the platform every month. I guess that's where your use case would be. But there's no guarantees that it'll ever be anything more than that. Was Gala an amazing project that we built? Certainly. Did it skyrocket? Certainly. Is it going back up right now during this crypto bull run? Absolutely. So people are still excited about that project, but that doesn't guarantee these projects will do the same. But what I tell people, if you can afford to get a node, you have some expendable income, I kind of call it Las Vegas money, I would say, hey, get a node. It'll start printing tokens for you. And if things go well, great. If you help us build the community, it can go even better. Now, we have one of the best law firms on the planet. It's a decentralized law firm called Blockade to make sure that we do things the right way as an ecosystem. I work with John Madsen almost every day. I help to bring this project, our meeting software project, and our rideshare project to our ecosystem. And I help to fund those projects as well. Ken Cuccinelli was the former Attorney General for the state of Virginia, and he was actually the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security for the United States of America for 3 years. So he's our head legal advisor. Having these legal minds, making sure we're doing things the right way, is a big boost to our decentralized ecosystem. If someone said, hey, how do I buy nodes? When you sign up for free, you just click shop and you can pick out nodes. And whichever projects you're most excited about, that's the projects I tell people to get. You can host nodes on your own computer. I use a company called Block Fabric. And the beauty of it is once you have your nodes turned on, you can see them every single day just running. And I guess I'll kind of wrap up with this, but like I have my back office where I can go in and go to my Blockbot report. It might make me relog in. I've been out for a little while, but if it does, that's fine. This will show every node that I've purchased on this particular account. And I put a lot of money into these projects. I've got about 53 million in between the different nodes that I've got. This account, I've got a little under $3 million worth of nodes in. It kind of shows your all-time earnings and friend chain rewards and stuff like that, how many tokens you have. There's not a ton of liquidity. There's not a ton of trading going on. A little bit. Some of these projects will do $1 million, $5 million a day. We haven't actually really started trading. Some of our products are kind of in beta. We haven't gone international with rideshare yet. We want to get it kind of taken care of in the US, but we're close. Our meeting software right now, we're in test phase with our first 5,000 users. We don't want to expand it beyond 5,000 until we know we've got kind of all the glitches and everything's working great. But if I look at a project like Grow, what's cool is I get about 500,000 tokens a day from the nodes that I operate. I have 130 million total tokens. And if I go to the Nourish Mart, I can actually choose, let's say I want the Texas Grillers box, which is going to be, it shows me it's going to be 2 boneless ribeyes, 2 fillets, 4 New York strips. And I say, okay, let me add that to the cart, $302 US. Proceed to checkout. I can't pay with dollars. I have to use Grow tokens. Right now, that's 73,000 455.33456 tokens. So what's cool for me is I'm getting about 500,000 tokens a day. I can buy a lot of stake with those tokens. And so I think for me, that's probably my favorite thing about these projects in blockchain as I wrap up is so many people have been involved in crypto, have been involved in ICOs, which we don't have an ICO. It's mining. It's similar to Bitcoin. I'm not sitting here with a bunch of tokens. I have nodes. My nodes mined crypto, and I got tokens for those nodes running. I did proof of action rewards. I do meetings. I share my meeting software with others. I take rides on Revo. I told people about it. I order food from Grow, and I get rewarded more tokens for those actions, which I can then turn around and use to buy more food. I can use to take a ride. I can use to pay for my meeting software. And so the fact that we were active, that these projects were real and already working was a huge boost for me. The other thing was the fact that I knew I could help build the community. And being an entrepreneur, I had a pretty strong network and felt like if I share this software with others, they'll use it. I was fairly agnostic on meeting software. Like prior to starting this decentralized software, if you sent me a Zoom link, I'd be on Zoom. If Anna would have sent for tonight a web go-to meeting, go-to webinar, I'd be on that. If she'd have sent me a join.me, I'd be on that. If it was Microsoft Teams, I'd have clicked on that, we'd be on Teams. If it was Google Meet, we'd be on Google Meet. But as I started to get involved with the decentralized blockchain and utilizing video conferencing where I own my own data, my users and any users that hop on own their own data, it's been very easy to get people to transition. They're not really that loyal to any of these providers. And so if you say, hey, all those other providers steal your data, all those other providers don't give you anything for using it. I have a decentralized provider that you'll be one of the owners as a community member. You'll own that software platform. Basically, if you're a user, if you're a hodler, if you're a node owner, you get votes. It's 3 branches of governance. And so you're an owner by being a user. And instead of stealing your data, you own all your data. And instead of getting nothing for doing the meetings, you get rewarded for doing the meetings. And so I always like to educate people on the fact that you're going to start having decisions that and opportunities to get out of Web 2 and transition to Web 3. Initially, you'll only see a few projects sprinkled in here and there, but over time, it's funny, when the mid-90s hit, I was going into college, and I would call companies like Google internet companies, companies like Yahoo, companies like Facebook. It's like, oh, they're an internet company. Amazon, that's one of those internet companies. We don't say that anymore. Every company is pretty much an internet company. Like if you're not, it's kind of weird. Like, well, what are you then? What do? If you don't have a web presence, you don't have a Facebook page, like you don't take orders online. Even my big accounting firm, which is one of the biggest companies I've started, it's a $10 billion company. It's decent size. We have thousands of employees. We started that July of 2021. And if you want to be one of our clients, we actually don't take hard copies of any of your tax documents or anything like that. You have to upload them in our repositories. So we have secured repositories where you upload all your tax data and all your documents. So even to be our client, you have to be online. Everybody's online. Right now, today, when people ask what I'm spending most of my time and energy on, I always tell people I'm working on blockchain projects. I'm working on Web3 and blockchain companies. I truly believe in the next 12 to 24 months, I'll never have to say that. I think I'll just say I'm working on a few new projects, and everyone will know, of course, they're involved in blockchain. Of course, they're transitioning to Web3, because if they weren't, it would be like blockchain to Netflix. They'd be going out of business. They'd be a dinosaur. And my goal really today and this evening or this morning, I guess, depending on where you're at, if you're in Australia, I know it's Saturday, earlier. If you're here in Dallas, or this area, it's evening. My goal here is a couple of things. Number one, I just want to educate people on the fact that there is going to be a transition from Web 2 to Web 3. Whether I'm a part of, whether any of these projects that I'm helping with and I'm a community member are a part of it, other projects are coming. Some will be great, some will be not so great, but they're coming, and eventually the great ones will rise to the top and people will make that transition. So educating people and understanding that that's coming, and they have the ability to position themselves in the middle of that transition, which can be extremely lucrative, not only for them, but for their families, for potentially generations to come. Just like if you could have positioned yourself in the Web 2 boom as Amazon was coming up and Google was coming up, if you were at the forefront of that, certainly knowing what I know now, I would have definitely shifted a lot of the things I did in the mid 90s and late 90s. I could have just bought a bunch of domain names and probably made $100 million, bought Pepsi.com, bought Walmart.com. I mean, early in the internet, imagine just owning a bunch of domain names that belong to huge corporations that they would then pay you tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or potentially millions of dollars to buy them from you. I mean, something as silly as that could be, you know, $100 million plus business. And so it's because we have that knowledge of how big that transition is and was. With Web3, an $867 trillion shift is far larger than the shift from Web 1 to Web 2 was. I don't say this is a once in a lifetime transition of wealth. This is a one-time transition. Like, I don't believe that not only it's never happened in the past, an $867 trillion shift. I don't know if it'll happen in the future. Maybe cross-planetary if Elon gets us to Mars and over time, the Mars economy, you know, we start shifting funds into that economy. Maybe you get 900 trillion or 1 quadrillion or whatever. But I think for the near future and for several generations, this is going to be the biggest shift in wealth that we ever see. And what we look for as a community are two things. One is node owners, people to help us run our network and earn native tokens for doing that. And it's fully decentralized. Or number two, help us build the community. That's probably the biggest thing we look for. Helping to advance Web3, helping to advance decentralization, helping to give power back to communities and back to the people and out of the hands of these big corporations that certainly are taking data from us and manipulating that data. And we don't necessarily have any transparency or access to that. Web3 is going to change all of that. And I do believe it's going to happen quickly. So that's really the nuts and bolts. Certainly happy to open it up to Anna if you have any questions, or if anyone else has fired any questions in the chat. I'm happy to stick around and answer any of those.
You actually answered every single question that came my way at some point as you kept speaking. All of the questions kept getting answered. Everyone was like, oh, well, there you go. There you go. There. That was incredibly informative. I'm getting comments like, what a great presentation. Thoroughly enjoyed this. Thank you. The one question, though, I did get that you haven't answered yet is, how do we get a hold of you? How can we contact you?
So yeah, so I'll leave an email. I guess I can put that in the chat for you, and you can share it with them.
100%.
And it's on the stream as well. So it's just my name, Tony, Tony, at Next Level, all one word, Next Level, BTC.com. That's like in Bitcoin. And so you can send me an email and just say, hey, I saw your presentation in the Otherverse, and I want to learn more about Web3. You know, if you just kind of set that out there, I can get you a link where you can basically enter our ecosystem for free. There's an academy there that if you're brand new to this ecosystem, brand new to blockchain, brand new to crypto, like there's literally number 101 classes. What is Bitcoin? What is Ethereum? What is blockchain? And you can actually earn crypto for passing those trainings. If you go through them, take a little quiz, you can get paid for learning, which is kind of cool. Now, if you're a little more advanced, I would tell you, go through the easy ones quick so you get paid. If you're a node owner, you get paid. And we have nodes as cheap as like $500 right now that'll get you paid. Then you've got advanced things like, you know, NFT masterclass. What's a stable coin? What's staking? The Internet of Things, you know, so there's advanced courses as well. But go through the academy. There's areas on all of our projects. You can watch little 5-minute teaser videos on our rideshare project, on our agricultural project, on our health and wellness blockchain. So we'll certainly, if you email me, I'll get you a link to be able to set yourself up for free and then learn more. And then if you wanted to do more, certainly you can always reach out to me and we can set up a decentralized meeting where we can go through any questions you have.
So somebody's asking, what is the web address for the training site?
So it'll be, you have to get a link to get into it, the ecosystem. The main website I use is r-link.com for our software. So it's r-link.com. That's our decentralized video software. That's kind of the entryway for a lot of people. It'll give, we're still in beta. It'll give you a lot of information. But when I send you a link, It's like a web.connect.united. It's a big link, but it's just a login page to sign up for free. And then you have a dashboard. I guess before we wrap up, let me share screen real quick. The dashboard looks like this. And so the link I send you, when you sign up, it'll bring you into this dashboard. If you said, well, I want to learn about the projects, the share with friends actually brings up the different videos. You can learn about the overall ecosystem, which we call it Connect. You can learn about our link, the video platform, the video conferencing platform, the ride share. There's a little 3-minute, 52-second video on that. If you want to learn about the banking blockchain, you can check out little videos about that. What custodial wallets versus non-custodial. All of our wallets in our ecosystem are considered non-custodial wallets, meaning if we went out of business tomorrow, any of the crypto you have on those wallets is yours. You'd have a 12-seed phrase. You could get a Trezor or a Ledger or any cold wallet, recover your crypto. It would be yours. We've got the health and wellness blockchain, Element, the decentralized mining blockchain, the charitable blockchain, our agricultural blockchain. This is our exchange trading blockchain. And so you've got all access to the academy, what I was kind of speaking about earlier, the different levels of training that you can go through, the language of blockchain, what is Bitcoin. If you want to buy nodes, the shop button brings up the different nodes. There's NFTs that are available. If I want to use our meeting software, I can buy an NFT. There's a $400 NFT that gives me a year's worth of service, and it doubles my proof of action points. And I can get $1,000 NFT, which will double my action points, and it'll give me meeting software, 5 rooms, up to 3,000 people per meeting. So a pretty large meeting. How to set up my nodes after I buy them. If I would like to, go through my wallets. I don't even look at Connect Pay. This is where some of my money comes in on this account. I haven't opened this yet today, but so I can request a withdrawal right now. Looks like I've got $4,700 in USDT. I'll just say max, and I'll say preview the transaction. I'll confirm it right here, and then I'll submit a request. And I can go back to Connect Pay, or I can go check my wallet. It'll take a day or so probably for that to go through. But if I go into my wallet, it'll show me like, hey, this is what you got in there. This is what's coming. I keep some USDT in here. Again, these are non-custodial. I have WIN tokens in here. Ethereum I keep in here. I've got, a decent amount of USD that I keep in here and Tether. But these are non-custodial. So again, if something happened to us or the community or whatever, as long as I got my 12 seed phrase, I can go get all of this crypto, no problem. If I want to see my nodes in action, I usually go to the Blockbot report, and it'll show me every node that I purchased on this account. And it'll show me, how are they operating? Like the grow nodes, this one's on for 23 hours. This one's been on for 2 hours. This one's been on for 7, 24, 23. As long as they get on for 6 hours or more in the day, I share equally in that distribution. So we call it proof of participation versus proof of work. Blockchain's proof of work, meaning your node has to do the first confirmation for the transaction to get the transaction reward, or the block reward if it's the last transaction on the block. So yours actually has to do the work. With our blockchain, it's proof of participation. We don't necessarily need your node to do the work. We just need to know we have access to that much computer power. How much firepower do we have access to? So if your node is on for 6 hours or more a day, you share evenly with the distribution from all the node owners that day. And so that's where we're a little different than the Bitcoin blockchain. Instead of proof of work, we do the proof of participation. Just keep your node turned on and you're good. If it goes off, then I host mine all in the cloud through a company called Block Fabric. And so any nodes that are offline a little bit, I just send them an email. I usually check a couple times a day because it can be pretty lucrative. It can be a lot of tokens that come in one day. I get 500-some thousand grow nodes a day. Our last project, when we started aggressively trading, it hit 87 cents per coin. And so, if I'm getting 500,000 coins a day in one project and it hits 87 cents, I don't want to miss out on a day's worth of distribution. That's a decent amount of money. So when you get that free link, then I'll get over to you guys. I'd say within the next 24 hours. I've got another meeting after I get off of Otherverse here, but I'll get you guys a link, and then you get your dashboard, play around, anything you want to learn, anything you want to do. I'm certainly here to answer questions. Actually, one of our AI projects, I'm working on cloning myself. It's almost done.
I need that.
I'll get everybody, you'll be able to ask the questions all at the same time, midnight, my time, 3 a.m. It won't matter. The AI doesn't ever sleep. So we'll make sure we get that up and running for you. I'll get an AI built for you too, Ann. It sounds like you need
I'll need one of those for sure, so I can post more of these things. Thank you so much, Tony. That was absolutely phenomenal. I know that our audience absolutely loved it. We've learned a lot, and I will definitely be in touch with you for that link myself. Thank you.
Sounds good, everybody. Well, thanks for sharing your time with me, each and every one of you. Happy to be here on Otherverse, and excited to obviously do as many of these as I possibly can. Hopefully, I'll be dancing later in one of the rooms if we get a good DJ going.
Oh, we got a great DJ. They're about to start. They're about to kick it off at the rooftop just now, actually. Speaking of, I just saw the announcement go out in Classic. And hopefully next time we'll have you back and we'll be on your software doing this talk again. So looking forward to that.
Awesome. Awesome. And thanks, everybody.
Of course. That concludes all of our speaking sessions for the 8th annual VirtualCon. So thank you, Tony, very much for closing that out for us. But don't worry, we still have tomorrow. So 10 a.m. bright and early is the TGE, the token generation event that we've all been waiting for the UTHX token. So don't forget to be here bright and early, 10 a.m. tomorrow. As well, we have a complete day of events. The booths, go check them out. Everybody that you've been talking to, all the information, go and check it out in Otherverse Classic. Go check out Otherverse XAEON. The patch is done. You should be able to get in by tomorrow, if not tonight. Everyone will have had a chance to download, so go check it out. And then, of course, we have the awards ceremony concluding everything tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Thank you, everybody, for being here for the Web3 panel. And it's been a great 2 days. Once again, thank you very much. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, for the TGE event.